Clouds thickened over the city, rain poured down in streams through dirty alleys crawling with trash and rats. In an empty alley, the sound of heels echoed as someone ran across the wet asphalt, splashing through puddles. The red-haired girl had been hiding from the chase for a long time, carrying her unconscious friend on her back. Though she was exhausted and soaked, the only thought in her mind was to save her friend Yao Guan. She turned the corner with all her strength, but then stopped short before a stone wall, trapping them in a dead end. The girl was flustered, heavy breathing as she tried to figure out what to do next. Soft male footsteps could be heard, someone carefully approaching the girls from behind. While the auburn-haired girl guessed where to run next, a male figure approached the girls closer and closer. Spotting the figure, the girl spun around and kicked the stranger with her foot. The kick was useless, her foot was caught in one hand without any effort. The mysterious and young boy held the girl's foot effortlessly, mockingly taunting her kick. The girl stepped back, tightly holding onto Yao Guan, seeming to be in a desperate situation, only to realize she was about to be trapped. The boy's body split apart, barely visible as he took a few steps and vanished into space, but then reappeared right in front of the red-haired girl. In just a second, he found himself face to face with the red-haired girl, his incredible speed leaving her completely stunned. The boy had searched for Yao Guan for 3,000 years, so he gently placed his hand on her cheek and promised no one would ever hurt her again. The girl pulled back, refusing to let anyone mock Yao Guan, even if it meant she had to die for it. The guy was shocked to learn that the descendants of the shamans from Mount Linshan had scattered around the world and ended up in such a state. The guy's words about her past surprised the girl, but he not only had strange abilities but also knew a sign about her life in detail. While they were talking, the pursuers caught up to them, and the guy turned angrily to look at the enemies, Yao Guan. A crowd of armed bandits surrounded them. They took their guns off safety and slowly stepped closer to the girls. The bandits angered the guy. He was furious, raised his hand upward and surrounded himself with lightning sparks. Fearing his magical power, all the bandits simultaneously opened fire on the guy. The guy closed his eyes and smugly snapped his fingers, directing the lightning at the bandits. Lightning struck the criminals through and through. They screamed and cried in agony as their bodies and limbs grilled to the bone. From the gangsters, only a handful of ash and their scorched, useless guns remained. Looking at the boy's power, the girl remembered the incredible strength of Su Seiwei from the legend of the Daojue Palace. The boy decided to answer the girl's question and tell her who he really was, but he didn't use words for it. By touching her forehead, he sent a stream of his thoughts through her. Her body shivered and she began to hear his voice in her head. He started showing her his memories from the beginning of the cosmos. He had many names in the multiverse. Some called him immortal, others a wise old man. Everyone called him the ruler of chaos, some called him the god of forests, but in every era people worshipped and feared his mighty power. After finishing his brief story, he calmly asked to be called simply Lin Fei. Finally realizing who stood before her, Linshan Malin fell to her knees and bowed to Lin Fei. Lin Fei ignored the respectful gesture of Linshan. He lifted his beloved's body into the air and pulled her close. He gently hugged his wife around the waist and carefully ran his hand along her forehead. Lin Fei was saddened by Yao Guan's condition. Lin Fei pulled out the thick clot of spider venom from Yao Guan's forehead. Someone tried to send his beloved away. He fired a glob of spider venom in a rage, tearing a crack in the brick wall. Those he once saved dared to poison his beloved wife behind his back, which awakened hatred in him, and he vowed to destroy their entire family. The next morning, Yao Guan woke up in her family's mansion bedroom. Remembering yesterday's events, Yao Guan leaped out of bed and called for Linshan Moline. Instead of Moline, the room's owner saw Lin Fei, a stranger to her. Scared and flustered by his crude comment, she yelled at him and threatened to call the police. Malin burst into the room in her pajamas, calmed down Yao Guan, and assured her that it was Lin Fei who saved and neutralized her poison, but only to realize that he still didn't know who the sender was. In response, Yao Guan asked her benefactor to leave the room and let her change clothes, which meant she was still hiding something from Lin Fei. Yao Guan still didn't recognize Lin Fei, which slightly upset him, but he knew it would take time, so he spent his while searching for the sender instead. Once a man named Qin Yun Tian from the Dai tribe begged Lin Fei to save his clan, and was given a spider named Kai Hu Wangchu in return. The Dai people founded the Qin clan and share property with the Bai clan, and all of them opened companies in Chengdu, which is when the spider became a symbol of their alliance. When Lin Fei entered the Qin Corporation building, the guard blocked his path and stopped him, only to find out he was being watched by someone from the Dai tribe. Lin Fei ignored the guard's words and calmly slipped past him, promising not to harm him. The guard, watching via surveillance cameras, immediately triggered the alarm and sent his colleagues for backup. Reaching the 46th floor, the elevator doors opened, and the guards instantly stood in front of Lin Fei. Before the elevator doors fully opened, the guards swung batons and tasers at Lin Fei. It was useless, even without pulling his hands out of his pockets. Lin Fei pushed and scattered the guards aside. Lin Fei entered the office, where he was met by a woman in no particularly friendly manner. Lin Fei sits down across from her without paying any attention to the threats, asking right away if she knows anything about the poison. The woman was very nervous as she answered the calm opponent, slowly reaching for the gun under the table. Lin Fei reminds her once again that Dai still exists only because of Wang Zhu's Spider Queen, and the clan likely wouldn't have been blind to her. The girl's patience finally broke. She stood up and pointed the gun at the unwanted guest, but he didn't move an inch, continuing his calm conversation. Lin Fei kept up his arrogant taunting, wondering how anything from the clan could remain, considering her behavior. Though the girl braved herself, threatening to shoot him, her hand still trembled nonetheless. A man who just arrived, and by coincidence the girl's father, roughly grabbed the gun from her hand. The girl immediately begged her father for help, but he acted as if he didn't hear a word she said. The family's head, Sen Fen, unexpectedly knelt before Lin Fei in his power. Disbelieving her eyes, the girl almost ordered her father to stand up, but he instead told her to follow her example. She was furious, since when had she or her clan ever bowed to anyone, and it was humiliating for her. The daughter was disappointed in her father and the family's head, and she simply turned around and proudly left the office. Lin Fei got tired of the family drama, so he told Chief Sen to stand up and explain about the spider woman Wang Zhu. Chief Sen apologized for his daughter's behavior, but she'd been spoiled since childhood and didn't even know Lin Fei existed. The spider woman was always watched over by the Dai clan in the Yun Dian cave, but one day they just didn't find her in her usual spot. It seems the spider woman Wang Zhu somehow ended up in the hands of the Bai family, which is when the Dai clan realized she was missing. Chief Sen was surprised by these conclusions, since even his own family couldn't control the spider woman, let alone others. Lin Fei calmly asked what happened to the sacrifice ring, only to find it was gone without a trace. The ring was passed down to Min Yu's younger son, but he was found unconscious not long ago. The Bai and Fen families asked the man for the ring, saying they wanted to offer it to their ancestors, but he didn't realize they actually wanted to use it. Could overthrowing the clan, under whose oppression they had suffered for almost 4,000 years, not be a good motive for them? The head of the Sen Fen family finally realized whose fault it was that his son Min Yu had suffered. The man fell to his knees again, begging for help. His son has been poisoned for more than 7 months, and only Lin Fei can save him. The poison had been acting on him for too long and had already reached his soul, but there's still a chance to save him if the man tries to prepare the medicine according to Lin Fei's recipe. It wasn't just some ordinary medicine you could buy at any pharmacy, but miraculous and rare, which would be hard to prepare. Lin Fei stepped out of the office, finally telling the desperate father to call him once he gathered all the ingredients. Healer Hua Min placed his fingers on the fragile girl's wrist, Yao Guan, and checked her pulse. Hua Min, like an old wise man, ran his hand through his beard and happily confirmed the girl was fully healed. Yao Guan genuinely believed it was the healer who saved her life, but Malin knew they owed their survival to Lin Fei alone. Grateful, Yao Guan handed the healer Hua Min a small check for 80 million. Hua Min's medicine is completely useless against the venom of Wang Zhu's spider, but the healer used the girl's ignorance to secure his son's money. Milan finally decided to explain the situation and convince Yao Guan not to give such a large sum to the charlatan. Hua Min didn't even let the girl finish speaking, rudely cutting her off while dramatically showing off his anger. Milan had no choice but to calmly accept the situation and stop arguing about anything. Suddenly, Lin Fei's phone rang with a call from worried Milan about the situation. Lin Fei went wild when he found out some charlatan had dared to trick his beloved. Hua Min drew Lin Fei's wrath by taking the money dishonestly, but now he's facing his own comeuppance. Yao Guan's recovery news reached Jai Chunwei, who brought his father suffering from liver cancer to the healer, hoping the doctor could save him too. Lin Fei interrupted the conversation, saying the healer couldn't save Jai Chunwei's dying father. Lin Fei came for revenge, sure the healer knew nothing about the poison from Wang Zhu. Everyone was outraged by Lin Fei's bold behavior, and without hesitation called for his bodyguards. The bodyguards rushed at Lin Fei right away, using their skill and mastery of ancient martial arts. Lin Fei barely even tried to dodge the fighter's attacks, but he effortlessly twisted away from each strike with ease. Using only his fingers, the immortal touched the vulnerable points on his opponent's hands, which left them helpless. That was more than enough to completely neutralize the martial artists, not knowing that they were already out of the fight. Hua Min was curious to find out who dared to storm in and wreck his healing hall, only to realize it was Lin Fei. You couldn't ask for compensation for something gained unfairly, and Lin Fei knew this all too well. Hua too could have become a master healer, a new star in the art of medicine, and started a dynasty of skilled doctors before realizing he was too late. Instead of honoring their ancestors' legacy, his descendants began exploiting his good name for their own gain, only to anger Lin Fei. Young Huo Cheng lost his temper and immediately stepped in to defend the honor of his respected grandfather. Jai asked Lin Fei who stood before him and what one word from him could ruin Lin Fei's life. Lin Fei calmly replied without reacting to the threat, knowing full well that Jai was his future son-in-law's grandfather. The old Jai was stunned by the unexpected declaration from an immortal, not realizing how deep the connection truly was. Healer Huo Min couldn't cure cancer, but for Lin Fei, it's nothing compared to what he can do. Huya challenged Lin Fei to prove his words by curing Jai's liver cancer in front of everyone. With one motion, Lin Fei made the medical kit rise into the A multitude of medical needles shot into the air and headed toward the old Jai. The healing needles pierced the old man's forehead and shoulders at incredible speed. Healer Hua Min learned this needle technique from legends his grandfather told him about when he was a child. Old Jai coughed violently and black substance resembling cancer cells came out of his mouth. Ling Fei pulled the medical needles toward himself and ordered the healer to check on his grandfather. The healer, to everyone's surprise, confirmed that the terminal stage liver cancer was completely cured. The grandfather, despite his condition and age, sincerely bowed before Ling Fei. Ling Fei gathered the venom of Wang Zhu in his hand and asked the healer to demonstrate how he neutralized it last time. He shot the venom of Wang Zhu's spider into the young grandson of healer Hua Ming with a vengeful look. The venom instantly entered the grandson's body. He collapsed into his grandfather's arms, shaking violently in convulsions. Hua Min's tears slid down his cheek as his grandson lay dying in his arms, but he had no idea how to cure him of the poison. The healer begged for mercy, handing over a check with money and pleading for forgiveness, regretting his actions. Lin Fei neutralized the poison in the boy's body and snatched the check from Hua Min's healer's hands. In this moment, Lin Fei released the healer Hua Min and his grandson, but promised they wouldn't be so easily forgiven next time. Lin Fei handed the card to Yao Guan's father and asked to return it to her, finally requesting not to be called a psycho anymore. Yao Guan's father, Jai Chunwei, politely declined his request and returned the card to Lin Fei. Healer Hua Min asked Lin Fei where he knew about the ancient healing method, wondering if he might have met the great sage. Lin Fei calmly replied that he was actually the great sage from legend himself. Healer Hua Min fell to his knees before Lin Fei, begging him to forgive his disrespect. Lin Fei noticed that Jai Chunwen had also given him his personal business card. Accepting Jai Chunwen's friendly gesture, Lin Fei introduced himself to him and his father. Yao Guan's father was incredibly happy that his daughter had managed to catch the attention of someone as respectful as Lin Fei. Old man Jai only hoped that the great wise man would one day become the family's son-in-law. Lin Fei entered the Jai Corporation heading straight for his beloved to retrieve her card. Anxious Milan called for Lin Fei's help the moment she spotted him, only to realize he was already with Yao Guan. A young employee at the Jai Corporation rudely walked into Director Yao Guan's office without invitation. He annoyingly persisted in trying to invite her to a restaurant date, not knowing she had already rejected him. This wasn't his first attempt to ask Yao Guan out, but he completely ignored her refusals and kept trying to win her attention. Lin Fei stormed into the office without knocking or warning, flanked by Milan. Yao Guan flustered badly when Lin Fei called her by name again. The young employee clearly didn't like the bold move, so he started questioning Lin Fei and reprimanding him for every little thing. Ignoring the rude guy, Lin Fei stepped closer to the girl and invited her to dinner. The guy's patience snapped, he lost his composure and yelled at Lin Fei, then called security into the office. Security rushed into the office and stood menacingly ready to kick Lin Fei out of the building. The guards stormed out of the office just as fast as they'd walked in, only to realize they'd been set up. After taking care of the guard, Lin Fei quickly approached the arrogant blonde, who had been making a fool of himself. The blonde got hit with a powerful slap which left his cheek swollen and red, making him look even more ridiculous. He made things worse by threatening Lin Fei with his connections to the Jai family, not knowing how dangerous that could be. In response, Lin Fei tossed him his business card and promised to ask why he'd hired such a loser to work for the corporation. The bully immediately recognized the purple gold business card of the Jai family, which is only given to those far more powerful than him. The rude guy couldn't figure out who the young man was, only to realize he'd just punched him. The young employee tried to fix his situation, nervously running his hands through his hair and barely whispering an apology. Lin Fei angrily sent him away, and the arrogant blonde ran out of the principal's office in terror. The blonde's pride was hurt, and he couldn't ignore the fact that some stranger could just call the company's head. Lin Fei invited Yao Guan to dinner at the expensive five-star Hotel Yukai Lane. For an immortal god, a few thousand yuan meant nothing, but Yao Guan didn't understand why they couldn't just go to a regular cafe. The guy's outfit was weird for the girl, but for someone with his money it was way too simple. They all sat down at a table in the restaurant. Lin Fei handed the girl her card which he had stolen from Hua Min. The girl took her card and asked how her conversation partner knew her father. Lin Fei coldly answered, saying they had only met once. The situation was getting weirder. The girl didn't get how one meeting made this boy an honored guest of the company. Flipping through the menu, Lin Fei decided to explain how he cured her grandfather's liver cancer. After dinner, Lin Fei took the girl home to the Jai family estate, where her parents and the Yao Guan family welcomed them with open arms. As soon as they opened the door, the whole family rushed up to greet them, thrilled to see Lin arrive. The girl was flustered and surprised by how warmly the young man was received. The head of the Jai family thanked his healer one more time and offered him an exquisite cup of tea. Yao Guan doubted her healer's words. Turning to her father, she assured him that he was deceiving them all. The father was more interested in his daughter's relationship with Lin the healer, and he began pressing for details about every little thing they shared. The unexpected questions from her own father flustered the girl, but she dodged them, passing everything off to her friend Molly. Her daughter's reaction made the man wonder, was it really her who looked like her friend Molly? At the same time, hiding their faces under masks and carefully armed, the hired killers surrounded the Zai mansion. Lin Fei immediately reacted to the situation, quickly figuring out the exact number of enemies outside. The hired killers had to be dealt with quickly, so saying he wanted to breathe fresh air, Lin Fei stepped outside. The hired killers immediately charged at him with knives the moment he stepped out of the mansion. With one swift motion, Lin Fei sliced the elite killers into tiny pieces. The hired killer stood in horror as pieces of his comrades fell from the sky onto him. The killer shook and felt sick, barely holding his knife in front of him, muttering pitiful threats in panic. Lin Fei was ruthless and calm toward his enemies. All he needed to know was the name of the person who sent the killers to his lover. The hired killers were night assassins. They always work for money and never reveal their clients' names. After getting the answers to all his questions, Lin Fei without hesitation killed the night assassin. The Jin family watched the brutal scene the whole time, but Milan reminded everyone that the night killers are the most ruthless murder squad in the city. A call came in on the dead killer's phone from an unknown number, and Lin Fei answered it. Lin Fei answered the call, and the unknown person on the other end asked if the job was done. No one expected the killers hired against the Yaoguan family to be so easily killed, not knowing that. Lin Fei threatened the gang leader, warning him that if he didn't stay away, his crew would be wiped out. After hanging up, the guy tossed the dead killer's phone back onto his body. The god of the forest was furious at the killers and those who hired them against him. He snapped his fingers with sudden force. As soon as he snapped his fingers, fiery red flames erupted violently and began to devour the killers' bodies. The young man approached Milan with a question, wanting to know who these night killers were who had come after his life. These night killers, the largest assassination group in China, are led by 3 people, Black Rose, Days, and Spider Lily. Milan's words made Lin Fei think, maybe these killers could be followers of Jin Zan. The younger son of the emperor Zhuang Suya was captured by a wicked natural spirit and later founded the first ever assassination group in history, Jin Zan. Somewhere in the distant part of the city of Chengdu, a man angrily shouted into the phone at Lin Fei, furious about the situation. Black Rose, a young woman and one of the top bosses of the night killers, was simply furious over another failed mission by her mercenaries. 2 consecutive failures didn't sit well with her, so she called up one of her best killers, the Scourge. Answering the call, the man screamed into the phone, already tired of the constant missions and wanting a break. He didn't need much convincing, just the mention of a 2 million reward, and he asked for the target's name. The young and arrogant company employee still held a grudge against Lin Fei, who had humiliated him. Han's secretary was looking for info on Lin Fei at his request, but couldn't find a thing. Han naively assumed that since he couldn't find any info on Lin Fei, he must just be a bodyguard. Pride wouldn't let Han just accept the disgrace, so he vowed to destroy Lin Fei. It was morning, and Lin Fei was working on protective amulets for the Yaoguan family. He gave the amulets to the Jin family, who were supposed to protect them from lurking threats. Yaoguan still didn't trust Lin Fei. She skeptically asked why the amulets were needed. She didn't wait for a detailed answer. Lin Fei rushed off and only asked to always wear amulets. Lin Fei was thinking through his investigation when a white van suddenly stopped in front of him. A group of aggressive enforcers stepped out of the van, clearly looking for Lin Fei. It wasn't hard to figure out that the enforcers had been sent by the pitiful and wronged Han. The enforcers pulled out knives, each hit of which would earn them 500. Lin Fei calmly lifted his leg and focused a stream of electricity into it. Lin Fei stomped his foot, creating an electric wave around himself, which lifted the gangsters into the air. Lin Fei ran toward one of the henchmen with a speed far beyond human capability. With one powerful kick, Lin Fei hit the white van head-on, causing it to wobble. The impact was so strong that it left a dent near the head of the pale henchman. Around Lin Fei lay the defeated henchman, and the only one still standing trembled in fear before him. Police arrived at the scene, surrounding Lin Fei and the henchman. Lin Fei considered the young cop's good intentions and asked him his name. As Lin Fei had expected, behind the fake scene stood Han, who had hired a corrupt police commander. Han's plan worked perfectly, and he gloated, genuinely believing that was enough against Lin Fei. His secretary came to the police chief, informing him about Lin Fei's arrest. As soon as Chief Zhang Tianlin heard Lin Fei's name, he immediately cut short his meeting. While the investigation was ongoing, Lin Fei had to sit in Qingyan prison, while the young officer promised him justice. The other prisoners greeted him first, led by the gang leader known as Brother Hai. Brother Hai made it clear right away that he and his guys were asked to throw Lin Fei a special welcome. Lin Fei didn't even flinch at the weak threats from Brother Hai's prison. After all, prisoners are prisoners, and it's no surprise they were ready to hit first on the first order. Lin Fei quickly ran up to the local prisoner's leader and caught him off guard. Even in handcuffs, he easily hit the prisoner so hard his teeth flew out. The leader fell down and the other prisoners had nothing left but to stand in horror on the side. The corrupt cop bragged to Hanju over the phone that he didn't just arrest Lin Fei, but also made the prisoners punish him. The worried police chief was already heading to the prison and couldn't calm down at all, constantly rushing his driver. The corrupt Shen Hao insisted that the junior officer fill in the crimes committed by Lin Fei. The young man protested. He was too noble and pure-hearted to ruin an innocent person's life. No matter how kind he wasn't authorized to argue with his commander. Giant's chief arrived just in time, kicked down the door to the office and immediately shouted at Sheng Xiao. Sheng Xiao was terrified. He didn't expect to see the chief of police himself in his office, of all people. Sheng Xiao's dark dealings were already known to the chief, who had no intention of listening to his pitiful excuses. Sheng Xiao was arrested right away. The chief believed the police should protect the people, not commit crimes against him. Giant's chief turned to the young officer, asking him to take Sheng Xiao to Lin Fei. The arrested Sheng Xiao realized Lin Fei wasn't just a regular guard, because the moment he tried to grab Lin Fei, the chief himself arrived to pull him out. The officer warned Lin Fei that he was intentionally placed in a cell with dangerous criminals, and that he was unlikely to leave unscathed. The scene that unfolded before him left him in shock. The young guy couldn't believe what he was seeing. The especially dangerous criminals, all bruised and bloodied, massaged Lin Fei as if he were their slave. Seeing the police chief, Lin Fei stood up and greeted him by name as if he were just some kid. The last time Jiang saw Lin Fei was during his youth, and he was greatly surprised to find that he hadn't changed at all. Bowingly before the god, Jiang apologized and assured him that the corrupt officer would be punished. The prisoners couldn't figure out who this unknown young man was. Not even the police chief bowed before him. Han kept calling Shenhai, worried that his phone was off, not knowing why it was taking so long to process an officer's paperwork. Uncle Luo, for the first time ever, called Han directly on his phone while working for the corporation. Uncle Luo immediately started scolding Han for everything he'd already done to Lin Fei. Young Han didn't get it. Wasn't Lin Fei just some simple bodyguard? Luo got even more angry. The whole police leadership rushed to Lin Fei's aid, and this jerk confused him with the bodyguard. Han fell to the couch in despair, still unable to figure out who Lin Fei was, but fully aware he'd made a huge mistake. Someone knocked on Jai Chun-wei's private office door, and without looking up from his work, he let the guest in. It was Lin Fei, and Jai jumped up happily, greeting his guest with joy. Lin Fei came not to ask for a favor, but to demand a position in the corporation. For Jai Chun-wei, a visit from a bodhisattva to his company was an incredible honor and opportunity. Without hesitation, Jai Chun-wei offered him the position of vice president, but Lin Fei only wanted to be Yao Guan's personal bodyguard. Jai Chun-wei didn't have trouble making Lin Fei his bodyguard, but he warned that his daughter suffers from androphobia. Lin Fei darkened. He demanded to know where his lover got such a terrible illness from. When she was 9, she was kidnapped. Jai wanted to save his daughter with a ransom, but unfortunately the kidnapper was interested in nothing but her. Lin Fei's heart burned with thirst for blood and murder. He was furious and wanted revenge. For an ordinary person, feeling the hatred of God itself was a test. Jai assured that the kidnapper hadn't harmed Yao Guan. For 3,000 years, Lin Fei's Chenekis searched for his wife, but one of them not only hid that he had found her but also harbored evil intentions. Lin Fei's anger cooled down, and he asked about the kidnapper's identity, needing every detail. The kidnapper wore a black dress down to the ankles with a face hidden under a mask, but there was nothing special about him at all. Yao Guan was saved thanks to Malin's grandfather, who risked his life to cast a shaman's spell on the criminal. The criminal ran away, but this event left a dark shadow in Yao Guan's heart and an eternal fear for the entire Jin family. Lin Fei swore that if the scoundrel ever returned, he would turn him into ash without a second thought. After getting the position of bodyguard, Lin Fei left the President Jin Chun-wei's office. After leaving Jin's office, Lin Fei headed to the president's lounge. All Lin Fei could think about was the bastard who dared betray him and hurt his beloved. Security guards noticed an unwanted guest in the president's private lounge, in their opinion. The head of security was furious at the audacity and ordered everyone to kick him out. One of the guards realized that this boy was the same one who recently beat up Han's leader. Lu Chuan immediately saw the advantage. Using the boy could help him climb higher in rank. The guards rushed to the president's lounge and interrupted Lin's thoughts. Lin Fei was getting really fed up with the constant insults and threats from the guards and scum. His calmness annoyed Lu Chuan, who then sent his henchmen after the peacefully resting Lin Fei. Just then, young Han rushed in and ordered them to stop immediately. The guards started insulting Lin Fei, and Han, realizing what he was in, shook all over with fear and anxiety. Tired of the guards' chatter, Han slapped Lu Chuan across the face and told him to shut up. Lin Fei calmly sipped his coffee while Han argued with the confused guards. Han Silu made Lu Chuan bow to the god and started justifying himself, apologizing for him. Young Han kicked out the head guard, promising he'd fire him next time for good. Han asked not to hold a grudge against the regular guards or himself, apologizing for his past disrespect. Such apologies didn't please the god, who wasn't about to forgive someone who didn't bother to bow in respect. Right after those words, Han immediately bowed before the great and immortal sage Lin. Han knew that even this wasn't enough for God to forgive him, but then he realized he had to sincerely apologize to Linnea. With no other option left, Han dropped to his knees before the great god and begged for forgiveness. Lin Fei got tired of humiliating Han and contemptuously ordered him to scram somewhere far away. Like some dumb puppy, Han was thrilled by Lin Fei's favor and thanked him with all his heart. Young Han was terrified of Lin Fei because all it took was a wish from him and his whole family would be locked up. Meanwhile, the young man holding a precious bouquet patiently waited for the girl outside the company entrance. Sun's colleague and friend asked why he came here in person instead of just calling the girl. Hao knew Yao Guan was special and didn't think a simple call would be enough for a meeting. Finally, Yao Guan stepped out of the building with Milan and her new bodyguard by her side. The man immediately approached the girl, handed her a bouquet, and invited her to a restaurant. Politely declining the man's offer, the girl asked her friend to take the gift instead. The man reminded them that their companies worked on a shared project and suggested they could meet at the Gunju Club tomorrow to discuss work. Yao Guan took her job seriously and couldn't just brush off her partner, so she reluctantly agreed to the proposal, only to realize it was a trap. Even though the girl agreed to the man's proposal, she still asked him to throw out the flowers, but then he refused. The girl's arrogant behavior really hurt the young man's pride, which is when he decided to take matters into his own hands. The next day, the girl actually went with the man to the Gunju Club where they practiced archery, but she was completely out of her element. Lin Fei teased the girl and her poor posture, making fun of her archery skills, which made her even more frustrated. Sun was the type who didn't like to obey or lose, so he lit a cigarette in an inappropriate place and started asking around about the guys with Yao Guan. One of Sun's guards noticed that the boy and Yao Guan had arrived together since early morning, but only to realize they might be closer than they seemed. Feeling a rival in Lin Fei, Sun got angry, not knowing that the two could have slept together. Sunning rudely threw a lit cigarette at his own bodyguard, ordering him to find out everything about the boy near the girl. Accompanied by his friends and bodyguards, Sun was the first to approach Lin Fei to introduce himself. Introducing himself as the girl's bodyguard, Lin Fei ignored the man's gesture and didn't shake his hand. Sun's best friend laughed loudly, curious how much Yao Guan paid the boy, and offered 3 million as a price. Lin Fei's interest wasn't in his own protection or the bodyguard services, but in Lin Fei's appearance and body. Yao Guan found these jerks and their company repulsive, and she didn't like being around these people. Sun offered a shooting contest, and in this he was truly one of the best. Yao Guan immediately stepped in, trying to shield Lin Fei from embarrassment, but he stopped her and agreed to the challenge. Getting a little closer to the guy, Yao Guan whispered that the man just wanted to humiliate him, and that Lin Fei had no chance against Sun. Bow and arrow shooting reminded Lin Fei of his past, the last time he completely shot an arrow at a three-legged crow. Lin Fei always seemed a bit odd to Yao Guan, but sometimes he said things so strange they left her completely confused, like the three-legged crow being one of them. Confident Sun offered to shoot from 300 meters, completely sure of himself. The guard was shocked. The world record was 365.8 meters, but Sun's talent wasn't a secret to his friend, who had no doubts about it. Lin Fei wasn't impressed by Sun's show-off. They could shoot from anywhere they wanted, but he'd shoot from 500 meters. Sun took the bow, drew the arrow, and prepared to shoot, carefully watching the targets in the distance. Smoothly releasing his fingers, he elegantly launched all the arrows, which whistled through the entire field. Sun hit all 3 arrows perfectly into the target, but only to realize he'd scored just 19 points total. His bodyguards and friends praised him loudly, not knowing that Lin Fei was already unimpressed. Lin Fei closed his eyes and promised he'd beat the score with just 2 arrows, which meant he'd have to do something no one else had ever tried. With his eyes shut, Lin Fei calmly released his fingers and let both arrows fly straight into the target. One arrow sliced through the air for 500 meters and buried itself in the center yellow dot, which was when everyone finally started to believe him. The second arrow shattered the first in half and landed in the same spot, scoring the maximum points and leaving Sun speechless. Everyone was stunned by Lin Fei's displayed skill. Some were terrified, while others, on the contrary, admired it. Lin Fei handed his bow back to Sun, declaring his victory as if it meant nothing to him. Forgetting Sun and his antics instantly, Lin Fei returned to Yao Guan, offering to have lunch. Sun was furious, not only because of the loss, but also because of Lin Fei's arrogant behavior after his victory. All of Jai's products depend directly on Sun. Without his help, the Yao Guan Corporation would quickly go bankrupt. Lin Fei and Yao Guan went to have lunch in a cafe, both of them distracted by their phones. Lin Fei's morning shooting video went viral online, gaining thousands of views and likes from netizens. Hundreds of fans praised her in the comments, amazed and impressed by her looks and skill. Yao Guan, annoyed, was scrolling through her phone, her frustration pulling her away from watching the video. Lin Fei reached out to her, concerned, and asked why she looked so upset. Sun Hao isn't replying to her calls or messages, and she's worried it might affect her job, especially since his father is pushing for their marriage. After calmly listening to her story about the family alliance, Lin Fei offered his help. The girl blushed, looked away nervously, and refused help, not realizing why she was reacting so oddly to the boy. After lunch, Yao Guan, accompanied by Lin Fei, returned home and greeted her mother. At the same time, the mercenary sent by Black Rose arrived at the Jai family's house. The mercenary named Ko Shea Emma R carefully studied the target's surroundings, only to find he was after 2 million. The next morning, over a cup of coffee, the head of the Jai family spoke of his plan to visit the Sun family. Lin Fei, who was having breakfast with them, suggested going to the Sun family with them. Lin Fei politely declined the request, not wanting to bother the god every time and rely on his help. Walking out of the house, the father and daughter discussed the family business, but Yao Guan was especially angry at the Sun family's arrogance. During the tough crisis times, they helped the Sun family, and now they're demanding much more than allowed, using them as tools. Yao Guan's voice trembled as she asked her father if he planned to marry her off to Sun Hao. The man didn't intend to go that far, he just wanted a profitable partnership, so this time he'd offer them $1 billion. Going crazy by offering $1 billion on top of the basic partnership, it could lead the company to bankruptcy. He had no choice, his daughter was still inexperienced and didn't understand much, so he did what he thought was necessary. In reality, Yao Guan was afraid that the greed of the Hao family was so great that even such a generous offer would be seen as insufficient by them. While the Jai family went to the meeting, Malin used her free time to train and refine her skills. Lin Fei, who was watching the training, noticed that Malin was still too young and only just starting on her path. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei appeared beside Malin, and because her grandfather once saved his beloved, he offered to help her train. The young man reached his hand to the girl's head and passed her the knowledge of the secret Linshan technique. The technique was an example of the highest art of the 10 shamans of Linshan, something they had to use when defending together. Malin fell to her knees, thanking the great sage for the secret knowledge of the Linshan shamans. Now it was time for practice. Malin managed to advance to the next level, mastering the new technique. While Malin and Lin Fei trained, someone watched them through a binocular. The hired killer Nightmare had been watching the Jai family from dusk till dawn, carefully studying everything. Sun Sin Yun, head of the Sun family, welcomed his guests and announced that from now on his son would handle the affairs and everyone should speak only to him. Sunny was ready to sell his microchips for a minimum of 2 billion, but only to someone who didn't care about the price. The man didn't expect to hear such numbers, and he was furious at the audacity of the young guy. Yao Guan stepped in and asked not to take Sunny's recent loss too seriously, and to lower the price to $1 billion. Sunny refused. He was willing to lower the price as a gift, only if Yao Guan agreed to marry him. The man got even more angry, because just now he was offered to trade his daughter for a regular discount. Sunny wasn't going to offer anything else. He refused to lower the price and asked the guests to leave. Soon tossed his spare key to Yao Guan one last time, letting her know she could come back if she changed her mind. Back home, Yao Guan ignored Lin Fei, but he noticed her red eyes and immediately realized she'd been crying. She smiled softly at him, assuring him everything was fine and she just needed some time to herself. Once she was in her room, her father revealed what really happened at Sun's house. After hearing about Sun Hao's nakedness, Lin Fei smashed a cup in his hands out of sheer rage. Dark aura surrounded Lin Fei, who lost control of his emotions and was ready to kill Sun at any moment. He calmed down, taking time to think things through calmly. The great sage's anger faded, and he quietly asked Jai if there were other chip manufacturers in the world. The Yao family makes unique top-tier microchips, so they definitely won't lower their prices for their technology. The news that the Yao family had settled well in this world pleased Lin Fei. The man was surprised by the great sage's words, not knowing if Lin Fei was acquainted or somehow connected to the Yao family. Lin Fei repaired the broken cup, explaining on the side that the Yao family has worshipped him for over 4,000 years. The great sage took a sip from the restored cup and promised to personally handle this problem. Lin Fei called the German factory of the Yao family, asking for special help. As soon as Yao Zhicheng heard the name of his god, he immediately agreed to do whatever he asked. Yao was surprised to find out the great immortal sage Lin Fei had personally called him for a simple microchip. After half a month, when Yao returns to China from the factory in Germany, he will immediately contact the Jai family and make a deal. Jai bowed in thanks to Lin Fei, who had saved his family with nothing more than a single call. Dad was thinking about arranging a marriage between his daughter and Lin Fei, and he was already preparing to organize a romantic dinner for them as soon as possible. Their conversation was interrupted by a shout from outside, a man's voice calling out to Yao Guan and asking to be led into the room. It was Sun's friend and colleague, who on Sun's behalf handed Yao Guan an invitation and insisted she go with Hao. Lin Fei hit the bully so hard in the stomach that he bent over, bleeding out on the spot. The guy dropped to his knees, shaking from fear and clutching his injured area, threatening Lin Fei with revenge and vengeance. For those insulting words, Lin Fei hit the bully again and stomped his body right into the asphalt. The final blow forced the guy to switch to a more polite tone, asking to be left alone. Standing up, he handed out the festive invitation to Malin, but then fled the Jai family home in fear of Lin Fei's bodyguard. While all this was happening inside the Jai house, the hired killer night killer Ko Shia Mar watched from the outside. He wrongly concluded that the real threat to him was Malin, not the young Lin Fei. Ko Shia Mar came up with a plan, deciding to send another killer to Malin to test how strong she was. The Black Rose answered the call, but she was already with the killer Bai Zhang at that moment. Bai Zhang was given an ultimatum. Either he fights against Wu Malin or he tells Black Rose's husband what she's been doing with him. But then he realizes it's a trap to expose their secret relationship. With no choice left, Bai Zhang had to go into battle against Wu Malin, only to find out it was all a setup to reveal his connection to Black Rose. The next morning, chief of the Qin family, Qin Fen, visited the great sage Lin Fei, not knowing that this was a move to get him involved in a bigger plan. Lin Fei immediately asked Qin if the medicine for his son had worked so fast, not realizing it was just a cover for a much bigger request. It wasn't about the medicine at all. Qin came to invite Lin Fei to his daughter's birthday, which means he was trying to show his respect and gratitude in a big way. On the same day, earlier in the day, Sun Hao tried to invite Yao Guan, so Lin Fei was definitely going to be there, which means he was about to get pulled into a web of secrets. The head of the Xin Fen family was thrilled to be honored with a visit from the great sage, but he didn't expect the sage to grace his family with a visit. Lin Fei invited Xin Fei to play one game with him, but Xin Fei replied that even regular checkers were too difficult for him, let alone this game. Xin Fei struggled with such games, but this one was simply not meant for an ordinary person. Only the best of the best could play it. Lin Fei corrected the head of the Xin Fen family, saying it wasn't his stupidity but the brevity of his mortal life. The head of the Xin Fen family agreed. After all, in 3,000 years anyone could learn to play this game, just as they could master art and science. Bai Zhang still came to Wu Malin, challenging her, but instead of her he found only Lin Fei. Lin Fei asked if the man, being part of the Bai family, knew about the recent departure of Yao Guan. Whispers about Yao Guan being poisoned had reached Bai Zhang, but he himself had no connection to the event. Bai Zhang lit a cigar and neatly threw the challenge letter at Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even blink as the envelope whizzed past his head and shattered the stone column. Lin Fei's confidence and composure impressed Bao, so he asked who this interesting young man was. Without revealing the truth, Lin Fei modestly introduced himself as just a regular bodyguard for Yao Guan. Bao Zhang was disappointed with the answer. He wasn't planning on wasting his time on some pitiful guard. Leaving the envelope, he left. Lin Fei looked at the envelope and thought, it seemed he was really starting to age, but back then even dragons didn't dare act up before him. In the evening, Yao Guan came home, accompanied by Wu Milan, and there they were greeted by Lin Fei. Pointing at the envelope, Lin Fei addressed Wu Milan, saying that something was left for her. At first, Milan was delighted by the news, thinking that the great sage had decided to teach her a new ancient technique. But when Milan finally read the letter's contents, she was horrified by the challenge from Bao Zhang. Yao Guan tried to recall who Bao's was talking about, only to realize it was that beast-like psychopath. The challenge to fight terrified Wu Milan, so she clung to Yao Guan, nearly crying, and asked how she could have offended Bao's. Wu Milan's anxiety caught Lin Fei's attention, and the great sage asked if this Bao Zhang was really as strong as the stories claim. Bai Zhang trained in combat arts since 7, and by 12 he had already reached the initial cultivation level. At 18 he was at an average level, defeating everyone in the Chengdu competition, but by 27 he single-handedly wiped out all the renowned fighters. To many, Bao's is a problem since they hired a mercenary to kill him, but the assassin died without even harming Zhang. Lin Fei gave that answer, knowing people like Bao were the kind who only accepted strength, not realizing there were any limits. The girls didn't share Lin Fei's view. Maybe Bao was just ordinary to him, but among common people, Zhao saw Bao as a monster. After thinking it over, Yao Guan suggested Mu Lin back down and avoid putting herself in danger. Before replying, Mu Lin looked toward Lin Fei, who understood her glance and said Bao Zhang was nothing but a fool. Though Mu Lin understood everything, she still feared fighting Bao Zhang, unsure if she could win. Mu Lin's cowardice really angered Lin Fei, who was furious at her weakness. How dare she call herself a descendant of Ling Shen and take his lessons if she was too afraid of a pitiful Bao? Milan was humiliated by the words of the great sage, but then she bowed to him and agreed to take on the challenge. The girl dialed Bao Zhang's number and called him, accepted his challenge, and was ready for battle. Bao Zhang was eager for the upcoming fight with Milan, couldn't wait for the day he'd finally face her. Everything was going according to the nightmare's plan. He intended to kill Yao Guan when her bodyguard Malin would be distracted by the fight with Bao. Malin's chances of winning were probably pretty high. Lin Fei was confident in his student. Still, that wasn't enough. Yao Guan, genuinely worried about her friend, wanted to help and increase the chances of winning. Malin told Yaoguan not to worry about herself and instead focus on how to best respond to Sun Hao's offer. Yaoguan's answer was one-sided, but Lin Fei noticed his lover's worry. Setting down his cup, Lin Fei offered to help Milan in the upcoming battle. Lin Fei, the great sage, reached out to the girl, intending to teach Milan new combat skills instead of cultivation. The new technique, named the Strike of the Sovereign, once an attack by the northern celestial deity, made Milan worry she might accidentally kill Bai Zhangya. Yaoguan doubted it, wondering if this divine technique was really that brutal of a weapon. Lin Fei told the girls to focus only on the fact that Milan's body might simply not be able to take the blows from Bao. After finishing the conversation, Lin Fei left the room, promising to return to the start of the birthday celebration, but he headed off to buy a new car instead. In the car dealership, Lin Fei met an employee who immediately judged him by his clothes, assuming he was poor and couldn't afford a costly car. The sales consultant showed him one of the cheapest cars, hoping Lin Fei had at least enough for that. Lin Fei's annoyed expression spoke volumes, and the employee thought he didn't even have enough for that. This time, the sales consultant showed him an even cheaper car, which is when Lin Fei finally lost his temper. Lin Fei, the god, couldn't believe he was being treated like a delivery driver, which was a huge embarrassment and insult to him. Lin Fei was proud and expected others to treat him the same, but he couldn't stand the insult and snapped at the consultant. The consultant, hiding his ignorance behind politeness, asked the immortal god to leave the car dealership. Lin Fei came here to buy a car, and he wasn't leaving until he got what he came for. The consultant went straight for insults, calling Lin Fei a poor and desperate man, almost shouting him out of the dealership. A deadly aura surrounded Lin Fei, and no one dared insult the immortal god. The consultant broke out in cold sweat and lost his balance, unable to stand the tension around Lin Fei, but then a manager approached them, hearing the noise. The manager tried to figure out what was going on, but Lin Fei complained about the consultant's rude behavior. Interrupting Lin Fei, the consultant swore that if Lin really bought himself an expensive car, he would kneel before him. The manager, a little unsure, showed Lin Fei the most expensive limited edition Bugatti Veyron, which is unlikely to ever be purchased. Handing over his card, Lin Fei agreed to buy the Bugatti for 25 million. The consultant kept refusing to calm down, shouting at Lin Fei, thinking he was joking with them. Lin Fei casually swirled his card, asking the consultant why 25 million was so much for him, only to realize it was actually his own money. The manager took the card from Lin Fei, swiped it at the terminal, and to her big surprise, the 25 million payment went through without a hitch. The saleswoman offered to take Lin Fei home in his new car, but he decided to wait until the next day when the car would be delivered. For selling the car at 25 million, the manager got a commission of 1 million, but the consultant, realizing he had lost a fortune, burst into tears of jealousy. Lin Fei ordered a taxi and headed to the birthday celebration for the family Zin's daughter, where the family Jai was waiting for him. As Lin Fei entered the family Zin's house, the guards stopped him, thinking he was an uninvited bodyguard for the birthday party. The other guests got flustered by Lin Fei's presence at the party, not recognizing him as a deity, but thinking he was a poor beggar who arrived in a regular taxi. As Lin Fei entered the house searching for Yao Guan, Sun Hao and his colleagues spotted him at the same time. Sun Hao broke into a cold sweat of fear when he saw the great sage, mentally calling him the Lord of Darkness. On one of the stands, Lin Fei noticed a totem that didn't fit with the religious traditions of the Qing Yun Tian. Sun Hao's friend decided to create a scene to draw attention to Lin Fei, calling him an outsider who had broken the rules. The bully accused the noble god of theft, in front of everyone, claiming that Lin Fei was about to sell the family's valuable relics. Lin Fei took calm, confident steps toward the scoundrel, who had learned nothing from his own mistakes. The scoundrel panicked and hid behind his friend Sun Hao, who was also terrified of Lin Fei's power. The head of the Qin family arrived at the commotion, intending to chase and punish the rude thief who had dared spoil his daughter's celebration. Upon seeing Lin Fei, the head of the Qin family froze in terror, paled and stood frozen in place, unable to move. The rude scoundrel rushed to the host, pointing at Lin Fei and continuing to accuse him of theft. The scoundrel's false words were ignored, and the host of the house, Qin, walked past him silently and headed toward Lin Fei. With all the guests present, the respected head of the largest corporation in Chengdu bowed before the young man, begging for forgiveness. With all the guests present, the respected head of the largest corporation in Chengdu bowed before the young man, begging for forgiveness. Trying to fix the situation before his father found out, the guy bowed before Lin Fei, begging for forgiveness. The guy's actions disgusted the great sage, who didn't forgive him, but instead kicked him out of the Qin household. Before letting the scandalous man go, Qin noticed that an uninvited guest had come to his party, and if that was his son, then he could write a resignation letter. Finally ruining everything, the guy begged for forgiveness and gave his family one last chance, but it was already too late. The guards kicked out the troublemaker and locked the door from the inside, leaving the disgraced guy completely alone and disgracing his family's name. The guy was most scared his dad would find out about the scandal and hoped his friend Sun Hao would stand by him. Finally, the birthday girl arrived, greeted by Yao Guan and her guests with a warm welcome. In the crowd of guests, Yao Guan spotted her bodyguard Lin Fei, who was smiling sweetly at his beloved. At the sight of Lin Fei's smile, Yao Guan blushed, wondering why her bodyguard was also among the invited guests. Sun kept staring at the great wise man, enviously thinking why the most powerful person in the clan was bowing before an ordinary guy. Sun got a call from disgraced Meng Qi, who begged his friend for help. Sun cut off Meng Qi's call without even listening, not taking him seriously. The party guest asked Yao Guan about her new pendant, which had a note attached. Upon learning Yao Guan wore an amulet, the host immediately assumed she got it from Lin Fei's charlatan. When he heard his name called charlatan, Lin Fei stepped in and approached the girls, surprised by his new nickname. Li Zhu crossed her arms and argued with the immortal Li Fei, still doubting his healing abilities. Yao Guan tried to justify Lin Fei's honor in Li Zhu's eyes, but she had already told them how he saved her and the entire Jai family many times. Sun interrupted Yao Guan's words, handing the hostess Li Zhu a red box with a gift. Inside the small box was a limited edition Dior bracelet, which impressed the other guests at the party. After handing over the expensive gift, Sun Hao switched to Yao Guan and invited her to dance. But standing before them was Lin Fei, who forbade Sun Hao from getting close to the girl. The guy got angry, he sarcastically greeted Lin Fei, not forgetting to praise his skill with the bow and arrow. Li Zhu was surprised this time, not knowing why almost all the influential families in the city knew a simple charlatan. Lin Fei not only ruined Yao Guan's amulet with a charm, but also pretended to be a holy figure in front of Li Zhu, scaring her father. After hearing Li Zhu's story, young Sun Hao came up with a plan to expose Lin Fei, pretending to believe in his divine powers. The boy asked the so-called holy man Lin Fei what he brought as a gift for Li Zhu, wondering if it was an elixir of youth or maybe some dew and herbs. Sun Hao watched the guests' reactions with satisfaction, presenting Lin Fei as a regular charlatan before them. Another insult directed at him finally pushed Lin Fei to cross the line, openly insulting and humiliating Sun Hao. Li Zhu got really upset with Lin Fei's words, not knowing how a simple guy could talk to others that way. Yao Guan stepped in the fight, defending Lin Fei, who had been provoked by the rude Sun Hao. Sun Hao started arguing with the girl, saying he only wanted to show everyone that Lin Fei was a fraud and a charlatan using Yao Guan's kindness and his father's favor. Lin Fei hit the rude Sun Hao, who completely didn't expect such treatment from him. The house owner couldn't stand that behavior at her party and ordered the guards to kick Lin Fei out. Li Zhu's father joined the argument, telling the guards to stop and not touch the wise Lin Fei. Li Zhu complained about Lin Fei's behavior, which was only to find out he'd dared to slap her honored guest at her party. As punishment, her father slapped her in front of all the city's influential people, but then realized it was his own daughter who had been insulted. The girl cried, not knowing that her own father had dared to hit her on her birthday, ruining her reputation and the celebration. The scandal ended with the niece, in tears, running out of the hall and locking herself in her room, which means the party was over. The Jai family head, in a rage, kicked out the guards from his home, while Lin Fei stood nearby, calmly watching the whole thing unfold. Sun Hao had his own grievances and questions, so he wouldn't let his disgrace go unchallenged, and demanded explanations and apologies from the Jai family. CZI wasn't about to explain anything to the guy who not only insulted the honorable Lin Fei in his house, but also spread dirty rumors about the beloved woman of the great sage. When she heard her called Lin Fei's beloved woman, Yao Guan blushed badly and her cheeks turned slightly red. The man saw no point in discussing anything with the young and arrogant guy, so he demanded that his father, Sun Xinian, come instead of him. This was a declaration of war between two powerful and influential families, and CZI intentionally took this step. To CZI, it didn't matter who his opponent was as long as they dared insult his master Lin Fei. The guests were horrified by CZI's words, who declared war on an influential family just for the sake of a bodyguard. Standing before all the guests, Jai declared loudly that Lin Fei was his sacred benefactor, someone he would always respect. Jin's words reminded Lin Fei of his old friend and distant relative Jin, who stood bravely in defense of good with the same courage in life. The young son accepted Jin's challenge and promised to avenge him for the insults in front of the honored guests. The guy's nerves were at their breaking point, so he lit a cigarette and heavily exhaled in frustration as soon as he stepped outside. Calling his brother, Sun Hao demanded that Lin Fei be punished severely, so that he would crawl under his feet and beg for mercy in pain. In his office, Jai asked the great sage to forgive his daughter, but the sage carelessly examined his shelves of alcohol and various books. Lin Fei didn't care about the small stuff, but he knew the man wanted to tell him something else. The Bai family had protected the Sen clan's property generation after generation, and they possessed a family secret for enhancing power. The Bai family used to have no grudge against the Sen clan, but now everything had changed, and the young Sen Miuyu had already suffered the Bai's attack. Lin Fei understood the man's feelings, so he handed him a protective amulet, recognizing his noble intentions and the help he had offered. But Lin Fei doubted whether Sen's daughter would accept anything from him, so he couldn't guarantee her full safety. With these words, Lin Fei left Sen's private office and headed to another room where his beloved waited. Trying to comfort the crying Laisu, Yao Guan gave her his protective amulet necklace, fearing that she might also be in danger. Stepping out of the room, Yao Guan noticed Lin Fei, who had spotted his amulet with Sin Laisu. Yao Guan really gave the amulet herself, fearing that a gift from Lin Fei would not be accepted by the girl. The girl acted as she thought best, and hoped Lin Fei wouldn't get angry at her for losing the gift. The amulet meant nothing to Lin Fei, but the care and devotion of Yao Guan truly impressed him. Stepping out of the Sin family home, Lin Fei, along with his lover, was about to return home together. Sung Hao approached them angry, with his master of ancient martial arts by his side. Sung Hao decided one last time to convince Yao Guan to come with him, but if that failed, he was ready to use force. He wasn't about to waste time on the bully and his master Lin Fei, so he calmly walked past, telling Yao Guan not to worry. The master stopped Lin Fei from passing and stood in front of him, asking which school or organization he belonged to. From Master Tao and Yu's words, Yao Guan guessed he probably belonged to an organization that studies military arts. Master Tao and Yu started bragging, talking about his greatness and achievements, which the whole world knows about. Lin Fei had never heard of Tao In or his great master Tao Giant, and those names meant nothing to him. Tao In's words hurt his pride and he stood up in battle stance, lunging at the great sage. The crowd of guests around them started recording the fight on their mobile phones. The guests could have called the police, which would have ruined Sun Hao's plans, so he calmed his mentor and asked him not to start the fight in front of strangers. This time Sun Hao let Lin Fei go without a fight, but promised he'd come back next time. But the guy didn't want to just back down from Yao Guan. He demanded the girl obey and follow him. Because of some outdated microchip, the guy started controlling the Yeguang family, which was unacceptable for a great wise man. The Sun family really prided themselves on their microchips, and no one could doubt the quality of their technology. The shareholders, managers, and regular workers at the Jai company weren't as loyal to their employer as Yeguang imagined. Sun's harsh words angered Yeguang, who never doubted the loyalty of her employees. But at that moment, a product manager from the Jai Corporation approached the girl, insisting his mistress agree to Sun's proposal. Feeling his words were working on the girl, Sun Hao kept pushing on Yeguang. Sun lured not only the product department, but also Han Yunti's general director into his own direction, only to find himself in a bigger mess. Spotting the young general director Han Yunti in the crowd, Sun waved him over, but then realized he was in for a real mess. The blonde didn't want to get into another conflict with Lin Fei, not knowing that the last time had left him with more than just bruises. Coming up with a weak excuse, the blonde refused Sun Hao's offer and turned around, not realizing he'd just made things worse. Panicking and scared, Han Yunti ran away from Sen's mansion, remembering how powerful people were willing to go for Lin Fei. If the Jai family produces the best quality microchips, the Sun family will suffer big losses, which is exactly what Lin Fei wants to happen. Lin Fei made a challenge and the Sun family had to settle for second place, only to realize they'd been outmatched. Sun revealed that there were factories in Huaxia producing such microchips, but the Jai family would never reach the same level, no matter how hard they tried. The brash young bully's boasting still failed to impress the immortal wise Lin Fei, who saw right through him. Lu Cheng laughed, not knowing that Lin Fei had actually been after the most expensive microchips from the Yao family. Because of those words, the product manager was instantly removed from his position at the Jai Corporation, leaving him in a mess. But Sun rushed to his henchman's aid right away, promising not just to restore his position but also to raise his salary. Sun gave the girl a sly, smug smile and told her to take a closer look at her staff, because chaos was about to break out in the corporation. Yao Guan genuinely believed in her employees' loyalty and didn't take the guy's words seriously. The next morning, Milan ran to Yao Guan, telling her that a real scandal had erupted in the corporation. Before even getting dressed or composed, the girl rushed straight to her office. As soon as the building woke up, chaos erupted in the corporation building, with staff from different departments arguing over the company's impending bankruptcy. At the meeting, everyone was sure that the only way to save the company from bankruptcy was to agree to Sun's terms and marry Yao Guan to him. Yao Guan and Lin Fei arrived in the meeting room looking worried, accompanied by the young Wu Malin. The attendees were upset to see Lin Fei, since only senior management was allowed to participate in meetings. Director Jai seated Lin Fei as the board representative, which greatly confused and angered the whole team. Everyone knew that General Director Han had switched sides to the Sun family, so they also asked for his opinion. He still feared Lin Fei terribly, so he delicately changed the subject and didn't oppose Jai. No one expected General Director Han Enzi to respond that way, since he had been acting completely differently up until then. Lin Fei never liked problems, so he preferred to solve them fast, but he agreed to handle everything instead of the Jai family. The company split into two groups, some wanting to obey the Sun family and marry Yao Guan off to the scoundrel, while others were ready to cooperate with the Jai family and continue. Lin Fei asked those who didn't want to bow to the family and remained loyal to the Jai family to leave the room. At just one glance from Lin Fei, Han's general manager flinched and paled, too afraid of him to stay. Han jumped up from his seat, fearing for his life, and swore he would do anything for the corporation's future and never let the Jai family bow their heads. Up until this day, Han never acted like that before. Everyone knew him as a cunning conspirator willing to kill for his own benefit. Haney was scared of losing his place in society, so he urgently asked all the shareholders and his father's friends to leave the room instead of him. Haney's request was heard, and some meeting participants agreed to trust Lin Fei with the decision. After half the staff left the room, Lin Fei roughly threw out the remaining goons, letting them take their last paychecks. Yao Guan couldn't believe it. This move by Lin Fei had fired most of the board members, without whom the company wouldn't be able to survive. Even if the Jai family fires most of the board, they won't be able to cover the 200 million payments. This amount isn't too big for the company right now, but this decision will heavily impact its finances in the future. A bank card from Lin Fei arrived on the financial director's desk, containing over $3 billion. Lin Fei had nothing more to say to them, having fully paid all expenses, bought the microchips from the Yao family, and was ready to take on such risks. Lin Fei had nothing more to say to them, having fully paid all expenses, bought the microchips from the Yao family, and was ready to take on such risks. When the Jai family was left alone in the room, the family head laughed loudly, celebrating his victory. Putting a hand on his daughter's shoulder, the head of the Jai family finally told Yao Guan that the Yao had agreed to sell them the expensive microchips at the standard price. After these words, all of Yao Guan's problems seemed to vanish, and she was very happy about the good news. Dad admitted he couldn't have done any of this without Lin Fei's help, who not only loaned them 200 million, but also personally arranged the deal with the Yao family. During the talks, the price went up, and the Jai family would have had to return the 200 million not to Lin Fei but to the Yao Zhicheng family. Usually, termination takes about a month, and that's enough time for former employees to find out about the Jai and Yao families' collaboration and come back. After finishing, Lin Fei stood up, intending to go get his car, and as a final gesture promised that the news about the collaboration would definitely be published. The head of the Jai family watched Lin Fei leave, hoping someday he'd become his son-in-law. On the street, Lin Fei noticed a guard bragging about his car and offered to give the great sage a ride. He didn't expect to see the fancy car by Lin Fei's place and was really surprised by it. The sales consultant stepped out of the car, apologized for being late, and handed over the keys to Lin Fei. Realizing the fancy car belonged to Lin Fei, the ordinary bodyguard was stunned and opened his mouth in confusion. Lin Fei, showing off the keys to his expensive and luxurious car, asked the man to repeat his words again. Meanwhile, Sun was sitting on the couch, drinking wine and enjoying his family's success. Suddenly, the older son, worried about the latest news, burst into the room and shouted that it wasn't time to relax yet. Senior son throws a newspaper at Hao, explaining that Jai bought microchips from Yao at standard price. Hao is confused, asking how this could happen and what they should do now, realizing they're in serious trouble. The guy of anger tears up the newspaper, realizing their plans are ruined and their family now faces great danger. Senior son drops his cane, sits wearily on the red sofa, saying it's too late to fix anything now. The guy, filled with frustration and anger, clenches his fists and wonders why Yao is working with Jai, since they've never been close before. As Sun Hao walks forward, he sees a notification on his phone and starts wondering if it's Lin Fei who helped Jai's family. The caller says he's gathered all the former board members from Zai Company. Now they'll be under Sun's leadership. The dismissal of board members from another company doesn't affect him. Sun Hao yelled at Liu Chen and refused to help. The young general manager was pacing around his house, wondering if he made the right decision at the board meeting. Hearing noise outside, the blonde realized his father had come home, possibly ready to punish his son for his wrong choice. Standing before his father, the young general manager begs for forgiveness, admitting his guilt. The father, despite his stern look, unexpectedly hugs his son, saying how proud he is of him. The guy is surprised to realize his dad isn't angry with him, but instead is happy. The dad explains to his son that the Jai family signed a good deal, and now their business is doing way better than the Sun family's. Proud and joyful, the dad says they now have the chance to overtake the Sun family in the competition. Lin Fei is sitting on the couch, telling everyone it's time to head to the fight with Bao. The great wise man warns Yu Milan not to kill anyone because she likes Bai Zhangting. Riding the cable car up Mount Kinzining, the passengers enjoy the beautiful views that open up above them. Yao Guan notices Lin Fei standing still and silent, so he asks if something's wrong with him. Lin Fei remembers his enemy Zhang Daolin, who promised not to leave the earth until he destroys the entire faith of Bashu Yao. Then he adds that as long as the high mountains of Qinzhen stand, they won't see Zhang Daolin coming. Malin is stopped, asked if she's participating in the competition or just watching, but in both cases a ticket is needed. Malin stares at the ticket in her hand, furious that she's never seen anything like this before, where fighting requires paying extra. Malin looks at the huge crowd in surprise, figuring that with so many people wanting in, it's no wonder entry without a ticket is banned. Ryukyu Bai pushes through the crowd asking if Malin has come to fight him. Malin steps confidently toward Bai, greeting his opponent with pride in a loud voice. A man with a headband announces the start of the Wushu match broadcast, urging everyone to like the video. Bai delivers the first powerful punch to a stone slab, shattering it into splinters and saying this is his greeting. The red fighter keeps attacking, breaking concrete blocks with powerful punches and kicks filled with fury and strength. Stone slabs fly toward Malin at an enormous speed, which she's been silently watching all this time. Malin slams his fist against the stone wall, creating a massive explosion and forging a stone shield in front of himself. Malin hides behind his homemade shield from the flying rocks, but it can't withstand his furious attacks. Suddenly Bai attacks the girl, punching through the wall with his fist, but Malin manages to protect himself and deflect the blows. They keep fighting up close, exchanging blows, and the red-haired man lands several precise and powerful strikes. The red-haired warrior challenges him, demanding another hit, and Malin barely manages to block his attacks. The crowd discusses the fight, amazed by the power of the fighters, and someone wonders about the girl's identity and her teacher. Bai kicks out with a powerful strike, launching himself high into the air and preparing to crash down on his opponent. The girl tensely blocks the red-haired man's attack, pressing her hand against her head and focusing hard. Bai's attack was so strong the stone floor lifted into the air, creating a massive wave that destroyed part of the arena and kicked up dust. The crowd panics and scatters, someone shouting for everyone to hide as the debris flies in all directions at high speed. Among the crowd, fans try to dodge the flying debris, covering their heads with their hands, while a mysterious master effortlessly deflects the rocks. Yao Guan asks Lin Fei if Malin will be okay, showing concern for her friend. Ling Fei confidently replies that the unexpected strike from Bai Zhang didn't work, but then uses it as a chance for a counterattack. The girl charges into the fight, delivering a powerful kick to the red-haired man, only to realize he's already moving away. The fighters keep exchanging blows, spinning through the air and showing off incredible skills, which means neither is holding back. The audience watches closely, stunned by the speed and power of the fighters, especially the strength of Malin. One of the men in a white suit talks about the fight with the old man, noting the speed and precision, but then asks why someone would have such power. The old man asks his companion who taught Bai the forbidden techniques he's now using, not knowing that the answer will change everything. Bai clenches fists and declares that his father allowed him to use clan techniques. Bai can't dodge or block Malin's powerful attack because the punch wasn't even aimed at him. The red fighter rolls back sharply and bleeds out, leaving deep marks on the ground. He looks at her, commenting that she's doing surprisingly well, but it won't help her against his limitless power. The girl reacts surprised at his words, realizing that Bai isn't using his full abilities. Bai activates his maximum, showing swollen muscles and veins, ready to use his full power in the next attack. Bai's fighter stood in the center of the arena, his muscular body covered in veins, while the audience watched the action through an online stream. One of the men in a white suit asked the elder of Bai if taking in the red fighter would drain the life force from his body. The elder of Bao confidently replied that the technique only overloads the body, and if the fighter hadn't reached that level, he wouldn't have been able to use it. The red fighter launched himself forward at incredible speed, smashing the stone surface under his feet with a powerful leap. He used the technique Furious Storm, closing in on his opponent in a blur, intending to unleash a series of devastating blows. The red fighter caught up to the girl, creating his best attack from 100 furious punches. Yao Guan screams in panic, calling out to Malin and rushing forward to help her friend. The great sage Lin Feng calms her down, telling her not to worry and to carefully watch what's happening. Malin focuses and summons the spirit of the Northern Supreme Lord, who rises behind her, filling her with energy. The Northern Supreme Lord raises his hands in a gesture of aid toward his disciple, creating a radiant glow and a powerful aura around himself. With complete focus and determination, Malin activates a powerful technique, attacking the red-clad fighter with incredible strength. In the battle, two powerful energies clash, Malin's attack and the red fighter's counterattack, creating a blinding explosion on the arena. Old Master Bai watches as the power of the Northern Overlord's ruler is revealed, only to realize how strong it truly is. The red fighter, caught in the whirlwind of an attack, gets seriously injured, his body pierced by light, and he screams in pain. The red fighter is flung backward at high speed, his wound bleeding out, and he loses control before crashing to the ground. He lands hard on the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust, and a shockwave erupts around him showing the force of the blow. One of the spectators shouts in shock, declaring the red fighter has lost, unable to withstand Malin's powerful attack. Bai's father approaches the injured fighter, supporting him, and worries about how he's feeling. The man tries to wake the fighter up, but he's barely able to speak with a bloodied face and labored breathing. He tells the injured fighter to stay calm and say nothing, preparing him for aid and recovery after a brutal fight. Curious and worried, he wonders exactly what move Malin used to deal such a serious blow to the opponent. The fighter's father asks Malin what incredible attack disabled such a strong fighter as Bai Zhang. Malin proudly explains she used the devastating attack of the Northern Lord, showing off her skill and confidence in battle. The elder, listening closely, asks her to teach him this magnificent technique, belonging to the deity he worships. Bai's father corrects the old man, explaining that the offerings to the Northern Lord are on Yudanshan Mountain, not on Qincheng, which he confused. The man in white asks for Malin's instructor's name, curious about how he managed to teach such complex attacks to a young girl. Malin hesitates, turning back uncertainly as if seeking Lin Fei's permission. Scared by her instructor's terrifying gaze, Malin flinched and answered the man, calling Lin Fei her teacher. The man asks if there have ever been instructors in Sishu with the surname Lin. The horror watches the incredible fight, all along hiding in the crowd of spectators. He checks his phone and sees a message asking if he started the mission, which he hasn't even begun yet. Finding out that Malin has a strong mentor, Black Rose doubled the reward for completing the mission to 3 million. Kashmir came up with a new plan. He could find a new strong mentor who could help him take on Malin. On his phone screen is a message from Black Rose, wanting to know about Kashmir's new plans. Kashmir figured out how to make Lin Fei appear, so he wouldn't be able to stay out of the way when someone uses his own techniques against Malin. After an incredible battle against Bai, the Jin family returned to their mansion, where Yao Guan was tending to the wounded Malin. Lin Fei noticed the night killers still hadn't attacked them, even though they had the perfect opportunity on the arena, but then realized they were waiting for something else. As the great sage finished his thought, his phone rang, which meant someone was trying to reach him urgently. The immortal god got a call from Yao Zhicheng, who had finally returned to the country and was preparing to collaborate with the Jai family, only to find out he was already in trouble. Lin Fei calmly handed the phone to Yao Guan, letting her personally discuss all the details with Zhicheng, not knowing that the call would change everything. The girl hesitantly took Lin Fei's phone and answered Yao Zhicheng's call, who had agreed to provide microchips, but didn't realize how dangerous the deal was becoming. Leaving the girl to handle the collaboration on her own, Lin Fei stepped out onto the balcony, hoping to be alone, only to find the night killers had been waiting for him all along. Lin Fei stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance, lost in thoughts about his past and future. Yao Guan interrupted his thoughts by approaching him to return his phone. Unexpectedly, the girl blushed and directly asked Lin Fei why he was so kind to her. The sudden question surprised Lin Fei. Suddenly he saw her past incarnation in her. The calm expression on the girl's face transported Lin Fei back in time, reminding him of how he had loved her with all his heart for thousands of years. The girl is surprised by his words, realizing they had never met before, and finds it hard to believe his claims. The girl blushes and retreats back to her room, leaving cheerful Lin Fei alone, only to realize she's been acting like a fool. The next evening, Lin Fei and Yao Guan arrive at the Star Hotel, planning to meet President Yao to discuss business. Yao Guan is surprised when Lin Fei offers to come along, noting he hasn't seen little Yao in a while. The girl is flustered, imagining President Yao as the little one Lin Fei refers to, not knowing he's the same person. President Yao greets the guests warmly in the hotel, bowing politely to his future colleagues with a smile. Lin Fei introduces the young girl to President Yao, who immediately assumes she's the wife of the great sage. He gently squeezed the fragile little hand of the girl, only to realize how much he admired her family. The price the Yao family got for selling their expensive microchips to the Jai family didn't bring any real profit, and for Yao the deal was a big mistake. Respect for Lin Fei was worth far more than any money or losses, which for the Yao family were just a drop in the bucket. Lin Fei asks President Yao about the bracelet passed down from Emperor Shun, and wonders what happened to it after that. President Yao assures Lin that the bracelet was passed to his granddaughter, and she still keeps it as a symbol of their family. President Yao says his granddaughter remembers the moment she was lifted into the clouds, and she still talks about that event to this day. The president's granddaughter, even as an adult, hasn't forgotten her childhood dreams and wants to marry Lin Fei. Lin tells her not to think about anything and to find a suitable husband for herself, someone she can marry. President Yao agrees with a smile, adding that they need to find a man who will be a good husband and protect her. Lin abruptly cuts the conversation short, activating a magical artifact that surrounds President Zhao with strange symbols and energies. Lin explains that she's using an ancient technique known as the 7 Candles of Life Extension to prolong President Zhao's life. He says that once the enlightened Zhuge used this technique, but its true power lies in extending life by 12 years. Liney shows off the golden statue and says, only to reveal that according to his calculations, the president has just 5 years left to live, so the extension is a must. Liney warns him that for a successful life extension, constant effort and daily practice are needed, otherwise nothing will come of it. Liney Fei tells about a man who once attacked Yao Guan in childhood to steal her yin and compensate for her lack of yang. At the time, Yao Guan was just 9 years old, and since then she's been terrified of men and cautious around new acquaintances. Hearing the great sage's story, President Yao guessed that the criminal, more than likely, was one of Liney Fei's students. Liney Fei agreed, but his students knew about the rebirth of the great Empress Yao Guan, and the criminal used a forbidden magical spell. The president promises to do everything possible to untangle this complicated matter and get his debt back from Lin Fei. Late at night, something important and hidden from outsiders happens inside the Sun family's country house. A nightmare suddenly bursts into the house, leaping over the fence with ease, showing off its strength and agility. He plans to attack Old Sun, deciding that the moment has come, and wants to do it quickly and decisively. Walking inside, the nightmare confidently moves toward the sleeping victim, preparing to strike and blaming Old Sun for all his problems. Old Sun suddenly wakes up and, seeing the unexpected guest, tries to fight back against the nightmare. Old Man Sun barely has time to react before getting hit with a powerful blow from a hired killer of the night assassins. The man, hearing the noise, runs into the room and sees the fight happening. He shouts, asking what's going on. It was already too late. The nightmare had already escaped from the old man's room by leaping out the window. The man gives the order to capture the attacker, and his men immediately rush to help, trying to subdue the aggressor. Sun cries, holding his dead grandfather in his hands. The young man recognizes the handwriting in the wound as the family bodyguard Zaiwu Malin. Young Sun, in despair, vows to take revenge for what happened, swears to find the culprits and punish everyone behind this attack. Dad suggests calling the police first before blaming anyone, only to find out they'll handle the mess instead of taking sides. The cops arrive at the scene, but the attacker's already long gone, leaving behind a trail of chaos and destruction. Yao Guan strolls out of her house, yawns, and is surprised to see strange things happening around her. She spots the police and asks what's going on, confused by all the noise around her home. The officers talk about the suspect escaping and order the exits to be blocked so he can't get away. A cop tells them to open the door, ramming the family's gates with their car in the process. The siren car swerves sharply. Police officers crash through the mansion gates with force. The gates of the house suddenly come loose from their hinges and fly forward, making everyone around panic and realize something's gone wrong. The cop notices someone coming out of the house and curses, realizing the situation is slipping out of control. He panics about getting arrested because the circumstances have become too unpredictable and dangerous. Milan runs out of the house and charges forward, ready to take the falling gates head-on. She hits the gates with incredible strength, flinging them aside, leaving everyone in shock at her power and determination. The cop is surprised to ask if she's really a person, watching as she easily flings the iron door open. Lin Fei calmly says there was no need to block the iron gates with her fist. Sun points at the young Mu Moli, thinking she must have killed his grandfather with the same move last night. Director Wan shouts for weapons to be prepared, and his team instantly starts moving forward. Yao Guan is confused and asks what's going on, clearly expecting someone to explain the situation. The guard reports that the bodyguard is suspected of murder, and by law they must detain Moli. Ling Fei, who clearly knew nothing about what had happened, asks if his grandfather is dead. Sun yells at the guard and tries to hit him, but he's immediately grabbed and neutralized. The cop explains that the grandfather was killed in his own house, and the Li family is suspected of the crime. Yao Guan tries to justify herself, claiming the bodyguard was with her and couldn't have committed the murder. The guard doubts her words and says her statements don't make sense in this situation. Malin, in fear, asks where they know which spirits she usually uses. Sung replies that the scent of perfume still lingers in his grandfather's bedroom, implying the suspect was there, but only to realize it's a clue pointing to someone else. The great sage Lin insults the young Sung Hao, saying the perfumes could have simply been stolen by Malin, which is when Sung starts to doubt his own theory. The man orders Yao Guan to release Malin, insisting they must follow the law and avoid mistakes, but then he secretly knows she's innocent. Near the great Lin Fei, Yao Guan feels safer and more at ease, especially when he confidently solves every problem, which means he's not as worried as he seems. The police cuff young Wu Milan, planning to take her to the station and question her about the murder, but they don't know she's the real victim. The great sage has no choice but to handle this himself, so he calls the little Jiang kid, only to find out he's already involved in the case. Yao Guan is curious about who the little kid Jian is, and if he can help them with their current problem. She's surprised to learn that Lin Fei knows Chief Jian, who's a powerful figure in the world of law. The chief says the situation is getting worse, and more people are starting to take an interest in the case. Lin Fei claims she was set up by the Dark Knight organization, acting out of hidden motives. Hearing about the big organization of night killers, the chief immediately recalls the most brutal member of the night killers, the Nightmare. The chief says if the criminal doesn't surrender within 2 weeks, Wu Malin will face big problems. The police chief puts out his cigarette, promising to conduct a thorough investigation, even with limited time to work with. Lin Fei warns that this is a strategically planned attack, but emphasizes that the opponents won't stop at anything. Carrying out such an investigation was nearly impossible, but the police chief decides to trust the great god and follow his guidance. The man holds his cigarette thoughtfully, contemplating the situation, staring out the window and weighing the possible consequences. The police chief recalls his youth, the tragic events he failed to prevent. The old man cries, watching his frozen-in-ice granddaughter, realizing he'll never see her again. He lights another cigarette, figuring out he's got to get revenge for his old man, but only to realize he'll do it no matter the cost. Sun snaps at the mansion, yelling at the police for not doing their job and not taking out Wu Malin. His father, standing beside him, tells him to go to their mentor, thinking that the only way to handle this is with harsh measures. On another shot, Lin invites Yao Guan to play chess, and she admits she's not very good at it. Yao Guan watches in shock and anger as the car crashes into the mansion gates right in front of her. The driver smashes into the mansion at high speed, tearing through everything in his path. Sun Hao loses it from grief over his loss, laughing wildly and cursing everyone responsible for his grandfather's murder, only to realize he's gone mad. Sun Hao's mentor tells the young guy to stay in the car while he personally deals with their family's enemies, but then Ling Fei, holding Yao Guan in her arms, fiercely orders the young madman to get out of the car, not knowing that he's about to be pulled into the sky. The madman shouts that he can't control his body, but then gets suddenly pulled into the air by Ling Fei's power, which is when he realizes he's completely helpless. He flies back with a stunned look on his face, understanding that his opponent has superhuman abilities and there's nothing he can do about it. With a loud scream and a crack, Sun Hao crashes to the ground, breaking stone tiles and leaving a dent in the pavement. His face twists in pain and shock, blood trickles from his mouth, but he realizes he's trapped. The instructor, watching the whole thing, kicks the door off the broken car and jumps out of it. The man with the calm gaze watches his opponent closely, calculating every move and assessing the situation. The door from the car crashes onto Lin Fei, who creates a powerful energy wave to protect himself from the hit. Master and instructor Sun demands that Lin Fei release his student, or else he'll kill the great sage. Lin Fei kicks Sun's lifeless body and says no one has the right to talk to him in such a disrespectful tone. The mentor attacks, firing a fiery sphere that scorches the air and instantly obliterates Lin Fei. But the strike misses its mark, and the mentor, caught off guard, is sent flying and crashes into the floor. The defeated guests, unprepared for such a swift end to the fight, question how Lin Fei could be so powerful. The title of teacher was nothing to Lin Fei, whose strength was worthy of a higher rank. The defeated intruders didn't understand why the title of teacher was an insult to Lin Fei. With a single hand movement, Lin Fei restored the broken furniture, and the floating chairs began to slowly repair themselves. The great sage Lin Fei warns everyone around him that they'll be too late to escape if they don't make the right choice. The mentor apologizes to Master Li, saying the events were like a blur, and begs for forgiveness. But then, after those false words, he suddenly attacks, claiming he won't tolerate what's happening and will fight to the end. Poisonous needles pierce the body of Lin Fei, who's sitting on the restored chair, not even moving after the attack. The opponent laughs happily, believing he's won, and claims the great sage won't survive because of these needles. Lin Fei calmly asks if his opponent is using meridian acupuncture, showing his knowledge of the techniques. He stays calm despite the blow, which surprises his opponent, who didn't expect such composure. The opponent starts to panic, realizing the man knows not just the move's name but also stays cool no matter the attack. Wounded Sun Hao runs happily to Yao Guan, sharing an idea he thinks will be better for their victory. He roughly grabs Yao Guan's hand, planning to use her as leverage against the immortal deity Ling Fei. The mentor laughs and smiles, hoping his actions will cause Ling Fei pain and humiliation. But Ling Fei attacks Sun Hao suddenly, breaking his arm and freeing Yao Guan, taking back control of the situation. Sun Hao begs his opponent to let him go, clutching his broken arm and crying in pain, only to realize he's trapped. The great sage delivers a swift strike, sending his opponent flying back and breaking his right leg, but then the opponent collapses. After the brutal blow, Sun Hao screams in agony, while Lin Fei calmly watches his suffering, not knowing how he's still moving. The mentor can't understand how Lin Fei is even able to move after his attack of hundreds of venomous needles, which means he's outmatched. Lin Fei easily lifts the needles, showing his complete superiority, and mockingly points out the futility of his opponent's efforts before laughing. The opponent realizes in horror that all his knowledge and tactics mean nothing against such power, and he's trapped with no escape. Ling Fei finishes her moves and hurls her own needles at him, not letting the mentor escape the battlefield. After dealing with Sun Hao's mentor, Ling Fei slowly walks toward him as he sobs and begs her to let him go. At first, due to the events with Sun Hao's father, Ling Fei didn't want to kill him, but after his attack, the great sage was ready to take his life. But at that moment, Yao Guan intervenes and asks Ling Fei to reconsider and not follow the plan of the real prisoner. After releasing the subordinates, Ling Fei notices that they didn't thank Yao Guan for her kindness, but later will do wicked things to her instead. The girl questions if she's being too kind to her sneaky enemies. The great sage says that for people like their enemies, life and death mean nothing, and they don't deserve kindness. He warns that these people will surely come back and try to harm again if they're let go without punishment. The man recalls past events and says that if it weren't for Yao Guan's kindness 1,000 years ago, misfortunes wouldn't have happened. The girl asks Lin Fei why, if he didn't originally feel the poison, he pretended to be unable to move. The man smiles and says it just seemed interesting to him, and asks if it wasn't interesting to her too. Yao Guan is puzzled and expresses shock, not understanding how he can find such behavior interesting. The man calmly explains that if she had lived for 200 million years, this world would seem incredibly boring and monotonous to her. The people in the room are surprised and ask what happened to Sun Hao and who could have beaten them if Malin was arrested. Sun Hao declares that Lin Fei is much stronger than Wu Malin and that he's clearly not an ordinary bodyguard. The mentor angrily replies that his channels were blocked and no one can solve this problem yet. A breaking news message appears on the screen with hot updates about an incident involving the Jai family. Yao Guan, reading the news, grumbles angrily at Tao Qian, who completely doesn't understand the law. The great sage claims that the guarantee of the law depends not on official documents, but on real power. The former empress surprises him by asking if he has any plan for this. The great sage calmly replies that he has no plan because, as he says, fighting against people like them isn't necessary. He adds that if someone tries to pressure him, he'll destroy that person the moment he gets the chance. On screen, a news report about him appears as today's top story, presenting him as a dangerous person. Others read comments and are shocked by what's happening, trying to figure out what's going on and what to do next. Sun Hao, furious after injuring Lin Fei, throws his phone at the wall in a fit of rage. An old man in traditional clothing, with a long white beard, is outraged that the city's martial arts masters have lost their honor. He calls the situation in the city a complete mess, where even a fool can call himself a teacher. The wise Tao Qian firmly declares his intention to gather all the masters of the city Duzhen. He orders his student to inform all families that everyone must gather at a designated place in 2 days. Tao Qian isn't afraid to call even those families he's at war with, including the Bai and Jai families, to the gathering. He says that if he destroys these people, the wealth will go to the young son, but only to find out that it's not as simple as it seems. The student, kneeling on the floor, thanks his mentor with respect and awe for his courage and wisdom, but then realizes how much he has to learn. While reading the news, Lin Fei is surprised to learn that a fight is needed when a simple conversation could have resolved everything. So he wants to settle it peacefully, but somehow it's not that easy. Injured Sun Hao, sitting in a wheelchair, yells at Lin Fei, repeating his teacher Tao Qing's words, but not knowing that he's about to face a bigger challenge. Lin Fei confidently tells him to scram, creating a powerful flame around himself that forces the opponents to retreat, but only to realize how much power he's actually holding. With his teacher Sun Hao stunned and pale-faced, steps back in shock at Lin Fei's display of power, which is when he finally understands the true cost of this battle. Sung, sitting in his wheelchair, shouts in despair that his mentor will be able to handle Lin Fei later on. Lin Fei talks on the phone, on which screen shows an incoming call from Yu Lin Sheng asking about progress. On the other end of the line, Jiang reports on the problems that arose with processing the large amount of information and asks for more time. He explains that he needs more resources and time because the current situation is very complicated and requires careful analysis. Lin Fei, listening to the report, tells the police chief that he'll go to the precinct himself to get the information. At the same time, the guy in glasses and his subordinates are at Lin Fei's car, meeting him and discussing the problems that arose during the investigation. The rest of the officers are surprised to see the police chief being so friendly with an ordinary young guy, but then they realize he's actually trying to get information from him. Ling Fei walks into the office with the security footage records and notices how exhausted the police officers are, only to find out they've been working non-stop all night. Understanding how much effort they've put into this case, Ling Fei orders them to take a break, not knowing that they're still needed for the next part of the investigation. The tired police officers leave the office, holding onto their aching bodies, while Ling Fei asks to see all the available monitors, which means the real work is just beginning. The police chief doubts Ling Fei's request to turn on 16 cameras and speed up the footage 36 times, not realizing how crucial this moment is for solving the case. Closing his eyes, Ling Fei activates the energy lines coming from the monitors, which is when he finally gets the information he needs to move forward. Lin Fei finds something important and confidently speaks about the footage from 7 monitors. The police chief complies by including the necessary video clips and asks about the problems. The surveillance camera shows a building with a figure in a white suit standing near the entrance. The man in the white suit walks up the stairs and suspiciously looks around. The great sage claims to have seen this suspicious man in a white suit 3 times in different places. Lin Fei first saw this man on Mount Qinshan, but he wasn't hostile then, so the great sage didn't pay him any attention. His companion suggests using the surveillance system to gather information on the person they're interested in. At the Blue Coast area, all the noble families gathered at the request of the great Shifu. At the gathering, all the noble guests were present except Lin Fei, whom the young son Hao wanted to search for. However, the great Shifu completely didn't want to see Lin Fei and would have killed him himself if he had appeared at his gathering. The young son wanted to make a statement, but Bai interrupted him, who didn't want to hear anything from a weak person and had come only at Master Shifu's request. The elder abruptly stands up, showing his determination and willpower before his guests. He addresses the gathered crowd, promising support and benefits for everyone if they join him and become his followers. In the hall, people gather, discussing the healing properties of the amazing pills and their impact on health. The man in the white suit mocks the conversation, claiming his age makes the pills unnecessary. The elder speaks confidently about his power and insists he won't force anyone to join him unless they can defeat him first. As this discussion unfolds, the second teacher of the Bai family, the senior Bai Boiju, appears and challenges the elder to a duel. Yao Guan, who has arrived, watches the unexpected battle between Bai and Master Shifu unfold on the arena. Yao Guan explains serious face that Bai Boiju activated his defensive aura. She claims Bai Boju's defense is so strong even bullets can't pierce it. Her opponent confidently states that despite Bai Boju's power, his defeat is inevitable, which surprises the girl. Tense confrontation begins on the arena, and the opponents are tense waiting for the attack. Shifu activates his defensive aura, surrounding himself with a powerful energy barrier. The man in brown makes a sudden dash forward, leaving behind multiple images, creating the effect of multiple attacks. He stops suddenly, realizing his strikes can't break through his opponent's defense, no matter how equal their strength is. The man with white hair activates a bright golden shield, securing his position on the arena. The force wave from his protective field pushes back his opponent, forcing them to fall. His opponent gets hit hard in the stomach and loses balance. The blow was too strong, damaging his internal organs. The gathered audience shouts in surprise that one of the strongest people was defeated by just one strike. The silver-haired man loudly declares he's ready to fight anyone who dares challenge him. Old man with white hair turns to his student, who reports the arrival of Lin Fei. Old man threatens Lin Fei, warning him about punishment for breaking rules and showing disrespect. Group of observers discuss Lin Fei's arrival, thinking he'll have a tough time in battle. Lin Fei notices that old Master Shifu didn't perfect his 5-element protective shell, which is why he'll lose the fight easily. Old Master pulls out his sword from its sheath, calling on the Tao Sage to show his skills and not hold back. Old man in golden armor admits the strength of a top-tier teacher from Qincheng Mountain. The blue-clad opponent charges in, trying to break through the Golden Warrior's defense with his sword. The Golden Warrior holds his ground, blocking every strike and keeping his opponent from landing a hit. An old man in fiery armor appears, surrounded by flames and showcasing his unique 5-element defense. He attacks with a grin, launching a powerful fire-based attack from the A fiery stream erupts from old Shifu's hands and hits his opponent, who inevitably falls into the crowd. He burns his opponent with his fiery cloak, striking them with a powerful wave of fire and force. The man in fiery armor calls out Lin Fei's teacher, showing off his confidence in his own strength. A group of people watch in surprise, thinking the challenge to the teacher was a reckless move. The young man tells his teacher to take care, showing confidence in his victory. Bei advises Lin Fei not to fight the great Shifu and to save his life while he still can. Bei's father tells Lin Fei to use the extra time to call the teacher for help. The woman with green hair looks with suspicion, doubting the young opponent's strength. Her dad grabs her by the arm roughly, demanding she show respect for the great teacher Lin Fei, but only to realize she's already in trouble. Lin Fei ignores the advice of those around him and takes a step toward Shifu, claiming it was he who taught Mo Lin, which means he's about to get wrecked. The man with a smile chats with those around him about Lin Fei's condition, calling it strange and unstable, not knowing that he's about to snap back. Looking at her colleague, the green-haired girl wondered why Yao Guan had come to certain death, only to find out she was doing it for a reason. However, Yao Guan looked at her bodyguard Lin Fei with admiration, which only made her friend more confused about her actions. Shifu leaps at Lin Fei with a sudden attack, showing fast and fierce movements in battle, which is when everything goes sideways. Black energy flares around them, highlighting the danger and power, capturing the attention of both viewers and participants, but only to reveal how overwhelming it really is. Lin Fei mocks the old man's weak attack, calling him weak and unserious, but then he's about to realize just how dangerous he really is. Old Master Shifu reacts in surprise to the opponent's actions, his eyes showing fear and disbelief, which means he's not prepared for what's coming next. The guy lands a quick strike that neutralizes the old man's attack and sends his hand flying, before realizing how much stronger he really is. The guy calmly explains that it's just a counterattack and advises the old man to stop attacking, only to show how much he's underestimated the situation. The green-haired girl and the red-haired boy watch in confusion, discussing the opponent's strength, not knowing that things are about to get way more intense. An old man uses a protective ability under bright yellow light, preparing for another attack. The old man in golden armor attacks, surrounded by bright light and ready to deliver a powerful strike. The boy calmly and confidently watches the attacking old man Shifu, not showing any fear. The white-clad man discusses the observed situation with other men, analyzing his opponent's moves. The boy and the old man stand face to face, ready to continue the battle. The man in red armor attacks with a fiery wave, surrounded by bright flames. Old Shifu swings his fiery red arm at the opponent's head with determination in battle. A bright flash of fire blinds everyone around, creating an impressive spectacle that draws the audience's attention. The old man watches in confusion as the fight unfolds, not expecting that Lin Fei could have survived. The guy stands confidently before the old man, completely unharmed after his powerful fiery explosion. The watching audience covers their eyes in shock from the flash, their expressions full of surprise and worry. Bai remembers how he once mistook Lin Fei for an ordinary guard and insulted such a great person. An old man, determined, weighs his options to end the fight before it gets any worse. He sends waves of water rushing forward, trying to trap his opponent and stop them from attacking. He grins, thinking his trap has worked and the battle is over. On the other side, two people watch the action, impressed by the old man's skill and experience. Old man Shifu is sure of his victory but doubts the strength of his opponent, who looks weak in the water trap. He watches the young man trapped in the water sphere, thinking he can't escape, but Lin easily pops the bubble. He focuses, starts gathering power in his hand, ready to strike back. He channels a golden beam straight at the old man, breaking through his defenses. The old man yells in pain and surprise, only to realize he seriously underestimated his opponent. The old man collapsed on the arena, shocking everyone with his injuries and weakness. The crowd talks about the incredible strength of the opponent, who managed to defeat the old man with one hit. The old man, despite his injuries, tries to focus, insisting he can't die right now. He tries to gather his strength and focus his energy to recover, but looks utterly drained. The young opponent arrogantly declares he'll destroy the old man's cultivation, leaving him no chance to heal. The old man's young assistants are terrified, begging the opponent to spare them and promising they'll surrender. The young man threatens, saying he'll destroy everyone if anyone dares to interfere. He warns the old man to hand him over to the main one, explaining resistance will be useless and lead to the death of their whole clan. The old man, defeated and injured, screams, bleeding out, unable to believe what's happening. The old man's supporters watch with worry as he suffers a defeat, realizing that the opponent is too strong. Jai notes with admiration that such confidence belongs only to true strong personalities, like the divine Lin Fei. When Lin approaches his beloved, she notices he looked really cool, and he asks if he's developed feelings for her. Blushing and flustered, she jokingly replies that no feelings have appeared, slightly disappointing Lin Fei. The girl is also curious about what the so-called teacher levels are and what they mean for him. He explains that a teacher is just the beginning of the path, the foundation for becoming a great master, but to him, it's no different from an ordinary insect, which surprises the girl. He asks the question, curious about how and who from the Bai family could have poisoned her. Yao Guan talks about possible culprits, mentioning the Zhao and Bai families, not suspecting them at all. The young man stares into the distance, thinking that someone might reveal themselves later. At night, police surround the house, where they suspect the real killer's son is hiding. Lin Fei jumps from the roof of the building against the bright moon, telling the officers he'll be there. The officers notice movement on the roof and point in his direction, confused and trying to figure it out. The police chief shoves the officer aside, warning the officers to stay quiet and act like they saw nothing. Lin Fei confidently opens the door and stands in the center of the room, surrounded by gleaming daggers. But he quickly reacts to the trap and blocks the arrow tips with an energy shield. The nightmare, watching the police through binoculars, doesn't realize who entered his house if the police didn't move. In an instant, Lin Fei ends up behind the nightmare, who immediately notices him and tries to attack first. His gaze turns cold and merciless. He blocks the nightmare's knife attack with his own. The opponent flies back through the air, tearing through the wall with such force it shatters behind him. The nightmare's body pierces the wall completely, sending flying debris scattering across the street. The man stands calmly, watching the opponent freeze in place under the power's effect. The opponent tries to attack again, but his movements are frozen, leaving him helplessly suspended in midair. The great master, hands in his pockets, watches the opponent disapprovingly, questioning his attack on Yao Guan. The nightmare asks Lin Fei why, with all his power and the ability to rule the world, he wastes his time on just an ordinary woman. He explains that the pleasures of the world have long lost their appeal to him, and he sees no point in ruling, because all he needs is his beloved Yao Guan. Besides that, all masters like Lin Fei prefer tranquility and harmony, not trying to conquer this world. Lin Fei, looking into the distance, calmly asks the head of the organization, Dark Knight, a question. But the nightmare wounded demands an answer to his final question, which for Lin Fei is an art form. The black-clad opponent demands an answer, losing patience and fixing a furious gaze on the opponent. The man, smiling, explains that for him, art is the moment when life ends and death begins. A huge explosion lights up the night, creating a massive bright beam of light that blinds the police officers. The officers panic and try to call for help, seeing the aftermath of the explosion at the scene. Two officers look toward the destroyed building, surprised and discussing what they just witnessed, showing confusion. Among the smoke, light appears, revealing two people standing among the debris of the explosion. One of the men is in shock, not believing both survived such a powerful blast, which was protected by Lin Fei. The hired killer of the night assassins, defeated and lost, realizes his plan didn't work. Lin Fei got really angry because he could easily kill the nightmare and bring it back to life several times in a row. The nightmare agreed to answer all his questions, but then asked to be allowed to end his own life. The serious-faced man asks who hired him and orders him to name the person. He hands over his phone, which has the names of his contacts, but the client remains unknown. It turns out the Black Rose was secretly dating Bai Zhane while betraying him at the same time. The man in black threateningly warns him that he's giving him a chance to end his own life. His opponent pulls out a note and suggests starting the search with Bai Zhane. The police chief points to the man in the suit and asks Lin Fei if they caught that person. He confirms it's the Night Terror, and then the officer hits him in the face. The accused admits guilt and reveals he framed Wu Malin, claiming he was acting on orders from someone above. He's ordered to give testimony and the interrogation ends, promising to record everything on video. The Terror doubts the truth of Lin Fei's promises and questions his sincerity, but Lin promises he can kill himself after the testimony. A man in black holds his phone, thinking about who hired the head of the Night Killers, the Black Rose. That same evening, Lin Fei visits the headquarters of the Night Killers organization. He's in a spacious room, carefully checking out the interior and setup. His attention is drawn to a secluded spot where the Bai family lives, and he decides to head there. Stepping outside, he gets a call on his phone from Chief Giant. After receiving the call, he starts listening to the information being passed to him over the phone. They're told the criminal who was caught earlier committed suicide after admitting his guilt. The Bai family meets Master Lin Fei at the entrance of the mansion and politely offers their help to the wise man. The great sage replies he needs to speak with Bai Zhang and enters the mansion without waiting for an invitation. Sitting in the chair, Lin Fei waits for Bai Xhan to approach, dressed in a shirt with the Bai symbol. Bai Xhan approaches and politely asks why he's here, but he asks Bai Zhang what he knows about the Dark Knight and hints at important information. Bai Xhan starts to get nervous and explains that Hai Mengui is the love of his life and they plan to secretly get married. Lin Fei replies that Bai has tried multiple times to kill Lin Fei's beloved woman, and he's going to find her and get revenge. But Bai is very attached to the Black Rose, which he loves incredibly and doesn't want to give up to Lin Fei. He insists on offering his life in exchange for protecting his beloved and begs to spare his family. Great Master Lin Fei calmly tells the red-haired guy that Bai Zhang is someone he likes. The man hands him a slip with a password, promising to reveal the real truth about the Black Rose, the leader of the Night Killers. Bai Zhang looks at the slip, stunned, and questions what's on the disc with the password. The guy explains that the disc holds the truth about the Black Rose and her actions, but only to reveal it's something bigger than he expected. He adds that Hai Mengui is married to the leader of the Dark Knight, Mao Chuliu, and young Bai was just a toy to her, which means the whole thing is way more twisted than it seems. Shocked, Bai Chen struggles to believe what he's hearing and doubts what Lin Fei told him, not knowing how deep the lie goes. The man in black offers Bai Chen to listen to the recording, telling him to play it on his laptop, which is when the real truth starts to unfold. Bai Chen listens nervously to the Black Rose's voice coming from the laptop speakers, not realizing it's the start of a bigger trap. On the recording, the Black Rose says she's using Bai Chen as just part of her plan, which is when everything clicks into place and the stakes rise. The woman's voice mocks Bai Zhang's naivety, treating him like a puppet in her hands, but only to admit she made him believe he was risking everything for him. Bai Zhang hears her planning to manipulate him for her own ambitions and goals. Red-haired Bai Zhang smashes the laptop in fury, unable to bear the betrayal he's just uncovered. Lin Fei calmly restores the broken laptop, urging Bai Zhang to watch the recording through to the end. He freezes, struggling to contain the rage and pain of the revelations he's just heard. With a tense face, Bai Zhang firmly presses the play button on the laptop. On screen, a man and woman gently holding each other stand in a room. Bai Zhang clenches his fists, rage boiling inside him, and smashes the laptop screen with one punch. Still trembling from anger, he turns to Lin and asks for permission to handle things himself. The man in black remains calm, watching Bai Zhang's resolve and emotions unfold. Lin sternly instructs Bai Zhang, pointing out his mistakes and weakness, urging him to be tough, not fall for tricks, and fight for himself. The red-haired boy was favored by the great sage, so Lin Fei grants him new powers. Bei collapses on the couch, asking Lin what he did, only to find out he gave him new shocking knowledge. Bei kneels before Lin Fei, thanking him for his kindness, but then realizes the master healed his body and gave him power. This night Bei is determined to cut the corrupt bond tying him to the Night Rose, which means he'll have to face the truth. Bei Zhang and Hai Menjiu are on the rooftop where he meets his lover, but she's already tense and trying to hide her fear. She's forced to act decisively despite the risks, not knowing that Hai Menjiu is already manipulating him for her own gain. Hai Menjiu continues her manipulations, clearly seducing Bei Zhang and playing with his emotions, which is exactly what she wants. She tries to keep him under her control, but he finally decides to take action back. He plays her recording where she talks about how she tried to use Bai Zhang for her own purposes, mentioning his talents and potential. After finding out she's been exposed, the Black Rose secretly slashes her blade toward Bai's throat. The woman wonders why the red-haired man isn't resisting or fighting back against her. Bai, heartbroken, says he would have been happy if she had lied to him his whole life, but now he can only accept his death. She attacks Bai Zhang with fury, deciding this is the final battle that won't reveal her husband's secret to him. Someone interrupts the woman's attack, knocking the knife from her hand and stopping her from killing Bai. Ling Fei climbs up to the roof, stopping the woman and saving the red-haired Bai. He slaps Bai, scolding him for his weakness and deceit, reminding him that he was the one who had begged to fight her. Ling Fei, floating in the air, continues to berate the man, who turned out to be weak against the woman's charms. Bai Zhang gathers all his strength to protect himself and finish their fight. In their battle, both show everything they're capable of, displaying their powerful attacks and determination. Bai Zhang calls on all his strength to stand against the woman charging at him with a weapon, confident in her victory. He doesn't take her threats seriously, confident in his power, and asks her what her toy knife can possibly do. She replies that her silver glow will surpass any of his skills, and shows off her abilities by attacking him with a powerful magical strike. The strike turns out unexpectedly strong. Bai Zhang doesn't have time to defend himself and gets seriously wounded. He falls, and the woman notices with cold calm that he made a mistake, underestimating her. This becomes a turning point in the battle, showing that despite all his strength, Bai Zhang underestimated his opponent, which could cost him his life. The woman with the knife takes her chance, delivering the final blow to Bai Zhangyu just as he's vulnerable. At first she really wanted to use him, but then she realizes she's actually got strong feelings for him too, making things way more complicated. Bai Zhangyu, stunned by the betrayal and her confession, can't believe her words, not knowing what to think anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Yeri makes a sarcastic comment about the moral values at play, comparing the situation to some cheesy TV drama. The woman, annoyed by Lin Yeri's remark, throws the knife at him, showing just how much she despises him. The main hero easily dodges the attack, leaping aside to show off his quick reflexes and agility. He decides to pretend he's dead and stay nearby, hoping to hear what the woman has to say next, curious about how things will unfold. The woman starts with a seductive speech, recalling how everything began and how she became his lover. She manipulates him, reminding him of their bond, and asks why he believed the false rumors, implying she never asked him to do anything else. Then she admits she killed many, but her feelings were genuine for only 2 people, including him, whom she's now trying to prove her love to again. He rejects her words, calling them lies, but she keeps insisting that nothing can stop their moment, trying to calm him and lure him in. She proposes a reconciliation, trying to seduce him with her words and actions, hoping to get a response from him. Ling Fei can't take the lies anymore, so he restores Bai Zhang's channels and heals his wounds. Energy and power start filling his body, and he transforms, ready to take action. He completely changes, gaining incredible strength and confidence, which is clear in his gaze. The woman, furious, launches a flurry of sharp blades toward her opponent with certainty in her victory, only to realize the outcome is far from certain. Bai Zhang, not ready to give up, charges forward, shouting that this time he won't lose. He gathers all his energy and determination into a powerful punch, unleashing his full power. His strikes become fast and unstoppable. He attacks with incredible power, fully determined to win at any cost. Bai Zhang gathers all his fury and energy into one powerful surge, his eyes filled with resolve, his body tensed for a crushing blow. He charges forward, surrounded by powerful energy streams that look like whirlwinds. His strength has no limits, and he's ready to destroy everything in his path. The woman tries to dodge, but Bai Zhang's powerful strikes hit their mark. Her body overtakes panic when she realizes she's losing control. Swords and energy continue to surround her, colliding and knocking her off balance. She weakens, not believing the opponent's power could be this great. The woman falls from height, losing control of her body. Her fall becomes inevitable, and her screams show her despair and fear. Her body helplessly tumbles downward, until she crashes into the ground, her face showing pain and despair. Bai Zhang charges forward, reaching out his hand to catch her at the last second, determined to save her from falling for good. They grip each other and the woman looks at him, full of doubt and pain, asking why he didn't let go of her hand despite everything that happened between them. Bai Zhang admits he doesn't know why he couldn't let go, saying he couldn't watch her die no matter their differences. She confesses she didn't want everything to end like this, and that her feelings maybe were genuine. He expresses regret that things went too far and isn't sure if salvation is even possible. She looks at him with despair, admits that even if he saves her, her life still lacks meaning, but then realizes she's doomed to punishment no matter what Bai Zhang does. The Black Rose decides to let go of her hand. Knowing it's for the best, their hands part and she falls downward, sinking into the abyss below. Bai Zhang shouts her name but understands the punishment is inevitable and he couldn't have done anything else. Watching her fall, his heart shatters with guilt and regret. Ling watches the scene unfold, commenting that the woman chose her own path and got what was coming to her. Bai Zhang is shocked by what happened, feeling deep emotions over her fall, only to realize he can't change what's already done. Ling activates his ability, summoning images of people killed by the Black Rose, reminding him that despite everything, his life still has meaning. Bai Zhang feels empty, realizing his actions led to tragedy, his eyes full of regret and confusion. Ling tries to inspire Bai Zhang to rethink his actions and seek redemption. The great sage remembers how he once made a mistake, creating a genius without knowing where it would lead. Bai Zhang falls to his knees in tears before Ling, ready to fight for a better future and asking to become his apprentice. Ling reflects, watching Bai Zhang, seeing his determination and pain, which reminds him of another student he had in the past. Ling hesitates, but seeing Bai Zhang's sincere desire tells him to stand, showing his willingness to give him a chance, which leaves Bai Zhang stunned and surprised, happy his request was accepted. Linya recalls a moment from his past, where his student stands in the midst of burning chaos and destruction, only to realize it's the moment he nearly lost control. Bai Zhang wants to ask his teacher Linya for a favor, but the teacher immediately understands and gives him permission, not knowing how much it will change everything. Later, Bai Zhang bids farewell to the Black Rose, symbolically burning her body to close the past and start a new life, which means he's finally letting go of his old self. After finishing his task, the student returns to his teacher Linya, who had been patiently waiting for his return all along, which is when the truth about his journey finally clicks. Lin Fei reaches into his pocket, noting he even has a gift for Bai Zhang, which is when he realizes it's not just a token, it's a promise. The teacher gives Bai Zhang the art of gathering qi, explaining it's the only medicine that can help him reach the afterheaven, which means he's about to change everything. Bai Zhang is stunned because that way he can become the founder, but then he cheers up after receiving such a valuable gift from his new teacher. He praises Lin's generosity, saying that such a gift is very meaningful to him and he can't take something so expensive. Lin tells Bai Zhang not to worry and just accept the gift, explaining that he has many like this and it's not a big loss for him. Bai Zhang is shocked and at the same time impressed that such a costly item means nothing to Lin Fei. Bai Zhang thinks to himself that Lin might have just wanted to calm him down so he could accept the gift with a clear conscience. However, for Lin Fei, such a gift really means nothing more than that. He's afraid that if someone found out about his cheap gift, there would be a scandal. Bai Zhang tries to figure out what's driving Lin and why he didn't ask He Mengui. Lin Fan says to Bai Zhang that he hates problems and is ready to eliminate them if they arise. Bai Zhang stands before the door ready to enter his room, thinking that everyone is already asleep. Bai Zhang sits on his bed holding a vial of elixir given to him by his teacher. Now he'll be able to use it fully to improve his abilities. He opens the vial and pulls out a bright, glowing pill, looking at it with interest. His thoughts are focused on the power of the medicine, its calming scent able to change his strength. Bai Zhang decides not to wait around and swallows several pills at once. After taking the pills, his face lights up with a powerful glow. His energy starts to rise and he feels an incredible force flooding his body, ready to use this new power. Bai Zhang sits in a meditative pose, surrounded by a strong aura of fire that burns around him, fully focused on the process, feeling the energy seeping into his body. His body begins to rise into the air, surrounded by streams of glowing energy that shimmer in bright waves. The light grows brighter, and he feels his power reaching a new level. Bai Zhang shouts in surprise and excitement, realizing he's finally achieved what he's longed for, feeling refreshed, with power bubbling inside him. Standing in a proud and confident stance, Bai Zhang clenches his fists, his hands surrounded by energy flows, becoming the founder, and with admiration he acknowledges the amazing effect of the medicine. The bright mansion of the Zai family, surrounded by greenery and blooming plants, emphasizes an atmosphere of calm and comfort. Inside the mansion, Yao Guan is brushing her teeth, cheerful and carefree, her mood seeming completely at ease. Lin sits outside by the mansion, deep in thought about his next moves, lost in contemplation under the shadow of the house's elegant architecture. A black luxury car approaches the mansion, its presence impressive and highlighting the status of the arriving guest. The arriving Sen mentions that the founder sent people with a message. Lin listens carefully, holding the game piece with a serious expression, showing the conversation means a lot to him. An old man in a suit, clearly nervous, delivers a message from the founder to the main character, warning not only Lin Fei but also the Jai family. Lin dismisses the warning casually, telling the master they can come themselves if they want to meet him. He's too lazy to go, and makes a move in the game showing his confidence and strength. The man admits he's missing a few key ingredients for the medicine and that he wouldn't dare boast to the Holy Lord, knowing how hard it is to obtain the power of these elements. Lin calms the man down, saying it's not his fault, since most miraculous medicines are nearly impossible to find, showing understanding and sympathy but staying firm in his words. He continues the conversation, advising the man to visit his son in the hospital, since he only has 24 hours left to live. The man is shocked by what he hears, exclaims in worry, can't believe Lin Fei's words, and is clearly in a state of severe stress. He grabs his phone quickly to check on his son's condition, but then hears the terrible news that his son's condition has worsened. The final shot shows the hospital building where his son is located, but the situation is tense and critical. The guy lies on a hospital bed surrounded by black webbing that's crawling through his body, looking completely out of it. The doctor examines the patient in horror, pointing out the strange phenomenon of the black webbing. The webbing eats away at the skin, causing irreversible damage even through medical gloves. Lin watches the whole thing unfold, and the man begs for help, pleading to save his son. The wise man explains that this is the final stage of spider venom poisoning, which turns the patient's body into a nutrient-rich environment for the poison to spread. He decides to go searching for a cure which can only be found with the founder, and tells the man about his plan, hoping that the man believes his son can still be saved. The man explains that the founder has given them only 3 days to solve the problem, and the situation is becoming increasingly critical. Lin thinks darkly about whether the founder can avoid such an outcome, not knowing that he might have to destroy the last receiver of Shengsun if not. Baijian tells his family seriously that his teacher Lin has gone alone to find the founder. The young man looks at his father in surprise, not knowing that his teacher has decided to give his life to protect all the masters of the Lotus City. The school is built on the mountain Linzui, near the Suan Valley, giving it a mystical and secluded look, which makes it the perfect place for studying and understanding medical knowledge. Lin Fei looks at the entrance of the school, wondering if tourists knew about this place. The ticket prices would be way too high. A man and a woman sit on their knees in front of the school, clearly in a state of worry and desperation. Lin notices them and thinks they probably came to ask for help. His gaze is calm but curiosity is obvious. He's ready to listen to their story. The main character approaches the people kneeling and asks in surprise how long they've been in that position. Chen Sanyan, the girl, answers that they've been on their knees all night and half the day. Her voice shakes. She looks tired and hopeless. The great sage orders them to stand up, but only to reveal that they'll die if they stay kneeling. Wan Lun suddenly collapses to the ground, begging to save his mistress, but his desperation only highlights his fear of losing someone important to him. Lin calmly agrees to help, but only after asking them to stand up and explain what happened. The man supports his mistress, trying to help her stand, but she's barely holding on while he looks worried. Sun Hyubei appears, the first student of the school, and sternly tells them that to get help, they must kneel for a whole day and night. Lin Fei frowns, disagreeing with the student's harsh rules, but he's determined to figure things out despite the resistance. Sun Hyubei points at Lin, asking who he is to dare interfere and break the school's discipline. Lin says he respects the medicine school created by Shen Nun, but he looks down only on the young bully. Sun Shenfeng, the school's head, warns that Lin Fei might lose his tongue for speaking such words about his methods. His son confirms his father's doubts, saying the boy forced these two to break the school's rules. Sun Shenfeng explains that the girl is possessed by a wicked spirit, and it's no trouble for him to purify her qi through his channels. The man who came for help pulls out a box with a spiritual stone, offering it as payment, begging the school's head to save his mistress. Seeing the spiritual stone, the healer agrees immediately, exclaiming that thanks to this stone their school can rise 5 levels, only to realize it's not as simple as it seems. Lin Fei confidently says the school head can't cure the girl no matter his assurances, but the head insists the evil spirit is insignificant. Suddenly the evil spirit manifests, taking a terrifying form and radiating demonic energy, which is when the school head realizes with shock and fear the spirit is far more dangerous than he thought. The school head and his son panic, realizing with dread the spirit possesses infernal Kai that can't be so easily dispelled. Lin Fei calmly watches the situation from the sidelines, insisting he can handle the spirit, saying he has a way to deal with the demon, which is exactly what the others doubt. The main character agrees to cure the girl, but demands she tell him where she found the spiritual stone, not knowing it's the key to everything. The girl is flustered and doesn't believe it's possible, but even the school principal couldn't handle the spirit. Liney starts the exorcism process, summoning powerful energy, which means the evil spirit begins to manifest as a huge horned skull surrounded by demonic aura. The spirit turns out to be strong and aggressive, its power unexpectedly high and threatening everyone present. The school principal activates Golden Protection, using his powers to block the direct attack on himself. Lin Fei charges into battle with the spirit, using a powerful spell, focusing all his energy by extending his hand forward. To neutralize the demonic force, a blazing stream of energy erupts from his hand, colliding head-on with the spirit's energy. The green spirit energy starts to weaken under the main character's spell, showing off his power, but then the school head learns about the shamanic spells used by Su Xian. The girl feels relief as demonic energy leaves her body, smiling and saying she's feeling better, happy with her rescue and freedom from the spirit. Lin Fei looks down on the school head with mockery, laughing at him, only to reveal his utter uselessness. The school head activates his power, reflecting a golden aura, glaring at the main character and ordering him to admit he used shamanic techniques. The school head won't back down, accusing the main character of ending his lineage today, and ordering the start of a special formation calling in his subordinates. 5 people surround the main character, activating a magical circle all focused on the ritual, their movements synchronized and purposeful. The school's head activates the blood seal formation. Each of the 5 magicians uses their power, creating a powerful energy barrier with Lin in the center. He threatens, saying that if Lin doesn't show the shaman's secrets, there won't be a drop of water left of him. The pair watching the scene is terrified by the headmaster's power, their fear growing as the energy whirlwinds seem ready to destroy everything around them. The headmaster raises his hand, summoning a blinding beam of golden light, giving Lin one last chance to reveal his shaman's secrets or turn his body into nothing. The formation drains all their strength, and the man holding the girl feels life energy leaving their bodies, realizing they might not make it if it continues. The man is surprised that Main Lin shows no emotions amid the chaos, wondering how he can stay so calm in such a dangerous situation. The school head is sure Lin Fei is a descendant of Shaman Su Xian, but only to realize he's actually a descendant of himself. Lin Fei calmly says it's not him who's Su Xian's descendant, but rather he's his own descendant. The school head, now furious, decides to use an even stronger attack to end this fight for good. Lin Fei stands in the center of the field with a powerful energy aura around him, reflecting the attack aimed at him by the school head. Meanwhile, masters from the Lotus City join them, ready to help Lin Fei out. The school head says they arrived just in time, since he didn't feel like looking for them all himself. The city of Lotus masters charge into battle, ready to help teacher Lin against the headmaster, showing their determination and fighting spirit. The man calls for the masters to stop, warning that their actions could lead to dangerous consequences. The masters, full of resolve, keep advancing despite the warning, hoping to change the outcome of the fight. Bei feels his strength starting to leave him under the crushing pressure of the aura surrounding the battlefield. Lin reminds everyone that not everyone can handle such a task like him, and points out the weaknesses of his allies. The elder, full of malice, claims that the bloody seal not only weakens the master's power, but also lets him use them for his own purposes. He thinks that by doing this he'll become even stronger, reaching the peak of power and becoming the strongest master. Lai expresses concern, pointing out that the setup doesn't follow their teaching's principles and could lead to destructive consequences. The main elder attacks fiercely, claiming that without the founder he'll act as he sees fit, because he wants to become a great master whom even the founder would bow to. Lin Fei, standing confidently in the center, notices that the bloody seal used against them breaks the core doctrines of their school, and he's in for punishment for this. The main elder, ignoring all warnings, activates a powerful artifact that boosts his abilities, launching the Seal of Cultivation. The main elder activates a powerful seal, emitting red beams aimed at absorbing souls. Bei-chan screams in pain, his soul leaving his body and falling into the trap of the elder's sinister technique. The elder celebrates, declaring that now the souls of all belong to him, holding an energy sphere containing the souls and enjoying his power. Bei-chan, with his last strength, warns his teachers to run, trying to save at least them. Lin Fei actively engages in the battle, trying to free the souls trapped in the seal, and resolutely opposes the elder. The elder screams in fury, not understanding why his attacks aren't causing a reaction, blaming Lin for using shamanic spells. Lin, looking at the other masters, realizes that the connection with Shen Nun isn't completely broken, and he had passed on one of his teachings. Old Master loses his composure and charges in, but Lin Fei stays calm, ready to answer the challenge and keep the fight going. Old Master charges in, but his attack is blocked by Lin Fei's powerful energy wave. Lin Fei explains that while the old masters of this school follow the teachings, they aren't true successors of Shen Nuan. He calmly returns the souls of his followers to their bodies, surrounding himself with warm and bright energy. The man's soul separates from his body, rising into the air surrounded by golden light, creating a stunning spectacle. Energy focuses into a mighty sword, which is unleashed from Bai's forehead with unprecedented force. The sword filled with energy slices through the elder's bloody seal at incredible speed, leaving behind a trail of bright light and power. The elder is surprised, not understanding how powerful Shen Nuan's technique turned out to be against him. The elder claims to have inherited ancient knowledge for thousands of years, but the founder is determined to destroy everyone just for himself. He accuses his followers of not helping him and launches a powerful attack in a fit of rage. Lin reflects his attack and says that if the elder truly possesses elemental knowledge, then the founder is already completely different from before. The elder laughs, unleashing a powerful attack, and declares he's not going to back down at all. He declares that since they've met, this battle needs to end, and channels massive energy toward his opponent. The force of the strike is so strong that even the allies and the son of the elder start feeling the pain from the impact of this energy. The elder gathers all his power for the final attack, a sphere charged with energy that, according to him, should destroy the enemy and prove that even a god won't stand against him. She wakes up to find her protector standing by her side, who saved her from danger. She realizes she was saved and feels a surge of gratitude toward her savior, not knowing why, but wanting to sacrifice herself for him. The elder launches a powerful attack on Lin Fei, striking from above while holding an enormous energy sphere in his hands. The girl charges forward without hesitation, ready to risk her life to shield Lin Fei with her body, only to realize he's already taken care of it. Lin Fei doesn't need her help, so he quickly delivers a powerful strike to the elder, but then the elder crashes back and hits the ground hard. The elder crashes back and hits the ground hard, smashing stones beneath him with his face, before realizing the real danger is just beginning. Massive energy spheres hit their target, creating a huge explosion that tears through everything in its path, which is when Lin Fei finally steps in. Lin Fei manages to create protective barriers just in time, saving everyone's lives, but not knowing that the real battle is only just starting. The barriers surround all his comrades, who risked their lives to come help Lin Fei, only for the fight to escalate beyond anything they expected. The girl asks the boy in surprise who exactly the young savior Lin Fei is, only to realize he's the one with such power. She in a yellow dress stares at the guy standing in front of her, trying to figure out who he really is. With pink cheeks, she looks away thoughtfully, realizing she's never felt anything like this for another person, feeling flustered and amazed. Lin stands confidently at the entrance of the temple, with all the remaining masters lined up in front of him, showing respect and admiration. One of the masters kneeling before him recalls how he tried to trick him and even attempted to kill Lin Fei. Lin Fei, standing before the masters, says he has to purify the temple and rid it of those who have strayed from the path. The teacher sadly admits their guilt and expresses regret for his actions, only to take Lin Fei's punishment. Lin calmly watches the chaos unfold, ready to carry out his next move. The scientists panic, screaming in pain and fear as they realize their powers are completely gone. Bai Zhang watches his teacher Lin with admiration, saying he's even cooler than Thanos himself. Some of the school's chapters are confused, asking why the curse didn't affect them, not knowing their state. Lin Fei explains that their hearts aren't fully consumed by evil, which is why they're still alive. The school's head bows in respect to Lin Fei, but then asks to be taken to the school's legacy. The girl hands Lin Fei a box, asking him to accept the expensive gift she's offering. The main character casually declines, saying he's not interested in such things, refusing to take the offered spirit stone. The man is surprised by the main character's behavior, not understanding why he's turning down a rare spirit stone. The three masters discuss how they didn't really help Lin Fei and might have even been more of a hindrance. Lin Shijiufeng Mountain is shown on the horizon with a picturesque landscape, being a calm and peaceful place. Lin Shufeng Mountain Peak comes into view on the horizon, its peaceful landscape hiding the storm about to break. Lin Fei steps boldly into the cave, determined to find and face the founder in person. At last, Lin Fei meets an old man, only to discover he's the founder of the teachings. The old man stares at Lin Fei, clearly upset that he's disturbed his quiet life. The elder, shaken and confused, warns the founder about the severity of the situation and begs him not to resist their powerful master. Sun Yuefan is furious with the elder's words and angrily demands to know who dared destroy his great teachings. Lin touches the founder of the school to show him the truth about what happened, only to realize the gravity of the mistake. The founder of medicine Shen Nun and the founder of medicine Su Zuzi appear in the vision, radiating power and wisdom, but then their presence feels distant and hollow. The main character stands before the founder with the ghosts of the great medical teachers, revealing the full truth, which is when the founder finally sees the damage done. The founder falls to his knees before Lin Fei, admitting his guilt for the mistakes he made, which means he's finally ready to change. Lin Fei scolds the founder for his actions, making it clear that all his efforts were pointless and destructive, so the founder is left in deep shame. The founder realizes his mistakes and starts listening to the great Lin Fei, bowing in repentance only to feel the weight of his past choices. Big mistake, but then Lin Yeri F. Kratkoi shows the founder he's already done everything necessary to punish him in the future if he repeats his errors. The founder kneels down realizing his guilt and begs for forgiveness for his actions, feeling deep shame. The great sage asks the founder to stand up and walk with him to the Suan Valley, where medicinal herbs grow which Lin Yeri F. Kratkoi needs. The Suan Valley is a peaceful place where plants grow quietly near a calming waterfall. Using his power, Lin Yeri F. Kratkoi takes all the medicinal plants growing in the valley for himself. But the founder and his elder student didn't expect Lin Yeri F. Kratkoi to take absolutely all the medicinal herbs. The founder nervously pointed out that they had nothing left now, but Lin Fei took the savings they'd cultivated for hundreds of years. The great master mockingly said that all of this wasn't free and it was all going into his pocket. The teacher and founder nervously took the immortal elixir Zhu Jai, which contained 10 pills granting eternal life. Before leaving, Lin Fei said he was giving the 10 masters the chance to become great founders, so they could give the world only good. The masters discussed how their leader was ready to sacrifice the city's residents for a lotus to become a great master, but failed, while Lin Fei easily gave them 10 such chances. The teacher thanked the celestial being for his mercy, bowing to him, realizing how great Lin Fei's virtue truly was. The girl and Lin Fei meet on school grounds, exchanging glances, and she approaches him. Lin Fei asks the girl why she's still here, showing surprise that she's lingered in this place. Not waiting for an answer, Lin Fei recalls the spiritual stone and evil spirit that possessed the girl. The girl explains she went to the Black Bamboo Gully to find the blood-red magnolia, which would prolong her dying grandfather's life. For trying so selflessly to save Lin Fei, he gave her 7 stars of life extension. The girl, with a determined expression, thinks about how to delay Master Lin's departure so he won't leave. She claps with a happy face, glowing with a brilliant idea, and shouts about her discovery. She runs to Lin Fei and asks him to add her on WeChat, smiling and holding her phone in her hands. Lin Fei agrees politely, holding his phone, and thinks to himself that using WeChat isn't his style, but he still does it for her peace of mind. The girl notices his status about being a 2,000-year-old handsome guy looks funny, to which Lin Fei replies that he just wrote the truth about himself. The young girl holds his open WeChat profile and says she'll now call him her older brother, insisting he's not against it. Lin Fei thinks this silly girl probably won't ever message him back, but he should somehow repay her for her kindness. He wants to give her a small gift as a token of appreciation, only to realize she sees him more like an older brother. She's surprised and asks what the gift is, but Lin tells her it's a miracle cure and says it'll help her in the right moment. The young girl, trembling with emotion, tells Lin the medicine is way too expensive and she can't accept such a gift. Lin, turning away from her, says he can afford it and such medicines mean nothing to him, doing it all out of care for her so she can take it. Smiling, the girl thanks Lin, calls him her brother, and promises she'll find him again someday. Lin, turning away from the girl, listens as the Lotus City Masters approach him and say only he should be their leader. Ling tells everyone to scatter and rest, not looking back, but only to reveal that there's no time left for further discussion. Passing by the elder with a serious face, he stops when the elder calls him, holding up a little boy. The immortal Ling stares at the child, recognizing him but not understanding why he's in the world of the mortal. The elder explains that this talented student is Zhang Xiaolin, whom he's responsible for. Ling Fei touches the student's forehead, passing on his memories and restoring his memory, which leaves the boy stunned. He agrees to take the student with him, and the two stand against a picturesque landscape, ready for a serious conversation. Liney seriously looks at the student and asks if he remembers him, bringing back memories in the boy's mind. The student stares at Liney in surprise and tension, realizing that standing before him is his protector. Suddenly, the student screams in pain as his power starts to awaken, surrounded by red-blue flames. The student's eyes turn bright yellow and he clenches his fist, feeling the memories that had awakened in his head. The student speaks to Liney with respect and determination, saying that even though 2,000 years have passed since their last meeting, he's still glad to see the celestial being again. Liney Fei asks the student seriously what happened in the realm of celestial beings and why even he had to be reborn into this world. Bhavachakra, who killed Empress Yao Guan, returns to the realm of heaven after 3,000 years, but can't resist dressing again as the young man. The teacher listens to the student's explanation, realizing that Zhang Daolin couldn't handle the terrifying Bhavachakra. The little boy opens a portal to share his memories with teacher Lin Fei. Through the open portal, his memories of fighting the terrifying Bhavachakra, whom he couldn't defeat, are shown. The terrifying Bhavachakra, returning to the realm of heaven and wiping out everyone, faces old master Zhang Daolin. Zhang Daolin's students beg their teacher to run from the battlefield while they still have strength and hope for salvation. He refuses to abandon his students, but then realizes he can't just run away and leave them to certain death. Zhang Daolin calls out to the heavens, summoning massive magical power to save his students and destroy the enemy. The dark spirit threatens Zhang Daolin, claiming he'll never be able to defeat it for good. Zhang Daolin attacks with all his strength, trying to hold back the dark entity in a brutal battle. Powerful forces of light and darkness clash, creating an energy explosion that tears through space and time. The students watch in horror, fearing for Zhang Daolin's life and hoping he can overcome the enemy. The dark spirit mocks Zhang Daolin, only to realize he'll come back no matter what. Zhang Daolin stares down his enemy, declaring that the great celestial Lin Fei himself will kill the terrible spirit. The dark spirit can't believe the great Lin Fei survived, even though all his ancestors died. The little boy screams in pain, finally understanding how helpless he is against the evil spirit's power. Lin Fei calms Zhang, telling him he needs to forget the past and start a new life. He holds Zhang in his arms, deciding to live this life as a normal person, without memories of the past. He hands the little kid over to the Bai family, asking them to take care of his health. Teacher Li passes on valuable artifacts to Zhang Daolin, which the Bai family is supposed to keep secret. The oldest Bai thanks Teacher Lei, accepting the gifts and promising to use them for his own and his students' benefit. Lin Fei also gives the oldest Bai expensive chi pills and foundation-setting pills. But the old man is surprised that such expensive medicine is handed over in a regular plastic bag. He asks Lin Fei why he's so kind to a strange little boy who's earned such generous gifts. Old Master Bao gets flustered after hearing the answer, only to realize the little kid has been a reincarnation of Zhang Daolin all along. Lin Fei explains that by the will of heaven, Zhang Daolin descended to Earth to achieve great merits, so he can return and become a celestial being again. The teacher asks about the coming chaos, knowing that difficult times and tough decisions lie ahead. On the final note, Lin Fei gives a brief nod, confirming the elders' fears about the chaos that's about to sweep their world. But right now his main task is to prepare the healing tonic 7 Stars of Rebirth to save Qin Minyu. Moreover, Lin Fei has to figure out which member of the Bai family could be the killer seeking revenge. Lin Fei zooms through the sky, closing in on his destination, showing his determination and strength. He lands and immediately notices Chief Sen's worry, who rushes to find out about his condition and intentions. They enter the building, where they meet the head doctor who is concerned about his patient's condition, deeply immersed in therapy. Lin Fei listens carefully as the man explains the complicated situation, requiring immediate intervention from Lin Fei himself. Assessing the situation, Lin Fei asks everyone to leave the office and be alone with the patient. The doctor explains that the treatment requires a careful approach and full responsibility, and in case of failure, the blame will fall entirely on Sen. Lin Fei activates an ancient artifact, flooding the room with powerful light that starts the healing process. All the previously gathered medicinal herbs and plants instantly fly into the healing cauldron. Chanting a spell, Lin Fei ignites the true fire of the 3 elements and begins the healing process. The chief doctor asks Director Jin not to place too much hope in a good outcome, since even he, the best doctor in the Lotus City, couldn't manage it. At that moment, President Jin smells the medicinal decoction coming from the room of his sick son. The chief doctor is surprised to point at Director Jin, noticing that his hair unexpectedly turned dark and he now looks younger. The head doctor notices it's suddenly dark and nervously heads down the hallway, trying to figure out what's going on. He looks out the window and sees dark clouds gathering over the building, glowing with an odd light. Lightning starts flashing from the clouds, illuminating everything around them and creating a scary, ominous atmosphere. Director Jin suddenly starts screaming, expecting the strike and imagining the unbearable pain of a powerful electric shock. The lightning strikes the ground fast, but it hits the barrier protecting the hospital from the powerful impact. Director Jin immediately realizes they were saved from destruction and death by the celestial being Lin Fei. Lin Fei clutches the artifact, used to breaking the rules of the celestial Tao even though he knows resurrection goes against them. He performs another resurrection, telling the heavenly gods to get used to his constant antics. Meanwhile, a thunderstorm erupts outside, and a massive golden fist slams the heavens, surprising onlookers. A little boy, holding his mother's hand, points up in awe and fear at the chaos happening in the sky. The woman worries her child is a fool and thinks about having to give birth to a smarter one next time. Lin Fei, holding the fist ready, grumbles that he always has to take the lightning hits for his resurrection. He watches as the potion simmers, convinced everything's going according to plan and it'll all be done soon, only to realize this is the final step in completing his ritual. The healing herbs by the school weren't good enough, so Lin Fei only managed to make 2 pills. Lin Fei uses the glowing potion to finish the resurrection ritual, channeling its energy toward the man lying on the table. He watches as the potion's energy moves toward the man waiting on the bed, who's expecting to be revived. There weren't enough healing herbs, so Lin Fei had to use his own power, exhaling life into the young man. The man on the bed suddenly comes back to life, radiating bright light, screaming in pain and mixed emotions, returning to life. Lin Fei notes that every time they bring someone back, they scream so loud it makes him fear going deaf. He looks relieved at the results of his actions, realizing the person has finally fully recovered and come to. The person slowly opens their eyes, feeling disoriented and not knowing where they are but gradually comes to. Seeing the hero in front of them, they panic and step back, not knowing who they're facing or what's happening. Director Chin appears in the doorway, happy and surprised to see his son finally awake and recovered. The father tightly hugs his son, unable to hold back tears of joy and relief from the miracle that happened. The boy drops to his knees and thanks Lin Fei for saving him, promising to do anything for him no matter what. But Lin Fei says he only cares about who poisoned the boy, since it's the same person who wanted to hurt Yao Guan too. The boy remembers that it was Bai Paju from the Bai family who poisoned and tried to kill him. Lin Fei listens carefully but stays cold, thinking through the Bai family's motives and next moves in this situation. Then the hero warns that Bai Linjai will pay for everything once his true motives and intentions are revealed. Lin says he's ready to settle scores with the Bai family, especially if their actions involve anyone close to him. President Zin offers Lin Fei his help, claiming he'll do everything possible to support him in the fight, but only to find out that Fei has no idea what's going on. The man asks to spread the word that Zin Minhua survived, but his brain is seriously damaged and he doesn't remember anything at all. The man agrees to Lin's request to avoid extra questions and another attack on his son, which means he's willing to lie for his family. Lin Fei smirks and declares that everyone involved in this won't escape punishment, and promises to take care of the Bai family, which is when the real trouble starts. The great sage meets the president's daughter on the stairs, who looks embarrassed to see him, not knowing how to react. She apologizes to the hero for her behavior when she found out that Zin Minyuan had woken up, only to realize she's in deep trouble. The hero tells her to work on her personality or else, as he puts it, she'll never get married. The woman gets upset with the hero's comment and thinks to herself that it's her personal business, not his. On the villa of Purple Cloud, the man stands on the balcony watching the woman exit the pool. The woman with long light hair and a tattoo on her leg steps out of the water, and the man watching her asks if she knows that Qin Minyu has regained consciousness, to which she replies that she does. Bayang Suhua, known as Dark Knight, leans into the man and teasingly asks if he's scared. The man removes his hand from her and warns that if the truth about Qin Minyu comes out, both of them will be in danger, possibly even deadly. The woman suggests deleting Qin Minyuanyan's memories to prevent their secrets from being uncovered. She explains that only he can perform the ring ritual and make the venomous thousand-year spider even stronger, as long as Yao Guan is killed. The woman recalls the mythical figure Yao Guan, who is a goddess in her past life. The man looks at her skeptically and comments that great masters and killers of the Dark Knight, who possess extraordinary secrets, are truly amazing. But the woman, expressing her concern, mentions that in his hands the power of the thousand-year spider and Lin Fei's fear are nothing to worry about. To this, the man replies that controlling the female thousand-year spider isn't easy, and the Jin family doesn't have enough people for bloody sacrifices. He hugs the woman, trying to calm her down even as tension and uncertainty about their situation, which could lead the Bai family to ruin, hang in the air. The woman takes a shower, fully covered by the man as hot water runs down her skin, soaking her in warmth and privacy. Bai Anhuya stands on the balcony, thinking through his plans to eliminate the young heir of Qin, unaware of the danger that's already closing in. After the shower, she enjoys the freshness and relaxation, feeling renewed and the fatigue slowly fading away, unaware of the weight of what's coming next. Suddenly, she notices the amulet and remembers that Lin Fei, more than likely, intended to give it to Yao Guan, but she didn't realize how important it would become. She puts on the amulet, recalling their recent meeting with Lin Fei, thinking it looked nothing like the terrible thing she first believed it to be, only to realize it holds more power than she ever imagined. The woman in the towel turns around, surprised to see the attacker in red crashing into her house, breaking windows and furniture. The woman in red charges in, slamming through the room with clear aggression and intent to strike her target. But the knife doesn't reach its mark, only to have Lin Fei's protective amulet activate and start glowing brightly. The attack ends with a powerful amulet strike, knocking the killer and her knife back out of the room. The woman in red is shocked by how her opponent deflected the attack, showing confusion and disappointment at what just happened. Sin's daughter, keeping a serious expression, asks the killer her name, staying alert and not backing down an inch. The woman in red decides to keep fighting, channeling her special attack with streams of red energy swirling around her, only to realize it's not going to work. The girl covers herself with a bright explosion of energy, lighting up the whole room and blinding everyone present, but then the chaos starts to spread. The woman in a towel steps out of the bright explosion unharmed and completely fine, surprising everyone around her who didn't expect it. The brutal killer can't believe what's happening, stunned that her attack did nothing to the opponent, who's still standing strong. The bright light and energy keep circling the opponent, returning to the attacking woman, which sends her into a panic she didn't see coming. The woman in red gets hit by her own power, taking a painful blow that only makes her feel more defeated than ever. She leaves the battlefield promising that next time her attack will be successful, but the opponent won't get away unpunished. The Jai family heir thinks back on the strange attack she just faced, but can't figure out why she wasn't hurt at all. Her father and brother walk into the room, worried about her condition after the recent fight with the mysterious enemy. She calms them down, explaining everything's fine and nothing serious happened, though the situation remains unclear. The head of the Jin family examines the wall, where remnants of the ghostly killing whirlwind remain, only to realize the strength of Bai Anxua. Her brother doesn't understand how she managed to survive such a powerful attack. The woman explains that her survival was thanks to the locket made by Lin's teacher, which became the reason she remained unharmed. Listening to her, President Xin happily agrees, noting that she and her whole family are under the protection of an immortal, which is a big stroke of luck. Bayan Huxia, carefully stepping on the ground and leaving trails of blood, is clearly stunned by what just happened. She's confused about what exactly just occurred and mistakenly assumes Xin Lixu possesses the power of a great master, something she had no idea about. Unexpectedly, someone places a hand on her shoulder, causing her to flinch in fear. Bayan Huxia sharply turns around, grabbing her dagger and ready to face the unknown threat. She throws a dagger at her opponent, but he easily deflects the attack, showing his strength and superiority. Lin appears before her with an aura filled with terrifying energy, which clearly shows his intentions. Seeing Lin, Baiyang Suhua realizes his power far exceeds her expectations, and she starts worrying about the outcome of their confrontation. Baiyang Suhua doesn't stand in a fighting stance to prepare for Lin's attack. Instead, she prays for mercy, asking for a second chance to clear things up. Lin approaches her confidently, scolding her for her past mistakes and wrong decisions. She promises to reveal everything she knows about Man Tolo, the most important figure in the world of night killers. He takes a step toward her, clearly showing off his superiority and calm in the situation, only to realize she's not giving him any information he needs. Bayan Huxia hopes Lin will spare her and let her go, even without hearing her story. But when she turns her head, she notices a bunch of flying daggers controlled by Lin Fei's power. Bayan Huxia gets completely overwhelmed by the powerful attack, flung out of the fight with shocking force. Against the night sky, crows circle over the grand building, setting a creepy tone before the next clash begins. Mantolo, the killer with bright blue hair and a grim expression holding a heavy object, says all the allies of the night killers are dead and useless now. His black-clad allies surround him, all focused and silently listening to Mantolo's rant. Mantolo stares fiercely, thinking through the situation, waiting for his subordinates to explain what's going on. He listens to his subordinates' report about strange events in the city and the appearance of someone named Lin Fei, who killed all their strongest comrades. He turns to activate his powerful weapon, clearly ready to take immediate action against the unknown threat. Mantolo rants about how Lin Fei is crashing into his plans and demands explanations from his subordinates on how this could happen. One of his subordinates nervously explains that Lin Fei isn't just a master, but a legendary guardian whose power can rival the greatest. Mantulo listens with suspicion and irritation to the details about Lin Feng's immense power, but then realizes he needs to think about new strategies. It turns out Lin Feng charges only 5,000 for his services, which also includes food and lodging. Such working conditions for someone so powerful seemed absurd, and Mantulo completely didn't believe his subordinate's words. The subordinate nervously confirms his words, explaining that Lin Feng uses far more resources than it might seem at first glance. He keeps interrogating without hiding his frustration, only to conclude that Lin Feng must have hidden sources of power and influence. The dark figure attacks with fury, leaving behind a splash of blood and the silhouette of the opponent, who didn't have time to defend himself from the strike. Mantolo watches the aftermath of the strike, showing his frustration and confusion over his plans not going as intended, creating a tense atmosphere. The servants stand nearby in hesitation, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, trying to figure out what to do next with things unclear. One of them notices a strange weapon on the floor covered in blood, representing ancient powers and symbolizing control and danger. The Devil's Sword Mabon shows its menacing and bloody blade, making the servants feel the full weight and darkness of this mysterious object. A large ominous eye with a bright purple pupil, symbolizing an unknown power that watches over everything and grants the sword its mighty strength. The man who greedily stares at the dagger, craving its power, wants to obtain strength capable of changing the world and becoming unstoppable. He takes a few steps forward, reaching out to grab the hilt of the cursed sword, only to realize it's bound to his fate. The servant, eyes wild with madness, reaches for the dagger, giving in to the dark power that promises him absolute control. He confidently grips the dagger's hilt, deciding to accept the destructive force, not knowing what it will cost him. A stream of purple flame erupts from the dagger, forming a menacing face that reveals the weapon's deadly power. The man watches in horror as the flames engulf the dagger and his former comrade, showing just how dangerous it really is. Mantolo explains with a satisfied look the origin and danger of the dagger, calling it the celestial blade and warning that only the worthy can wield it. He looks at the stunned man who didn't expect such an outcome, only to realize the sword is broken. The sword looks strange and mysterious, with red patterns glowing on its blade, which only adds to the sense of danger and power. The master asks his companion to touch the sword to learn its nature, creating a tense and suspenseful atmosphere. A powerful purple flame erupts from the sword, exploding and making the characters back away in fear. But the master won't let his servants run, promising that today each of them will touch the sword and burn from it. Purple smoke rises from the remains of the former servants, ominously spreading in the air as the master comments on the poor quality of his dead charges. The master lights a cigarette and thinks about how to destroy the Zai family, starting with their business partners. At the same time, Lin Fei wonders if he should kill Bai Paju, who poisoned the young man and tried to do the same to Yao Guan. A sniper's scope aimed at Lin Fei, who surely felt someone was tailing him behind. The sniper, hidden in the shadows, takes aim through the scope, showing cold determination to carry out his mission and kill Lin Fei. The shot fires, the bullet exits the barrel at incredible speed, creating a feeling of danger and inevitable threat to the target. The bullet hurtles toward Lin Fei, highlighting his calmness and confidence in his own strength. A bullet suddenly stops in front of the great master, revealing his incredible abilities and superiority over ordinary dangers. The great Lin Fei holds the bullet in his hand like it's just another everyday event, showing off his power and contempt for the attack. He throws the bullet back with force toward the sniper, demonstrating his superiority and annoyance. The bullet pierces the sniper's shoulder, making him scream in pain and showing that his own weapon turned against him. Lin Fei calmly approaches the wounded enemy, symbolizing his coldness and indifference. Rushing up to the wounded sniper, Lin Fei asks him who exactly sent him and if it was the Bai family. The sniper, crouched and begging for mercy, nervously admits he was forced to carry out the order by his uncle Bai Pazhu. Lin Fei leans in, his face calm but firm, showing he's ready to hear what the sniper has to say. The sniper stammers in confusion, scared for his life, his face twisted by fear and uncertainty about his next move and betrayal of his family. Lin asks the sniper a hypothetical question, making him think about his actions and motives, and the sniper admits he'd have spared the enemy too in the same situation. The great master frowns and looks at the sniper, showing he agrees with the sniper's opinion, though with a hidden threat. The sniper panics, sweating and trying to justify himself, saying Bai Pazhu is somewhere else, hoping to escape. Lin Fei coldly delivers the death sentence, robbing the sniper of any last hope for mercy. The sniper is shocked and furious at Lin's cruel act, which leaves him dying like an old man. Lin Fei calmly walks away, leaving the sniper to die despite his pleas for mercy. A car parked outside the Violet Cloud Villa is blocked by a man in a white coat, who's worried about Bai Yan and Bai Anhu's fate. The car suddenly moves, and the driver panics, trying to escape, hoping Lin Fei will never find him. Bai spots Lin Fei standing ahead on the road, his face showing shock and fear at the unexpected meeting. Lin Fei stands calmly in front of the car, taunting the driver with a smirk, asking where he's in such a rush. The driver roars back, only to learn later that Lin Fei will find out about it after his death. The driver's foot on the gas pedal shows his determination to escape and kill Lin Fei. The car charges straight at Lin Fei, who stays completely calm even as the vehicle speeds toward him. Lin Fei stops the car effortlessly with his power, crushing the front of the car and turning the situation in his favor. Lin Fei grabs the driver by the throat, showing his fury and determination to finish what he started. The great master hurls the poisoner into the air with immense force, inflicting serious injuries. Lin Fei scolds the opponent for his actions not matching the level of a master, and points out his failed attempts to attack the Qin family members. Bai, trying to explain his actions, reminds everyone why he's called Po Jiao. He looked at Lin Fei, who mockingly replies that he never thought about it, provoking even more fury from the enemy. The opponent's face twists in anger, and Bai is ready to explain the reason behind his nickname. He explains that his nickname was chosen by his father to destroy the Qin family and gain freedom for the Bai clan. He points furiously at the screen, insisting that the Bai family doesn't have to obey the Qin family and obedience is seen as weakness. In a state of utter despair, he accuses the Qin family of mistreating them and calls it a centuries-long war that needs to end. The enemy violently grips the spider's egg in his hand, promising that with its help he'll rewrite his family's history and stand equal to Lin Fei. Eating the spider's egg, he firmly prepares for battle, ready to use his last hope to defeat Lin Fei. Lin Fei sarcastically notes that the enemy has given up completely, trying something like this. Bai suddenly transforms into a huge muscular monster radiating green energy, accompanied by a loud roar. Lin Fei keeps laughing, noting that the enemy roars too loudly, as if trying to draw the attention of the gods, only to realize it's a trap. A massive energy field appears around the enemy, lighting up the whole area and creating a dramatic spectacle, but it's actually a distraction. The enemy charges at Lin Fei at incredible speed, claiming he has only 10 minutes to kill him and use his new power before he dies, not knowing he's already doomed. He flies toward Lin Fei and swings his massive fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow, surrounded by a green aura, which is when he hits an invisible wall. Lin Fei stands still and the enemy's attack suddenly stops, as if hitting an invisible barrier before realizing he's been outmaneuvered. The enemy is flung back with a shocked look on his face, and his body is thrown out of the energy field, which means he's completely exposed. Bei cries out in surprise, realizing his attack did nothing to Lin Fei, who's seriously hurt instead. He sits on the ground in despair, only to realize his attacks didn't harm Lin Fei, who's calmly approaching. Lin Fei grabs the enemy by the hand without warning and starts dragging him along, showing off his strength and indifference. Great Lin tries to shove the enemy into the car, but he's too big to fit inside. He gets in the car and calmly tells the enemy he won't let him die, because no one can take his soul. The enemy is stunned, shocked by Lin Fei's words and scared at the thought of someone taking his soul. Two spirits debate their enemy's condition. One thinks he's already dead, but the other insists he's still alive since his soul wasn't taken. Lin Fei suddenly speeds off in his car, crashing through the gates, only to reveal he's chasing someone. The Bai family steps out to the noise, surprised by what's happening, highlighting how unpredictable Lin Fei's actions are. They stare at Lin Fei, who's holding his enemy and smirking, asking the crowd if they recognize the guy he dragged in with him. They panic and talk about their relative's condition, not realizing he's been captured by Lin Fei. Lin Fei calmly points at his prisoner, saying he'll explain everything when he's ready, then ends the matter right then. There's a view of the house where Uncle Bai lies injured, surrounded by worried family members. The wounded man tells the whole story and shares his noble wish to save the Bai family. But his brother and nephew disagree, believing the war is over and now they and their family live in peace. The man begs Lin Fei to give his uncle a chance to fix his mistakes, even though he deserves death. But Lin Fei coldly refuses, explaining that even if he weren't so strong, he'd still not give a chance, because his enemy never gave them to others. Lin Fei sits in a thoughtful pose, explaining that in this cruel world, compassion only hurts. Dad holds a glowing energy in his hands and asks his son not to bother his teacher with it. The man angrily pours his power into his body, declaring that Bai Pengzhuang doesn't deserve forgiveness and must die. He promises to take care of those who harmed Lin Fei, but he also wants their bodies back, since fallen leaves must return to their roots. Lin Fei doesn't object, but orders them to find the sacrifice ring, which was dangerous in unskilled hands. They look at the contemplative Lin Fei, who understands how deeply hidden the man's feelings are, sacrificing everything for his principles. A view of the beautiful Jai family mansion under a bright blue sky and the arrival of a new day. Ling Fei stands in the shower, his figure wrapped in steam, running a hand through his damp hair relaxedly. He answers the call and his caller says he's found people involved in the conspiracy, but the chain of evidence hasn't led to the needed results or the lost ring yet. Ling Fei thinks that some things start happening on their own and all he has left is to watch. At the same time, Yao Guan sits on the couch, intensely playing on her phone, expressing frustration that the game character is cheating. Ling Fei walks into the room and calmly tells the girl that Bai Baju is dead, catching her off guard. He watches the engrossed girl, who incredulously asks who exactly is dead, clearly not grasping the seriousness of what's happening. Ling Fei points to the girl, urging her to look and see for herself, leaving her even more stunned. The girl stares in shock at the images showing events tied to Ling Fei and Bai Paju, her mind flooded with memories. She looks shaken, realizing Bai Paju was the one who tried to kill her, and can't believe what's happening. The girl is confused and asks why he did it, since he did so much for her, and questions her importance to him. Ling Fei gets distracted by the girl's game and can't win, making the girl even more puzzled. The girl keeps talking, asking what Yao Guan really meant to him, as if trying to figure out his motives. She watches Lin Fei, listening to him, looking thoughtful, but he explains that the Empress was exactly like Yao Guan is now. Yao Guan asks to train her and make her as strong as the Empress was in her time. She looks at Lin Fei, who seriously explains that if she wants to be strong, she just needs to open her inner channels. The girl firmly says she can't always be under Lin Fei's protection and wants to learn to protect herself, aiming to be independent. However, she fears Lin Fei, thinking he might behave inappropriately toward her. But he assures her he'll never touch her until she herself wants it and allows it. She asks Lin Fei to train her, believing his words, but only to find out she doesn't want to become an empress, just to stay true to herself. Lin Fei thinks about how in the immortal palace, people fear him more than they respect him, unlike Yaoguan, who earned their respect. Lin Fei's teacher tells the girl she needs to take off her clothes, which leaves her flustered and confused. The girl nervously asks why she needs to undress to get stronger, since she doesn't see the point in it. Lin Fei explains that her body needs to be tempered, or she'll never reach true perfection and will never get stronger. The girl nervously agrees that she needs to take off her clothes for the tempering, to which Lin Fei calmly nods in agreement. She meets Lin Fei's gaze with defiance, telling him to keep his animal instincts to himself, revealing her determination and flustered feelings. Lin Fei calmly replies that if she's not ready, he won't push, showing his calm composure. The girl hesitantly lies on the floor, her thoughts betraying her anxiety about the ambiguity of the situation and the meaning of his words. Yao Guan lies on the floor, a complex magical pattern emerging on her back, showing the process of tempering she's undergoing under Lin Fei's guidance. Wu Malin appears, approaches the door, and peeks inside worriedly after hearing strange noises, wanting to check if everything is okay. Wu Malin opens the door and is stunned by what she sees inside the room, clearly shocked by what she's stumbled upon. The girl bolts from the door, apologizing for the disturbance and clearly flustered by what she saw in the room. She clutches her hands to her face, unable to believe what's happening, thinking it's just some misunderstanding or maybe even a dream. A forest landscape where mist wraps around the trees, creating a mysterious and calm atmosphere in the early morning. The man in traditional clothes, holding dust in his hands, tells his deceased brother that there's still a little more left and they'll be home. With tears in his eyes, he laments that the true master, whom he once considered, has turned into a handful of ash. He approaches the house, saying they're finally home, mentioning that their ancestors always lived here, but the family seal is missing its character. The head of the Sen family, holding his staff, exclaims in surprise when he learns that Bei has returned. The man announces his brother's death and shares his plan to honor him with a village-wide ritual. The elder continues to argue that Posian was the family's main protector and deserves proper respect, despite his past mistakes. Under the pretense of retrieving old wine, the man asks to go down to the cellar, where a ring from the lost sacrifice ritual is clearly visible on his finger. He throws the eggs of a 1,000-year-old spider, saying this will be the last wine they ever taste in their lives. The elder raises a wine cup and asks everyone to drink to the peaceful rest of Bei Pajui, for whom they've all gathered. Everyone else guzzles wine in one go, but the man watches coldly as their deaths loom ahead. The empty cup shatters into pieces and the elder stares in horror, only to realize everything was poison. The woman clutches her stomach, blood spilling from her mouth, while the kids panic, blaming Bei for what's happening. Bei walks away, declaring the clan's elders should have died long ago, leaving the elder stunned by his words. He screams in fury, accusing the elder of having to kill his own brother with his own hands, trying to hide his sins. The elder blames the man for killing his family and attacking the village for ridiculous reasons. Bei fires his ring, sending a bright green beam straight up into the sky, while he shouts that the time for punishment has come. He uses his ring, and the bright green beam heads straight for the heavens, lighting up the bodies of the dead. Giant snakes, frogs, and other dangerous creatures appear near the village, destroying everything in their path while Bei continues his revenge. Snakes start attacking the boy, who panics and begs for help, shouting for Bei Pajung. The man looks at the boy with regret, saying that this is all their karma and they should die. He watches as the bodies of his comrades are devoured by snakes and doesn't regret the revenge he's exacted. Ling Fei gets a notification on his phone while standing on the rooftop, which really surprises him. He answers the call, looks at the screen in surprise, and asks Bei what's going on again, seeing his name on the caller ID. Bei explains that the sacrifice ring was with the elder, and reveals that the elder planned to sacrifice all members of his clan to gain great power, and he alone can't handle all the beasts. Ling Fei agrees and promises to come soon, holding the phone to his ear and calmly watching from the balcony. After hanging up, Bei smirks and threatens Ling Fei, vowing to avenge his younger brother's death. Ling Fei decides he can't take it anymore and plans to act, calling his red-haired student and ordering him to watch over his father. Ryuchai Bai, whose training doesn't immediately get the point of the mission, but agrees to carry out his Shifu's order. Lin Fei uses his power, creating a powerful energy flow around himself, and gets transported to the place where the sacrifice is happening. He ends up at the scene of the event, surrounded by poisonous snakes and human remains. Seeing the toad, Lin Fei gets angry, saying he hates these creatures and can't stand them anymore. With one powerful explosion, Lin Fei destroys all the snakes, toads, and poisonous insects around him. Lin Fei actively uses his powers to follow the enemy and stop him from escaping, saying now he also hates Bai Pejunia. Dad and son go head-to-head in a high-speed chase, racing without compromise on their machines. The red bike crashes into his father's car at high speed, trying to stop him and bring the motion to a halt. But the man's will is stronger. He breaks the car door to get out and confidently shouts about his victory. The red bike doesn't understand why his father's sacrifice ring is there, or why he's acting so cruelly. The father reveals he killed everyone on their homeland and has finished the family sacrifice, now ready to use the new power. An emotional conversation happens between father and son, who feels deep regret for the father's actions that caused innocent people, including children, to suffer. The man laughs maniacally, claiming he couldn't have avenged his brother or destroyed the Qin family's supremacy otherwise. He yells at his son, explaining that he knew his brother for over 50 years and that brother was dearer to him than the son, whom he's only known for less than 30 years. Showing off the sacrifice ring, the father asks if his son knows where he found it. He recalls his childhood, which passed in poverty and hardship, but with a big dream of greatness. Turning to his brother, the boy asks if he has any great dream of his own. The boy jumps up and exclaims that his dream is to make his brother a great man. Dad explains that after finding the ring, he realized he no longer wanted to be great, but wanted to bring his brother back home. He won't kill his son and asks him to let him go and let him pass, because he only wants to bring his brother back. But the red-haired boy disagrees with his father, who sacrificed the lives of hundreds of innocents to save just one person. Dad charges at his son with a punch and says that you can't carve a good thing from rotten wood. The red-haired boy blocks his father's punch, arguing with him and saying that he raised him all these years to make him great. The fight between the two Bai family members continues, with one using their abilities to counter the other's magical attacks. One of them clearly has the upper hand in raw power, but the other relies on a magical artifact which gives them the edge. The fight's intensity is shown through Bai's quick movements and the bright, numerous punches that highlight the energy and ferocity of the clash. However, the red-haired Bai soon finds his strength lacking and gets hit with one strong blow from his father. Numerous green fists hit the young Bai's body and he can't stand up against them. The father defeats his son and throws him to the ground, but doesn't kill him and asks him to watch as their family will soon rule the world. In the luxurious Jin family mansion, the president is working on his laptop when he hears strange noises from behind the door. President Jin opens the door only to face an unexpected threat in the form of snakes that suddenly attack him. To protect his family, President Jin quickly drags them upstairs, away from the danger. The snakes and other venomous creatures start attacking, and the situation becomes increasingly chaotic and dangerous. Lin Fei arrives just in time to help and uses his abilities to protect the people. He calms the situation, but it becomes clear that the malicious threat was specifically targeted at these people, and that the enemy clearly planned to destroy them. The man asks about Bai's location, showing obvious concern, and his face reveals fear and anxiety over the possible threat. Ling Fei confidently says they haven't found the one they're looking for yet, otherwise they would have already encountered dead bodies. A bright golden glow starts to emit from his hand, growing stronger with every passing moment. The bright light illuminates the room like a flash, brutally destroying snakes and other threats in its path. One of the villains, clearly caught off guard by the attack, clutches his face as blood flows from it, his expression full of pain and fear, showing just how unexpected and powerful Ling's strike was. Ling Fei steps into view, approaching the man who clearly feels dominated in the situation, and asks a question that makes him feel awkward. Ling Fei's eyes begin to glow with golden light, and he sees that the opponent has been influenced by the parasitic power of the venomous creature's king, and doesn't need a ring to control them. The man in white drops to his knees before the hero, begging for mercy, but then extends his hands in a desperate attempt to calm his opponent. Lin Fei uses his power, which causes a powerful surge of energy that hits the man, who collapses lifeless to the ground. The Bai family is terrified by Lin Fei's sudden appearance, who has already dealt with the snake enchanters and is now preparing for a more serious opponent. President Jin asks a question, his face showing fear and confusion as he tries to make sense of what's happening. Lin Fei remains calm and confident, reinforcing his control over the situation and his readiness for further action. President Jin asks Lin Fei who or what is waiting for them, intending to kill the entire Bai family. Lin Fei calmly replies that it's a female thousand-year spider, whose venom killed Yao Guan and the younger son of Jai, but then the truth hits hard. People react with shock and horror, their faces twisted in fear at the thought of the spider that sends them into panic, only to realize they're not safe. Jin tries to figure out how the Spider Queen survived, thinking about possible actions of ancient ancestors to hide her, but doesn't know the full truth. Lin Fei confirms no one is left alive since he arrived too late, and the souls of all were already drained, which means the end was already written. The girl looks stunned and lost, not believing what happened and struggling to grasp the scale of the disaster, which feels too real to process. The Jin family stares at Lin Fei with worry, trying to understand why Bai took such drastic actions and why he called the spider, not knowing the full cost. Ling Fei tries to calm things down, saying everything happened out of nowhere and that it's better to stay with him and not leave the house. The president asks Ling Fei if he's up for taking on the thousand-year spider's female. The little spider wasn't a threat to Ling Fei, whose words left the surrounding people completely stunned. But the real problem wasn't the spider's strength, it was that it could appear anywhere and hurt Yao Guan, so Ling Fei decides to call his contact. After a few seconds of long ringing, the person receiving Ling Fei's call rudely hangs up. The entire Jin family is shocked that someone is so powerful they can just hang up on Ling Fei, the Celestial's own son. Ling Fei calls again, scowling as he grabs his phone. The woman on the other end cuts him off rudely, making it clear she's not interested in loans, insurance, or sports betting. He realizes it's Ling Fei on the other line, and her tone shifts noticeably. The girl in the next frame lies relaxed on the bed, holding the phone and smiling. She casually offers her help and even agrees to stay the night, showing her interest and willingness to support him. She hugs the bear on the bed and genuinely cheers that her lover called her himself. The girl gets up from bed and races downstairs, determined to head somewhere, her movements fast and focused. The men in the fancy living room are having a serious conversation about the upcoming wedding of the two young people. Young Lun Waiyu says he also really likes Shinny and is ready to take her as his wife. Just then the girl runs out, saying goodbye to her father, heading toward the person she loves. The man asks if the young girl has a boyfriend, which makes her thoughtful. The father explains that his daughter has a difficult personality, but the rumors about her boyfriend are just fabrications. He thinks the girl told about someone else on purpose, only to realize she was testing his jealousy. The helicopter looks down at the fancy mansion, which highlights the scale and importance of the girl's arrival. She slides down the rope ladder from the helicopter, holding on with just one hand and calling out to the sky. She lands at the entrance dressed in a short top and denim shorts, her expression showing she's ready for action. Yao Guan appears in green dress, clearly surprised by her arrival and showing worry. The girl is amazed by Yao Guan's beauty and feels she's a rival who could steal Lin Fei from her. Yao Guan stutters, clearly flustered and unsure how to react to the situation, her face showing deep embarrassment. But the girl laughs at her, saying Yao Guan is too beautiful, clearly in an aggressive mood and not planning to forgive the rival. It's then that Yao Guan notices the pendant on the girl's neck, the very one Lin Fei made as a protective amulet. Yao Guan says Lin Fei isn't home, but the girl still insists she can stay as a guest and wait around. A message arrives on Yao Guan's phone from Lin Fei, saying he sent a bodyguard to protect her from dangers. The girl is upset when she finds out she was called only to protect Yao Guan. Lin Fei tells the Jin family about her plans and threatens Bai, saying she'll fry a spider and feed it to him if he shows up, but only to realize he's already inside the room. Lin Fei holds her phone, lost in thought, going over the info she just found out, which is when she notices Bai's name on the call log. The Jin family tensed up the moment they heard that the red-haired Bai was also joining them, not knowing that Bai had already taken control of the house. The heroes are in the room, worried and talking about what's happening outside the house, but the tension is so thick it feels like it's about to break. Suddenly the house starts shaking like it's having an earthquake, but Lin Fei is the only one who stays calm, not knowing that the tremors are from a hidden explosion. The woman by the window shows the explosion at the Jin family estate, her face showing shock and fear as she realizes the attack was targeted at them. A giant 1,000-year-old spider with bright eyes clearly poses a danger to everyone around it, tearing through and killing everything in its path. The spider causes mass panic on the street. People run in fear, trying to find shelter from the looming threat and chaos. The spider kills a woman and spreads destruction. People try to escape falling debris, but panic grips everyone around them. However, Bai gets only pleasure from it, laughing and mocking his victims as if they were nothing. With a mad expression, he manipulates the spider, controlling green streams of energy and heading toward Yao Guan. The giant spider approaching the building intends to kill the girl, and its threatening size casts a sense of fear and hopelessness over Yao Guan. The house collapses from the impact, emphasizing the scale of destruction caused by the attack, but the building can't withstand the force and crumbles under the pressure. The spider's strike misses Yao Guan, who's surrounded by a protective barrier, its bright light saving the girl from death. The girl lying on her bed in pajamas is bathed in bright light, her face showing worry and fear. She watches the villain, who's observing the scene with clear enjoyment, showing control over the situation. The spider, obeying the villain's command, heads toward the girl, ready to break through the last barrier that could protect her. The girl watches the giant spider breaking through the barrier. Around her magical shield cracks into pieces. Yao Guan stares in shock and despair at the ruins of the magical barrier, the force of the spider's attack leaving a mark of sheer power. The spider is almost on the girl, who's defending against a bright flash, but she realizes her protection has failed and now she's completely vulnerable. The giant spider with bright green eyes tears through the ground under its massive legs, creating a terrifying atmosphere of threat. In a cloud of dust, two girls can be seen flying down from the ruined house, their faces full of fear and worry for what's happening. The savior tells Yao Guan that she's truly beautiful, because at the moment of death she thought about saving Lin Fei instead of herself. Both girls end up on the ground among the rubble and dust, one of them holding onto the other, trying to support and protect. The girl says Malin's fine and she's been safe for a long time, otherwise she would have already rushed to Yao Guan's aid. This time the girl focuses on the giant spider, which looms threateningly over the girls. They watch the man with the green aura, who screams furiously, threatening to release the 1,000-year-old spider's female and clenching his fists menacingly. The spider jumps forward in a massive leap, swinging its legs and creating a huge cloud of dust and destruction beneath it. The girl, with a determined expression, prepares to use her power, holding her hand forward, showing a bright pattern and confidence in her actions. Her battle with the giant spider begins as she stands up to the monster with defiance, ready to fight. The spider jumps back in fear as the girl confidently swings her arm, a glowing magical bracelet flaring to life in her hand, emphasizing her readiness for battle. The man shouts at the spider's female, accusing her of being scared of the bracelet. He stares at the girl in a confident pose, raising her bracelet-wielding arm with a contemptuous look, showing off her power and confidence. The man clenches his fist in fury, ready to attack, his determination highlighted by a bright flash of green light. But the girl, blindingly glowing, raises her hand, summoning the spider back to its true form, ready to continue the fight to the end. The girls watch the huge green spider move forward aggressively, its eyes flashing threateningly, ready to attack its opponents. The man with the green aura orders the spider to catch the girls, his face twisted by hatred and determination, only to realize he's standing on something much smaller than he thought. The spider suddenly starts shrinking, making it awkward for the man to stand on it, but then he notices he's actually on a tiny spider web. The girl releases a powerful beam of light from her bracelet, striking the man, who stares in confusion, not knowing he missed a big twist in the story. The man lunges forward, demanding his bracelet back, his face twisted by rage and determination, but then he realizes he's not the one in control anymore. The massive thousand-year-old Spider-Woman transforms into a small and harmless spider, disappointing Bai, who is expecting a real fight. The girl with long hair surrounded by bright light orders the Spider-Woman to protect her, which means the spider is now her loyal bodyguard. She releases a powerful energy wave from her bracelet, aiming it at the man and the giant spider, but only to realize it's not enough to control the creature. The spider defends itself, forming a green sphere around itself to absorb the man's attack and protect its new owner. But the spider cancels its own strike in green energy streams, obeying the man's orders and preparing to attack the enemies. The girl figures out the man sacrificed too many people, and the bracelet won't be enough to subdue the spider. Bei charges at the girl using the technique of 100 punches, knocking the useless spider girl aside. The girl counters by directing her magical barrier energy at the owner's attacks to defend herself. The girl gets thrown back from Bai's powerful strike, only to crash into dangerous debris, injuries from which could be fatal. The man stares at his opponent, ready for the next move, but threatens new attacks, pushing her into the fight. He approaches Yao Guan, saying he's going to hurt her only to make Lin Feng suffer. Yao Guan attacks Bai, saying she'd rather die than surrender to such a contemptible person as him. However, the girl's strike proves useless against one of the Bai family's strongest masters. He hits the girl so hard she flies back and starts falling toward the deadly debris, injuries from which could be fatal. Yao Guan regrets refusing Lin Fei's feelings, thinking he loved not her but the empress, whom she isn't. The girl is bathed in a powerful light coming from below, her body surrounded by bright radiance. Lin Fei uses his power, surrounded by a glowing halo, rising into the air ready for the final attack. The great sage catches the girl, who immediately clings to her savior, his face showing relief and care. On his beloved's face, Lin Fei notices blood and wounds that anger and upset him. Lin Fei holds his beloved in his arms, while dark whirls of hatred swirl behind him. Bei stares at the blinding light, where Lin Fei floats with a glowing halo around him, creating the illusion of divine power, only to realize it's not what it seems. The man stands on the ground, looks up at the light, and is amazed by the power radiating above him, his expression determined but unaware of what's coming next. He orders the thousand-year Spider Queen to attack Lin Fei with a venomous web, not knowing it's a trap for something far worse. The Spider Queen begins weaving an enormous venomous net, aiming to trap her enemies, but the web is already laced with a hidden danger. Lin Fei and the girl cling to each other, their bodies wrapped in green webbing that slowly encircles them, creating a deadly situation they can't escape. Yao Guan and mighty Lin Fei hover in the air, surrounded by green webbing that threatens to capture them, but the master uses his power to redirect it into the heart of the spider's trap. The man laughs at his opponent, thinking he underestimated the power of his attack and strength. He tears through the web at blinding speed, leaving a bright light trail that destroys everything in its path. The enemy is stunned, his face shows shock at what he's seeing. He can't believe it's happening and screams in despair. Lin Fei gathers all his power into his fist, ready to deliver the final blow to his opponent. The hero's punch, glowing bright with light, breaks through the obstacle, freeing him and the girl from danger. A massive glowing fist floats in the sky, emitting blinding light and creating a powerful destruction effect around it. The enemy is shocked, his face twisted in horror and confusion at how his opponent managed to overpower him with incredible strength. A fist crashes down with unimaginable power, smashing the ground and creating an explosion that shakes everything around it. People in the distance watch this grand spectacle, discussing what just happened and struggling to believe their eyes. Standing on the edge of the massive crater created by the blow, Lin Fei and Yao Guan watch the aftermath of the battle, cheering at their victory. Yao Guan looks at the giant spider, defeated and trapped in the massive crater, from which green light radiates, creating a sinister atmosphere. She asks how the Spider Queen managed to survive the attack, defending herself against Lin Fei's powerful strike. Ling Fei answers the girl's question, explaining that she's protected the spider for thousands of years and can't die now. The girl, seeing her beloved, flies to him with joy, expressing her feelings with bright hearts and happiness, which shows how much she loves him. Ling Fei, clearly flustered by the situation, pushes her away with mild annoyance, creating a magical barrier to keep her at a distance. The girl, upset, says Ling Fei is cruel and doesn't consider her help in saving Yao Guan. Yao Guan and Ling Fei discuss how the girl's interference changed the battle's outcome, which they barely survived. In that case, Ling Fei tells the girl he has a reward for her, holding something in his hand, creating intrigue. Lin Fei explains that this item is priceless to ordinary people, but he decides to share it with her, emphasizing its value. He hands the girl the elixir, and she happily accepts it with gratitude, expressing her thanks and admiration for what he did. The girl says she's willing to stay with him all night as a sign of gratitude, but then remembers she needs to return the bracelet mentioned earlier. However, Lin Fei refuses, not understanding why he'd need the bracelet, and turns to Yao Guan. Instead of taking the bracelet for himself, Lin Fei gives Yao Guan a ring with the bracelet, thereby granting her power over the Spider-Woman. The bodyguards watch Lin Fei and Yao Guan, and are surprised by how easily the master gave the girl the power of the venomous spider. Lin Fei says it's the best solution, because then Yao Guan will be able to take care of herself in his absence. But Yao Guan doubts taking on such responsibility, remembering the destructive power of the spider girl. The girl admits she's actually really scared of spiders and won't be able to control her power. Lin Fei replies he would have long thrown away the spider girl's bracelet, only he doesn't know what type of trash they are and he's too lazy to sort them. The girls are shocked and terrified by the great master's words, calling priceless treasures trash. Malin asks Lin Fei for the spider girl's bracelet, saying she'll be the one protecting Yao Guan from danger. The girl quickly changes her mind about her words, realizing it sounded too rude toward an immortal god. Lin Fei calmly agrees to Mu Lin's request and directs his power straight to her. Control over powerful artifacts and forces transfers to Mu Lin, who becomes even stronger. She happily thanks Lin Fei for the help, showing her willingness to use her power to protect her friends. After that, Lin Fei orders his student Mu Lin to go to the hotel with Yao Guan, who needs treatment and rest. Yao Guan asks why Lin Fei isn't going with them, but he replies he's waiting for one person and will join later. She thought Lin Fei sent the others away on purpose so they could be alone together, only to find out he wanted her to leave. Lin Fei coldly told her to go, breaking her heart, which had hoped for mutual feelings. Ignoring her feelings, Lin Fei asked her about Man Chulo, who once killed her grandfather, but she didn't know much. Remembering past events, she said they never saw Man Chulo directly and he acted from afar. After her answer, Lin Fei told her to go, but she argued wanting to stay since she didn't know when they'd see each other again. Lin Fei promised her he'd come to Kunyuan when he had time to see her again, which meant they'd have to wait a while. The girl trusts Lin Fei's words and eagerly awaits his arrival, only to realize he's not coming back. Lin Fei, finally alone, looks up at the sky, hoping someone will show up soon. He stares at the dark sky, where shadowy enemy helicopters are flying, threatening the world and peace of their city. Helicopters appear on the horizon, closing in, and the heroes know the battle is about to get tougher. Lin Fei calmly watches them from below, waiting for them to land and come down to him. Bright streetlights annoy him, and he demands they be turned off, since they're not looking for frogs in a swamp. The soldiers shining a light on Lin Fei report that they found a mysterious person at the crime scene. Lin Fei looks at his opponents with defiance, realizing the light aimed at him symbolizes a threat. He exhales a powerful typhoon aimed at the helicopters with blindingly bright lights. The enemies are shocked to watch his actions, not expecting he could use magic they don't understand. The soldiers one by one jump from the helicopters and head toward Lin Fei to neutralize him. They land around him and surround Lin Fei, pointing weapons and demanding total submission. Lin Fei says he fully understands the military is following protocol, but he needs them to call Little Chen. He repeats his order, demanding the military call Chen Lunsen, the chief of police. The soldiers are confused why he's so familiar with their commander, clearly offended by his words and bold tone. Lin Fei stays calm and adds that their actions only confirm the bad manners of their generation, and then shines with bright light and disappears. The soldiers decide to find Lin Fei but discover he unexpectedly disappears, leaving them completely confused and flustered. However, there's no need to search, because Lin Fei appears behind a soldier and takes his phone, showing his power and asking questions, causing him great fear. Soldiers surround him, but he keeps calm and talks on the phone with the police chief, now called the Dragon King. The soldier doesn't believe Lin Fei, thinking he's faking it and wants his phone back. At the same time, Lin Fei hands the phone to the soldiers and asks to speak with the police chief, who has a message for him. The police chief yells at them to drop their weapons and not resist, but the soldiers are confused, not knowing what to do next. The soldier commander yells the order to surrender, but with some hesitation, realizing their situation is critical. The soldiers slowly lower their weapons, realizing resistance is useless, and they are completely under Lin Fei's control. The hero watches their moves, smirking as he realizes his plan worked perfectly, giving him full control of the situation. The chief calls Lin Fei on the phone again, apologizing for having raised his subordinates poorly. But Lin Fei knows exactly what the police chief really meant to say, even if he didn't say it out loud. The military chief assumes that since Lin Fei has returned to his human form, chaos is about to break out in the future. Before he can finish his sentence, Lin Fei cuts the call short, telling him he doesn't want to hear anything about it anymore. Lin Fei quickly appears beside the soldier, takes his weapon and curiously examines it. The soldier says this weapon can blow off a human head from 500 meters away, and you need to be careful with it. At that moment, Lin Fei shoots himself in the head, which shocks the soldiers so much they can't believe what they just saw. Lin Fei catches the bullet with 2 fingers easily, and asks them to tell their commander that this weapon is useless against the coming chaos, and they need to perfect their military skills. The soldiers fall to their knees before him and beg him to explain what he meant by the coming chaos. But he didn't want to explain anything and ordered them to return to the helicopter. A strong typhoon lifted the soldiers and helicopters into the air, and they screamed in panic about Lin Fei's incredible power. Lin Fei sincerely hopes that they can land safely, and nothing bad happens to them after his powerful typhoon. Lin Fei tells someone on the side that there are no bystanders around, and a person can appear before him. A red-haired boy approaches him, looking upset and sad before his teacher. Lin Fei calmly and directly tells his student that his father was brutally killed. The red-haired boy kneels down, fully understanding that this was the best choice in this situation. Otherwise, his father could have killed more innocent people. But even knowing the right decision, the red-haired boy cries and begs for forgiveness, because it hurts him to lose his family. Lin Fei calmly watches his crying student, only to realize how complicated human emotions can be. In the City of Lotuses, somewhere in a dark unknown lair, Tolos roars at his subordinates, who failed to complete his orders. No one managed to complete his orders, and worse still, his devilish sword still hasn't found a suitable swordsman. All members of the Night Killers organization were killed, and now there are no killers left who can handle his complex tasks. The man, looking upset, clutches his head, clearly remembering the fallen comrades he lost. Unexpectedly, he recalls that Nightmare has always wanted to buy a piece of artificial amber from him to create the perfect piece of art. He remembers that Ko Sha Mar told him about a girl who's the best artwork he ever created, only to realize she was real. After recalling everything, he figures out how he can kill all his enemies by using the young girl as a weapon. He posts a wanted poster offering 1,000,000 yuan for the living girl named Lin Xinyu, but then he plans to use her to get rid of his enemies. The quiet night of the hotel gives a peaceful vibe, but Yaoguan and Lin Fei are there safe and sound. Lin Fei is in his room, lost in thought, when suddenly his phone rings and pulls him out of it. He answers the call and talks to Qin Fen, who apologizes for the destroyed house and offers to let him stay at his place for the night. Lin Fei is about to hang up when the man asks him to wait for his daughter, who has something important to say. The Jai family is thrilled that Lin Fei agreed to listen to their daughter's message. The woman on the phone looks worried, preparing to make a crucial proposal that will shape the future of the Xin family. The serious-looking men watch her, discussing her behavior and urging her to get to the point of the call. She asks Lin Fei to take a walk with her and get dinner, where she can thank him for saving her life. The men keep watching her closely, showing off their thumbs and proud that she managed to set up a date with a celestial being. Lin Fei rudely hangs up, telling the girl he's too busy, which leaves her disappointed. Lin Fei's father comforts his upset daughter, promising to buy and gift a new villa tomorrow as a thank you. A crowd gathers outside the hotel, bowing before the entrance, while the Bai family waits anxiously for Lin Fei to appear. A man in a black suit questions the situation, his face showing frustration and a desire to get rid of the Bai family quickly. A group of men stand nearby, one of them looks around confused, not understanding why everything has turned out this way. Lin Fei in a white t-shirt watches the commotion, then asks a passerby about the incident. Lin Fei asks to be let through, saying he lives in this hotel and doesn't have time to wait here. The man in the rabbit-eared suit shouts in outrage, not believing the words of great sage Lin Fei. Lin Fei looks seriously at the crowd, his frustration clearly visible, ready for decisive action. A sudden strong wind rises around them, causing chaos among the people, no one knowing where it came from. The crowd starts panicking, people run in different directions, trying to escape the threatening Lin Fei. Bai with red hair kneels before Lin Fei, asking for forgiveness for his uncle and father's crimes. The crowd is stunned by what's happening, unable to believe that one of the city's most powerful families is bowing down to a strange guy. Lin Fei says they don't need to apologize to him, since it's only his parents who are to blame, and he's already late for dinner because his food is getting cold. He asks Bai to leave him alone and heads to his hotel room, where Yao Guan is waiting for him. The crowd films them, and people in the crowd wonder who Lin Fei is feeding, not knowing if there's someone even more powerful than the guy Bai just bowed to. The girls stand by the entrance, drawing the crowd's attention with their bright looks and confident posture. The crowd reacts to the girls with admiration and curiosity, some unable to hide their concern. Liney Fei approaches the girls and hands them a bundle of firewood, asking if they'll try it out. Moling is greatly and pleasantly surprised that her great teacher Liney Fei bought food even for her. The crowd keeps being amazed, but then Liney Fei suddenly shoves the firewood into Moling's mouth. Liney Fei uses his power to push back the crowd, saying it's time to go since everyone has already eaten. The crowd stares in confusion at the strange and unusual people, especially Liney Fei, who pushed them aside to pass through. Liney Fei tells his companions he's going to the den of the black bamboo. The girls are surprised to find out Lin Fei is actually planning to head to the Chinese Valley of Death, which is also known as the Chinese Bermuda Triangle. Lin Fei, who had never heard of the Chinese Valley of Death before, starts searching for it online. Yao Guan asks Lin Fei why he's going to such a dangerous and infamous place. He enthusiastically replies that he wants to help the two of them reach a new level of mastery and become teachers. Lin Fei suggests Yao Guan join him, saying it would feel like a shared adventure. Unexpectedly, Yao Guan calmly agrees to the invitation, which greatly surprises Wu Malin, who doesn't understand why anyone would want to go to such a terrifying place. Yao Guan asks his friend to come along, but she declines because she needs to watch over the company while they're away. Malin watches Yao Guan and Lin Fei walk away, thinking their first date is weird and they probably won't remember it as a good memory. The girl rushes to work late, trying to mark her arrival without raising suspicion among her coworkers. She's nervous and hurries to the time clock, realizing every second is crucial. When she finally marks her arrival, the screen shows 9:01 and the dispatcher says she's late for work for the first time in a month. A young Han approaches Malin, intending to ask something and find out about the girl. He notices that Yao Guan has been missing from work often, but Mulin says she's gone traveling with Lin Fei. Now young Han realizes their relationship with the celestial being is very serious, and he did the right thing by surrendering on time. He believes that to achieve wealth and influence, you need to know when to stop and have enough nerve to do it at the same time. Young Han gets an important call and answers it right away, holding his phone to his ear. They tell him the villa auction starts at 8 in the evening, and he needs to arrive earlier than everyone else. He brags he'll get one of the city's most expensive villa lots, and asks his friend to show him his sister after a successful deal. Haney gets hungry, only to realize that after a successful deal and showing off his skills, his friend's sister will fall for him. Haney imagines getting not just a fancy villa, but also the beautiful Sun Tzu. At the same time, Lin Fei and Yao Guan arrive at a place where the valley is surrounded by thick layers of clouds and mist, with lush forest growth reaching almost to the sky. The pair ends up at an ancient site filled with magical energy, which felt almost physical and caused awe. On the stone slab were carved mysterious patterns resembling signs that masters, reaching 60 kilometers, used to mark the arrangement of power. Yao Guan, hearing about the magical monument, excitedly guessed they might find a large amount of treasure there. They were searching for a place with power, but Lin Fei sensed something more interesting that caught his attention. Besides finding the location of the precious stones, he also sensed the presence of two different groups of people. Suddenly, they hear a wolf howl in the distance, and realize that a pack of dangerous wolves has attacked the people. Lin Fei notices that the wolf is unusual, and by embracing Yao Guan, it flies to the scene of the incident to take a closer look. The group of people was indeed attacked by unusual three-eyed fierce wolves that surrounded the man with the intent to destroy him. Lin Fei explains that these wolves aren't particularly dangerous, but they differ from ordinary ones because they were bred for perfection. He also explains that when regular wolves eat the corpses of enlightened monks, they consume a large amount of essence, which is when they become something far more dangerous than they were before. The fight starts instantly, and the men have to use all their strength and skills to defeat the wolves, but then they realize they're up against something far worse. The situation gets out of control, and they understand they've faced something far more dangerous than they could handle, only to find out it's not even the worst of it. They spot the alpha of the pack, who's clearly stronger and more dangerous than the other wolves, standing tall above the rest, watching the victims with a fierce look. The men lose all hope seeing the alpha of the pack. They completely give up, not believing their eyes, which is when they realize they're in for the real fight. One of the men suddenly charges in, showing incredible strength, trying to break through the wolves to protect his allies from the alpha of the pack, only to be met with a terrifying force. Wolves go wild and charge at him, surrounding him and preparing for a deadly fight. He uses his unique skills and power to create a deadly whirlwind, which strikes all his opponents around him. A group of people can't handle the wolves' attack without their commander present, and ask him to return for help. The girl watches in surprise, commenting that without the commander, the people won't last long. Lin Fei replies that they're not really good people and deserve such a death. He thinks this is probably the same gang that tricked Chen Xianyu and sent her into the Black Bamboo Ravine. Lin Fei says he doesn't kill people without reason, but then the girl asks if he's going to kill these guys, only to find out he doesn't kill everyone on a whim. Yao Guan agrees Lin Fei never kills without cause, but she knows he doesn't value human life and takes it too easily, which is really serious. The squad leader delivers the final blow, cutting the pack leader in half, which means the wolves are now in chaos. Lin Fei thinks about how the wind's rush and raging fire, the sect's main techniques, ended up in the hands of someone like this, which is when he realizes it's all connected. The pack leader finally falls, giving the people the upper hand, but the wolves are running in panic, scattering into the woods. The squad leader, who knew all along about Lin Fei and Yao Guan's presence, turns to them asking if they enjoyed watching his group get taken down. Lin Fei is surprised the poison fumes aren't working on the weaklings, but realizes they're using attractiles for protection. Lin Fei's words anger the fighters, who storm toward him in a rage, determined to kill him for underestimating them. But the commander, assessing the situation, proposes an alliance, explaining they can win if they fight together. The leader evaluates his knowledge and suggests using the hero as bait to make their task easier. Lin Fei immediately understands he's meant to be bait, but agrees, seeing it as a way to save his life and gain an advantage. However, the commander assures him he never intended to act so dishonorably toward Lin. Lin Fei pretends to be weak and says this place is too dangerous for him, but only to have fun and join the group. Yao Guan immediately realizes Lin Fei is up to his usual trick of playing a strange game for entertainment. Lin Fei and the gang leader shake hands, agreeing to a temporary truce for mutual benefit and future cooperation. The gang leader watches the girl and realizes she's protected by something different than them, which means she must be carrying valuable jewels. The surroundings suddenly turn black and lose all color, with every leaf, tree, and ground turning black and white. One of the gang members notices all the plants around them are dead, which is a pretty dark and terrifying sight. The gang leader orders the group to take another dose of antidote, since the poison fumes ahead will be even worse. He was most curious to see exactly how the strange couple was protecting themselves from the toxic fumes. But he sees they're completely unfazed by the danger and act like they're taking a walk in the park. The leader reminds his whole group to be as careful as possible during their journey. Strange stones blocked their path and caught Lin Fei's attention, which intrigued the gang leader. Lin Fei bent down to examine the stones closely, while the leader, not understanding anything, stood beside him. The great master blew up a pile of rocks with one hand, opening the entrance to the cave and knocking the squad commander back with a blast. The explosion revealed a passage to the cave, which housed the immortals' lair they'd been searching for all this time. Lin Fei mockingly asks the gang leader to go first, who clearly fears the unknown and planned to use Lin Fei as bait. Of course, the gang leader wants to go inside, but he also knows full well it'll be just as dangerous, if not more, than what's outside. Lin Fei asks Yao Guan to wait outside while he inspects the ancient ruins. The squad commander is happy that Lin Fei has become the bait, and he'll neutralize all traps before they arrive. Yao Guan gently asks him to return soon, but Lin Fei calmly agrees and walks into the ruins. The team leader is puzzled by the girl's calmness, thinking Yao Guan doesn't realize how serious the situation is. Just then, a red angry aura bursts from the cave, attacking the group of people. It was one of the cave's traps reacting to Lin Fei's presence, which meant such attacks were nothing to her. With one sweep of her hand, Lin Fei shatters the stone slabs, causing the red beams. Lin Fei enters the treasure room with a variety of chests, each one different from the others. The great sage spent half a day in the room, but only gathered useless healing herbs and low-grade stones. After Lin Fei took all the treasures, the room started shaking and the sage prepared for another trap. As the trap activated, the ground emitted strong vibrations that shook the earth beneath their feet. The skeleton suddenly rose from the rubble, its eyes glowing with a menacing emptiness, creating a threatening presence. Lin Fei assumed he was facing the dwelling of this ancient cave, which had awakened after his visit. The dwelling kills anyone who wanders into the ruins, feeding on soil formed from their flesh and bones. The skeleton's eyes blaze with fiery light, and the symbols on its skull flash in bright red, signaling the presence of powerful magic. He suddenly charges forward and opens his mouth wide, launching a brutal attack with wild force and unexpected aggression. Lin Fei easily dodges the blow and slams his hand over the skeleton's mouth, showing off his quick reflexes. The great sage realizes someone must have been playing a joke, having planted a wicked spirit into the skeleton of a dead man. At that moment, he figures out he could use the wicked spirit to scare off a group of bandits and trick them into making a mistake. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fei willingly inhales the toxic fumes, deliberately poisoning himself to gain an advantage. Lin Fei cries for help, claiming he's poisoned and can't escape the evil spirit, but only to lure the others in. The people around him watch in horror, seeing the guy struggle desperately to break free, not knowing he's faking it. But the commander notices something strange, realizing the evil spirit can't escape the cave since Yao Guan's fine. The team leader doubts it, thinking the guy probably can't get out of this deadly trap anymore. Relying on his acting skills, Lin Fei pretends to be seriously ill, taking small steps to exit the cave only to escape unnoticed. The people nearby are shocked he survived such terrifying events, still holding on by the last bit of strength. The bandit leader decides not to miss out on the chance, approaches the lying guy, searching his body for valuable items, but only to find nothing of worth. Lin Fei hands over the spiritual stones to Yao Guan, saying she's about to die and they're more important to her now. The girl notices the man's actions and starts doubting his intentions, not sure if he's faking or really has no interest. The girl takes the spiritual stone in her hands and asks Lin Fei about his condition, only to realize he's already gone. The guy from the earth loses consciousness, his breathing becomes shallow and weakens every second, which is when fear really sets in. She panics, calls his name, hoping it will bring him back to consciousness and save him before it's too late. The man beams with satisfaction, only to realize his suspicions were right, and he managed to get his hands on the treasure with the help of the naive pair. The bandit leader demands Yao Guan return all the other treasures, or else they'll take them by force. The girl insists to her opponents that she has no treasures at all and begs them to leave her alone, feeling she must protect Lin Fei's body. The man decides to check her words and orders his henchmen to strip her naked and search her thoroughly. The girl, terrified, realizes she has no options left and no one will come to her aid at this moment. But suddenly a savior appears, stopping them in their tracks and showing off his power to protect the girl from the threat. The enemies are shocked by his appearance and can't believe he's still alive after everything that happened. The savior smiles and explains that he's here to stop them and put an end to their wicked plans. The squad leader prepares for the attack, gathering energy that wraps his body in a bright blue light. He licks his sword, threatening Lin Fei with death, saying he'll take all his treasures. Lin Fei promises to give the bandits a second chance, since he fooled them with his flawless acting. The squad leader suddenly charges forward, using his best move, fiercely attacking Lin Fei. Lin Fei stands calmly before him, extending her hand and smiling at her opponent's pathetic attempts. He barely touches the sword with one finger, sending it flying back and shocking the bandit commander. The opponent falls to the ground, not understanding what just happened, his defeat coming suddenly and extremely fast. Lin Fei mockingly points out that the bandit leader's sword broke and became useless. The bandit commander stares at his sword, which despite being steel splits easily in two like glass. Lin Fei asks not to use simple beginner techniques against her, and suggests learning the starfall technique. The bandit leader stares at Lin Fei in surprise, asking him where he learned the forgotten sword school techniques. But Lin Fei is surprised too, questioning why he shouldn't know the techniques his student invented. The bandit doesn't believe Lin Fei's words, claiming that in that case he would be the teacher of the great Jiang Luyuan. Lin Fei, hearing that name, suddenly remembers that he once taught Jiang Luyuan as well. With every word from Lin Fei, the bandit grows more furious, mockingly suggesting that in that case Lin Fei must also be the mentor of the founder of the 8 temples. But Lin Fei thoughtfully runs a hand through his hair and says that to this little brat, he's no longer a teacher. The leader of the bandits lost control to fury and lunged at Lin Fei, claiming that his lies had worn him out. Lin Fei pressed his finger to the bandit's forehead and transferred his memories of past centuries to him. Yan Zhenbei stands at the edge of the cliff with his mentor Lin Fei, learning a new strike. Lin Fei draws his student's sword from its sheath and slashes the air with a powerful and incredible strike. The ocean can't withstand the force of such a strong attack, and Lin Fei's student watches in horror as the consequences unfold. He sees before him a massive water wall rising, splitting the sea in two. The bandit's face shows terror as he realizes he's faced something beyond human understanding. The bandit drops to his knees and begs for mercy, acknowledging Lin Fei's power and his supernatural nature. Looking at their defeated commander, the bandits figured he was probably controlled by some kind of demon. Yao Guan, in tears, turns to Lin Fei, happy he's alive and that everything with him is okay. Lin Fei calms her down, saying the chance of his death is so small he'd probably win a pig roulette wheel 1,000 times. The bandit leader thinks he has no chance against a divine being, but he could manipulate him if he caught Yao Guan. He charges at the girl to attack and grab her, intending to use Yao Guan against Lin Fei. But the bandit crashes into the protective barrier surrounding Yao Guan, which Lin Fei specially created. The barrier pushes the bandit's body back and he flies into the rocks, breaking through the cave's wall. Lin Fei explains that although he made the amulet and a regular piece of paper and a pen, no one can break through his defense. He spent only 3 minutes making the amulet, but for him that's enough, and Yao Guan is protected stronger than others. Lin Fei pointed his hand toward the bandit, saying he's already worn him out and it's time for him to die. The bandit leader tries to buy time by asking why Lin Fei pretended to be poisoned and dead. Lin Fei, aiming a deadly beam, calmly replies that he was just bored and wanted some fun. An explosion of energy blinds everyone around, lighting up the cave and forcing all the bandits into panic as they run in different directions. Lin Fei says he never kills people just for fun and only does so when they truly deserve it. He snaps his fingers and explodes the bodies of the fleeing criminals who hope to escape his punishment. As it's already getting dark in the forest, Lin Fei suggests they stay overnight and wait for morning. She's flustered, trying to explain her plan for sharing a night in the dangerous forest with a guy, but only to realize it's just the two of them alone. A tall building appears on the horizon, which is where the young general manager Han is currently staying. He steps out of his car, lights up a cigar, and asks if today's auction will take place here. His colleague approaches, introducing him to his sister Meng Zhu, who shyly and nervously greets him. Trying to make a good impression, Han takes a deep drag of his cigar in front of the girl, who finds him attractive. But the general manager suddenly starts choking and coughing loudly after inhaling too much smoke. His friend runs up behind him and slaps him on the back, trying to help his boss Han. Han drops his cigar on his suit and it starts burning, while his colleague panics and tries to put out the fire. The general manager angrily puts out the fire on his suit, while his colleague hands him his jacket. The girl looks at him with contempt, realizing he's nothing but a worthless nobody who doesn't deserve her attention. The girl looks at him with contempt, only to realize he's nothing but a worthless nobody who doesn't deserve her attention. To fix the situation, Han starts bragging about his plans to buy the most expensive items. The girl, hearing that young Han is about to buy the most expensive villa as a gift, suddenly changes her attitude toward him. His colleague says Han managed to fix the situation and change his sister's opinion of him. In the auction hall, they explain that the villa also comes with the right to own the mountain it's built on. The bald man in the hall starts the bidding first, offering a huge price of 50 million. Right after him, Han raises the bid to 75 million, surprising his companions a lot. But someone in the hall bids 100 million, making Han's general director start to get angry. This guy turned out to be Tsing Minyu from the Tsing family, who shocked everyone with his bid of 100 million. Han started to get even more angry and couldn't stand the idea of someone else buying the villa besides himself. He approached Tsing and told him the villa wasn't worth that much money and that he'd buy it no matter the cost. But Tsing just smiled kindly at him and said he planned to give the villa to someone very dear to him. Han stood in a heroic pose and replied that he also planned to give the villa and decided to make a new offer. But before Han could finish his offer, Tsing mentioned Lin Fei, saying he was planning to give the villa to him specifically. The trees started twisting and turning, obeying Lin Fei's commands and transforming into a structure. Yao Guan watched in surprise, not realizing that Lin Fei was trying to build something. The cozy cottage was ready, and Lin Fei smiled, inviting his beloved to come inside and see the result. The cozy cottage was ready, and Lin Fei smiled, inviting his beloved to come inside and see the result. Lin Fei said they would stay overnight in the cottage, so Yao Guan needed to undress right now. The girl, her head lowered in thought, was lost in her own worries, her face showing embarrassment and fear. Lin Fei starts the training in clothes since it's so humiliating for the girl. Lin Fei implants the technique called Big Bear Method into her mind, which will greatly help her cultivation. The girl sinks into bright light, her figure taking on a mystical form, filling the room with radiance. Yao Guan begins floating in the air, absorbing new knowledge and the power of the Big Bear Method. Lin Fei watches thoughtfully, realizing the power inside Yao Guan will grow at a rapid pace. He throws spiritual stones into the air to further boost and accelerate her learning speed. Yao Guan floats in the air, fully reaching the final stage of cultivation and becoming stronger than ever. Ling Fei gives her a thumbs up, saying that Yao Guan is now at the same stage as Malin. Then he hands her a potion that will boost her power even more, turning her into a teacher. Yao Guan is shocked that in just a few hours she went from the beginner level to the teacher level. But Ling Fei says the teacher level isn't anything special, and if he hadn't been worried about her, Yao Guan would already be way stronger. Yao Guan decides to trust Ling Fei's words and takes the potion, believing she doesn't need to worry anymore. The girl starts shouting loudly, feeling her body fill with immense power and strength. A strong mist rises from her body, and she feels oddly strange, adjusting to these new sensations. Lin Fei approaches her carefully, offering his hand and suggesting she walk around and test out her new abilities. Lin Fei tells the girl to kick the tree with enough force to make it break and fall to the ground. The girl doubts she can do something like that, so Lin Fei has to push her forward. Yao Guan steps into a fighting stance, ready to deliver a powerful kick to the tree and knock it down. She charges forward screaming, her face showing determination and courage in a new situation, but only to realize her actions are completely out of control. She kicks the tree trunk, her expression showing confusion and uncertainty in her actions, only to understand her attempt didn't work and she's disappointed by the result. The tree suddenly collapses, pieces of the trunk flying apart and leaving small cracks behind, which means she's responsible for the destruction. She's stunned, realizing her own actions caused the destruction, and is shocked by the power she's unleashed. The guy explains she shouldn't kick so hard, especially in a dress, and Yao Guan blushes, her cheeks turning red. He raises a finger to explain the next steps, his gaze full of confidence and readiness to help her out. Lin Fei reaches for her forehead and starts showing her the ancient memories of the mighty masters. The girl begins to transform, her body wrapped in bright light that makes her glow. Yao Guan witnesses the great war of the gods, who control the most powerful forces. The girl can't believe someone could be that strong and calls them monsters. She faints from the sheer amount of power and Liny Fei pulls the memories from her, thinking she's too young for this. But the girl asks her to explain everything, saying the power of those masters was incredible and she's amazed by their strength. Ling Fei gets angry, asking why she never praised his power and strength, which makes Yao Guan flustered. He explains that these were the children of the supreme ruler Chuanshu, the brothers Wanliang and Zunchen, who fought for the right to the throne. The girl asks Ling Fei who ultimately won that great battle between the brothers. Wanliang was already winning, but it turned out his brother had been secretly plotting against him on both heaven and earth, so Wanliang got trapped at the crucial moment and hid in the wasteland. Yao Guan asks the great sage why Zunchen didn't chase after his brother and let him escape so easily. But he never stopped searching for him and founded the Temple of Shadows, which still exists, and tried to kill Yao Guan. She's thinking about how Lin Fei and Wu Malin have been really busy constantly protecting her from the Shadow Temple. But today Yao Guan is finally able to stand on her own and handle enemies without help. She remembers there's another group of people in the valley with them, mentioned by Lin Fei earlier. This group is close by but got trapped in a trap and can't get out now. In an internet chat, a user is demanding specific info from their conversation partner, who's trying to take their money and run. Tolo is slamming the table, shouting that he's been scammed again with fake info about the girl and had his money taken. Someone approaches from behind, puts a hand on his shoulder and says they have the information he needs. Tolo slowly turns around, facing a man whose face is hidden by bandages and a hood. The man turns out to be a member of the temple and knows what happened to Gardenia, the one Tolo has been searching for. They leave the place, commenting on how the locals are repulsive, which stings the bald man. Tolo offers the man a cigarette and asks him to start talking, saying he's ready to listen. The conversation partner introduces himself as being from the 8 Temples of Illusion, which shocks Tolo badly. Tolo quickly hides his eyes, knowing that anyone who looks into the Illusion Master's eyes will be trapped in a hallucination all day long. The Illusion Master says he won't attack Tolo because they have a common goal and need to work together. The mysterious master smirks with malice, saying he wants to kill Yao Guan and believes all heavenly beasts will soon wake up. Even though Lin Fei is blocking their plan, he can't be stronger than the heavenly beasts, and even on Earth there's someone who could kill him. Tolo holds up a lighter and says he's willing to cooperate, hoping they can defeat Lin Fei together. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and Yao Guan are about to reach the heart of the Black Bamboo Marsh. Liny Fei says there's a bunch of strange and dangerous stuff in the center, like a pile of fallen warriors' skeletons. He tells her to stay close and she'll be safe, but Yao Guan clings to him, panicking and covering her eyes. Liny Fei says there are no ghosts here, but Yao Guan is imagining girls as ghosts. Suddenly, a strong wind starts shaking the bamboo, which makes Yao Guan even more scared, waiting for ghosts to appear. But Liny Fei insists it's not ghosts, it's a monster playing with them and it's about to show up. Liny Fei is surprised such a creature isn't afraid of him and demands it show itself right now. A monster's shadow appeared before them, threatening death and revenge for daring to enter its territory. The monster charged at them with its attack of leaf rain, sending countless blows their way. A deadly shower of leaves flew toward Lin Fei, who stood still and unreactive. Lin Fei used his power to strike back, hoping to destroy the enemy. A massive explosion wiped out the monster and spread over the entire valley. The group of girls watched in panic as the huge explosion slowly approached them. The girls panic, grab their heads, and scream about certain death as the explosion gets closer and closer. The blast wave hits them, destroying the bamboo and earth around the group of girls. But the girls are completely fine and happily cry from joy, realizing they made it. They spot the monster and Lin Fei, who's fighting against the bamboo beast. The bamboo monster is confused by the fact that Lin Fei managed to block the attack created by One Lion himself. Yao Guan, who was watching the monster, thought it could be caught and sent to Chengdu Zoo, where they could make a lot of money. The bamboo monster is no longer the master of the glade, and using the name Vanlin won't save him now. Lin Fei cuts the bamboo beast in two with one strike, which leaves it screaming in pain and fear. The girls look at the cut bamboo and talk about how Lin Fei and Yao Guan can now get rich. This bamboo is worth a lot, and any master would want a weapon or musical instrument made from it. One of the girls says this bamboo is so expensive she'd just glue it to her face, which surprises her friends a lot. Yao Guan asks Lin Fei about the remaining bamboo, but he says they don't need this junk at all. The girls erupt in fury and confusion when Lin Fei calls the precious bamboo trash. One of the girls approaches Lin Fei, thanking him for saving them and saying they came from the music temple. Picking up the remains of the bamboo beast, Lin Fei introduces himself to the girls. He stared intently at the girl with the eye patch, then pitied her condition. The woman wondered if Lin Fei might be able to heal Xuantun's eyes and restore her vision. She bowed before him and begged him to heal her apprentice, promising any reward for his help. The music temple's mentor says the young student is the most gifted in 100 years and will one day become a master. Lin Fei says even if she heals the girl's eyes, she's too weak and her double pupils won't let her withstand the sacred power. The girls are surprised that an unfamiliar boy knows about such an important secret, the double pupils of Xuantun. Lin Fei recognizes the young girl as the founder of the music temple, who is also blind and loved playing silent music. Lin Fei tells the girls to go back home, but they refuse, saying they've come all this way for an important mission. It would be too shameful to return to the temple empty-handed, and they feared embarrassing themselves in front of the others. Ling Fei handed his instructor the remains of the bamboo monster and told them to leave this dangerous place. The instructor was flustered by such a valuable gift for the temple, which meant nothing to Ling Fei. The celestial being said the girls could think of the bamboo as a gift for Xuantun, who means a lot to the temple. Not only Xuantun, but her friends were surprised by the generosity of a stranger toward a girl. Yao Guan got angry and was upset to see Ling Fei giving gifts to unfamiliar girls in her presence. The girls thanked their savior Ling Fei and accepted his expensive gift. Lin Fei warns everyone not to tell anyone about the girl's double pupils, or else her temple could be attacked. All the girls realize in horror that their temple might be destroyed because of the girl's unusual eyes. Lin Fei promises to help the girl one more time, holding a jade pendant in his hand that needs to be broken in case of danger. The girl thanks him for his help, feeling relieved and happy because of his kindness and generosity. Lin Fei's companion is surprised and asks why he cares so much about other women, and Lin Fei asks if she doesn't envy him. Yao Guan blushes and gets angry, saying she would never have envied anyone in her life. The immortal sage explains that he sees this as his duty, because in the past this girl was a goddess who served him. But the girl keeps getting angry and jealous, pretending not to care about Lin Fei's relationship. The companion gets upset and says she doesn't care about his past, but she's really jealous of him. Lin Fei tells the girl she should look down from now on or she'll fall, and she notices something off to the side and asks what it is. They descend into a dark place surrounded by strange, eerie light and ruins that emit a sinister aura. With a smile on his face, Lin Fei says there's a chicken buried down there, which really surprises the girl. Lin Fei explains that this is actually the ancient fiery dark phoenix he refers to, whose remains have stayed here forever. A massive purple creature emerges from the darkness, spewing powerful energy streams, scaring everyone around and causing chaos. People scream in panic and run, trying to escape the threat that seems unstoppable and terrifying. One of them warns the others that the creature can't be stopped, and the best option is to run immediately. The creature keeps growing, its form becoming even more threatening, and it consumes everything that happens to be in its path. She calmly notes that this creature doesn't exceed her expectations, and the phoenix is actually much weaker than anticipated. The girl worries out loud, asking if the creature can break through the ground and escape, threatening everything in the surrounding world. Lin Fei suggests heading to the center of the wasteland to stop the treasure from being taken. He throws a stone at the phoenix's burial site, which bounces several times off the ground and rolls away. The girl watches the stone closely, but suddenly feels a strange threat that appeared out of nowhere. The stone bursts into purple flames, which really scares and surprises Yao Guan, who didn't expect that at all. The great sage fears the girl might burn her feet if she steps on the dark phoenix's burial site. Lin Fei pulls the girl aside, insisting that fear only makes the situation worse around them. She agrees with him, still unsure, trying to figure out how to move forward in this mysterious place, only to realize she's walking into something she doesn't fully understand. They decide to explore their surroundings to find treasure, but the girl notices there's nothing here except ruins, which means they're not even close to finding anything. Lin Fei thinks that if this place feels empty, maybe something is carefully hidden from outsiders, not knowing that the real secret is buried beneath the surface. He points to the red glow, suggesting they check it out closer, not caring about the danger of high temperatures, which is when the heat starts to get unbearable. The girl doubts there could be treasure in there that might easily burn up from the high temperature of the crater, but then she sees something glowing that doesn't seem to be affected by the heat. The immortal sage tells the girl he'll show her something and activates his magical power, creating a bright glow that reveals a hidden path they hadn't noticed before. She's surprised, holding onto her hat, and asks what he's planning to do this time. Before them rises a huge fiery wall of lava and the girl gets scared, thinking they might fall through and burn. Lin Fei stays calm and leads her through the fire, convincing her it's safe and telling her not to scream so much. The girl is nervous but decides to trust him, opens her eyes and asks what he'll show her next. Yao Guan notices a strange object in the air, is surprised, and asks what the bronze lamp is. The bronze lamp will be his first gift for Yao Guan, but she's more amazed that the guy can stand on the hot ground in his slippers. She stretches her arms out, ready to catch the bronze lamp that Lin Fei threw to her. She's surprised to hear that Lin Fei wants to clear out the mess under the crater, not knowing there were still treasures left there. He confidently raises his hand and starts using his powers to pull out the remaining treasures from the hideout. A powerful explosion erupts, scattering various treasures around, and the girl is shocked by the sight she sees. Lin Fei says he never thought he'd end up sorting someone else's trash, amazed by his own fate. It seems funny to the girl since even though Lin Fei's teacher calls these things trash, each one is worth a fortune. She blows on the bronze lamp, and the flame on it starts to glow and softly shimmer. She does everything she can to ignite the flame, but the lamp keeps boosting its magical energy. The lamp suddenly activates, spewing a powerful stream of fire that surrounds the girl and Lin Fei. From the fire emerges a huge fire dragon, circling in the air and causing the girl to panic. The dragon roars ready to attack, opens its mouth, and its fiery body surrounds Lin Fei. The girl shouts at the immortal sage to be careful and defend himself against the dragon's attack. Ling Fei uses her powers to control the fire and keep things in check. The dragon's attack doesn't faze Ling Fei, but Yao Guan is way too worried for no reason. Her head starts spinning and she feels her strength fading, the exhaustion hitting hard. She begins to fall and drops her ice sword, losing her balance and consciousness. The dragon's power is too much for her and she needs rest, so Ling Fei suggests heading back home. But the girl says she won't use the dragon's power anymore, fearing it might end up destroying her. Ling Fei lifts the girl in his arms, comments on her suggestive line, and makes her flustered. The girl worries about the fiery phoenix's fate, questioning if it's at peace, but Ling calms her, explaining that the spirit sacrificed itself for a great purpose. The girl fears the spirit might be used by evil forces, insisting they leave it be and respect its sacrifice. As they flew away from the tomb, Ling Fei's phone buzzed with a message that distracted him. Since they made it out alive from the most dangerous labyrinth in the world, the girl suggests staying at a nice hotel, considering her home is still ruined. Sin Fen messaged him, informing him he bought a villa as a thank you for his help and saving his family. The fancy mountain villa called Floating Clouds is a place worth its price, standing alone in its beauty. The daughter of the Jin family waits for someone important, gazing at the picturesque surroundings of the luxurious mansion where a quiet life flows. She starts to get anxious as the waiting drags on and the guest doesn't hurry to arrive, but her dress feels too fancy for the moment. Suddenly, Lin Fei arrives on a scooter with a cheerful old man, drawing attention with his unexpected appearance. The girl is surprised by his simple and careless arrival, clearly not matching her expectations for the meeting. The old man wrongly assumes Lin Fei works for the rich and asks him to set him up for a job here. He ignores old man Lin's request and approaches the girl, apologizing for his delay. The daughter of the Jai family politely bows to the immortal and hands over the keys to the villa. The immortal moves forward confidently, planning to check out the villa and sort out the questions that came up. Old man Lin was surprised to call Lin Fei young, but he was also surprised to find himself looking youthful for his age. The immortal liked the villa, but he noticed something was still missing. Hearing this, the girl agreed to fulfill any of his requests and grant him all his wishes. Ling Fei turns to the girl and says he doesn't have enough girls and servants to take care of things. The girl, thinking about something completely different, says she can take care of herself if he just wants to. The girl's flustered words are cut off by the great sage, who explains that the villa is too big and needs cleaners and servants for cooking. The girl runs off embarrassed by her thoughts, but promises she'll organize everything for the immortal sage. Ling Fei thinks about how modern youth today only think about some crude things. In a certain unknown village in Jiangnan province, a girl tends to a farm feeding chickens that peck at their food. A man with blue hair and a serious expression suddenly appears next to the house, but then he's not who she expected. The girl tells Tola that if he's here to kill her, he might as well do it fast, not knowing he's not here for that. Tola says the man who helped her run is the killer of her night terrors, and she should know that, only to realize it's not what it seems. The girl can't believe what she's heard, wondering if someone so important to her is really gone for good. Both people are focused on the huge pendant hanging in front of them, which looks like an ancient amulet, but it's not what it seems. The girl remembers how her night terrors showed her a big piece of amber, telling her it was his best work, which is when she realizes it's not just a dream. She remembers the past, when the night terror held the same amulet in its hands, promising to wear it as long as it lived. She presses the amulet to her chest and asks Tolo who killed the person close to her. Tolo shows her a photo of Lin Fei, explaining that it was he who brutally killed the night terror. She stares in confusion at the photo, realizing she'll still never be able to kill the great master. But Tolo laughs and says that with the demon sword, she'll be able to stand a chance against the celestial being. A huge red energy from the sword flares up in the air, filling the space with a powerful and ominous light. The blue-haired man looks on with defiance, declaring that this time things will be different, since the girl is truly the chosen one of the sword. Standing confidently in the center of the hall, surrounded by a swirling red aura, he explains exactly how the sword chooses its master. Before he could finish speaking, the girl had already taken the sword in her hands, which didn't burn her or try to kill her. The sword was accepted by the girl, and she became its master, absorbing the power of the demonic weapon into her hands. The woman stands holding red flames in her hands, declaring her thirst for power overall. The man kneels before the woman, greeting the great Vanlini who has awakened in the girl's body. The woman says he's not a Vanlian, but a Lin Xiaoyu who managed to defeat the spirit and regain control of her body. The woman says the Vanlian spirit is still inside him, trapped in the shadow of her brother, trying to resist. The red shadow twists in agony, and the spirit inside the woman's body says Vanlian is too weak, with only two possible outcomes. Either Vanlian or his brother will win, but if Vanlian does, chaos will follow, and the spirit only wants Lin Fei dead. Tolo's plan was different. With fury in his eyes, he prepares to deliver the final blow to permanently rid himself of her. The situation went out of control. The woman quickly dodges the attack and points her sword at the man. The leader of the Dark Knight drops to his knees before the girl, no longer able to resist her power. The Shadow offers her power in exchange for her telling Tolo to gather all the organization's members in one place. She says she doesn't need an army or overwhelming strength, she just wants to avenge the death of her nightmare. The Shadow admits he respects her strength and would like to make her his successor if he had the chance. She refuses, saying there's only room in her life for one mentor. The woman orders everyone to gather, preparing for the upcoming meeting and crucial battle with Lin Fei. 4 servants arrive at the grand mansion hidden among thick clouds, summoned by Lin Fei's request. The 4 girls promise to take care of the celestial being, showing their affection and willingness to help him. The woman explains that the girls wanted to become servants and agreed to work for him, only to find out they'd be his new slaves. The great sage points at the girls, telling them to come up with names or nicknames, but they're too stunned to respond. Lin Fei names the girls after the seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, assigning roles without thinking about their names. The girls happily run after him, eager to follow their new master, but the daughter of Qin watches them with sadness, realizing her services are no longer needed. New servants tend to him, massaging his shoulders, feeding him and reading books to him while he watches the show. At that moment, a young red-haired Bai approaches Lin Fei, completely unprepared for such a spectacle. Lin Fei asks them to leave him alone and the girls obey, leaving him alone with Bai. Meanwhile, another man notices the owner's actions and is surprised by his behavior, envying him for it. Lin Fei decides to focus on training his student, making it his top priority for the day. The student is surprised and a bit confused by his teacher's sudden offer, not knowing what's in store, recalling his servants. His teacher doesn't share his silly fantasies, instead offering him some herbs to bring him back to reality. Bei is surprised when the student offers him herbs and says it's something unusual for him. Lin Fei's teacher explains that this herb is used for cultivation, but its properties are often used by teachers themselves. The student says this miracle herb is very useful and is happy to use it for his own cultivation. The girls eavesdrop on the conversation and discuss how Lin Fei gives expensive gifts, and if they work well, something might be coming their way too. The teacher looks at the student, who then asks if he wants to prove or explain something. The mentor recalls that he's never actually taught Bai anything new, only feeding him herbs and pebbles all this time. The mentor shows his student his techniques and says he's finally ready to start teaching him this skill. The mentor uses the golden dragon technique to demonstrate its power, revealing its true strength to his student. The student watches in awe, stunned by the power, thinking he'll never reach such a level, but the technique is already stuck in his head. The mentor explains that the technique is complex and requires maximum focus, and not everyone can master it. The student, stunned, admits he didn't even realize Lin Fei was the creator of this technique. The mentor says he only gave the dragon the basics, but the actual technique was created by Lin Yuan. Red Bei asks his mentor about Lin Yuan, who made this technique. The mentor explains that Lin Yuan is his brother, who also once practiced cultivation like him. Hearing the story about Lin Yuan's brother, Red Bei gets interested and asks where Lin Yuan is now. But Lin Fei calmly and coolly replies that his brother is dead, and it was he who killed him once. Meanwhile, the city's most brutal killers, the Lotus, are heading to the meeting spot on a simple bus that's moving way too slowly. She shows her curiosity, not understanding how such a strong person could die, leaving only fragments of his soul behind. Linyan thinks about what happened, surprised that everything ended because of some random injury. The spirit confirms he didn't even see the faces of the enemies, only hearing one call out to the other during the fight. The girl reacts seriously, wondering who that person was, the one he heard and remembers. His answer shocks her because that person was the Holy Celestial, a name known to many in this world. Yao Guan in the car notices that Linyan now lives in this place, and it impresses her. The girls talk about where they'll be staying temporarily, until their house is fixed and they can go back home. Yao Guan opens the door and greets them, wanting to come inside the house but can't find the owner. A cheerful servant greets them loudly and invites them inside the house. The girls are surprised that he now has a servant, which feels unusual for such a place. It turns out he has more than one servant, which shocks the guests. Malin tells the servant she could have brought the tea herself and didn't need to bother for her. Lini Fei walks into the room and tells the servants they can go free and rest. The servants leave the room, obeying their master's order, and the girls are left alone in the living room. Yao Guan starts getting more angry at Liney Fei, but Mulin can't take the disgusting tea anymore. Liney Fei approaches Mulin and hands her medicine, pills, and elixirs that will help her with her cultivation. Mulin is thrilled she'll finally reach the teacher's level, something she's waited her whole life for. Liney Fei asks the girl if she's jealous of him, while they sit together on the couch and chat. She says she has nothing to be jealous of, since they're not in a relationship with him. She recalls all the moments they shared, their adventures and mutual support, but realizes it was never for her but for the Empress. Lin Fei takes her hand and starts talking about reading fate from lines, since he created horoscopes, but she asks why he's talking about the lines on her hand. The great sage explains that the lines on her hand are unique, just like she is. The girl is surprised by what's happening and wonders what kind of inappropriate flirtation has started before her eyes. Province Jinan, where the Phoenix Mountain is located, surrounded by beautiful nature and the Daju Temple. Two warriors watch Yao Guan through a massive ice crystal, positioned in the oldest temple. Master Su Minyu and Su Qin decide to combine their powers and check if Yao Guan was really a celestial being in her past life. The warriors activate their powers and direct them at the crystal. The strength of their attack creates a bright light filling the temple. The force pushes the masters back and activates the massive crystal, which begins to glow with a bright light. A warrior expresses concern, stating that even their combined efforts aren't enough to see Yao Guan's past, but the other confirms the worry, noting she's clearly not an ordinary person. He reflects on how the people of the Music Temple and the Sword Temple are still waiting for an answer, and don't know how to react to these events. The warrior thinks the girl could either save or destroy the future, depending on what she does next. They can't climb down the mountain themselves, so they need to trick Yao Guan into visiting their temple somehow. There's no choice but to send one of their servants to Yao Guan, who will explain the temple and beg her to visit the masters. Lin Fei sits on the old man's scooter, talking about his old friend, someone he hasn't seen in a long time because of circumstances. The old man promises to show the young man what it means to be a god of the floating island mountains, telling him to hold on tight. The young man offers to help the old driver, surprising him with his determination and enthusiasm. He uses magic to speed up the scooter, surprising the old man who didn't expect such a twist of events. The scooter soars into the air with incredible force, leaving the old man shocked and unsure how to handle such a huge machine. The enforcers are stunned, with one of them wondering if it's not really a scooter but a real flying plane. The gang leader and his henchmen discuss their plan to capture the two people from the Bamboo Alliance who live in a mansion. They prepare for the journey, ready to attack confident in their strength and numbers. The senior members of the gang give instructions to their subordinates, warning them that they need a lightsaber which is in the house. The maids in the mansion calmly chat about their physical abilities, wondering if they should train under Lin Fei. The gangsters storm in, breaking down the door and startling the maids with an unexpected attack. One of the maids saves her colleague, who is almost hit by the door flying toward her. The maids step forward, determined to protect the mansion from unwanted guests, ready for battle. The gang's leader stands before the maids, crossing his arms confidently, planning to scare them with his intimidating presence. The gang leader assesses each maid's skills, thinking about how to deal with them in battle, calling them trash. The girls panic and call Lin Fei's number, hoping he'll come back and take care of the gangsters, but they don't know how to act. She doesn't get a chance to make the call, because the gang leader uses his power and fires a powerful beam. The gang charges at the girls, aiming to capture them and take them to their temple to hand them over to the Wu clan's members. Just when it looks hopeless, the maid lands a blow, injuring the bandit's hand and forcing him to retreat in fury. The gang leader didn't expect such resistance from the maid, who calls on her colleagues to defend the house. The maids step forward boldly, declaring they'll protect the house and their master at any cost. The red-haired maid readies her attack, holding her weapon and showing her determination and confidence in battle. But then the gang leader zips past her at incredible speed. The gang leader taunts the maids, humiliating them, believing they can't possibly stand up to him. Suddenly, a servant rushes in to help the maid, launching a fierce attack on the enemy and defending her clan's honor. The gang leader mocks the maid's strength, gripping her sword and showing off his dominance in combat. The blue-haired maid charges forward, determined to defeat her opponent no matter the obstacles. Her sword is aimed straight at the leader, but he manages to block the strike and keeps full control of the situation. The leader dodges the attack, grabs the maid by the neck, lifts her up, showing off his strength. The maid tries to resist, but she's caught and trapped, unable to escape. The leader laughs, holding the maid by the neck and deflecting the blow, showing his absolute confidence in his strength and superiority. He throws her down hard on the floor, showing off his power and cruelty in front of his subordinates. The maid lies on the floor, hurt from the impact, while the leader orders them to have fun with her and leaves the room. The subordinates happily agree, not wasting any time to rush up to the defenseless maid. The boss senses a change in the aura, suspecting the treasures are somewhere nearby and will be found soon. The boss inspects the room, noticing strange artifacts that he thinks might have been hidden better. He carefully examines the artifacts, considering how he'll exact revenge and return the stolen relics to the Wu clan. He smells blood and wonders if his subordinates went too far with the servants. He warns his subordinates about serious consequences if they fail and suffer a defeat. Bei grabs one of the beaten bandits by the hair and squeezes the bloodied fist, furious at the outlaws who destroyed Master Ling Fei's house. One of the maids reveals that the gang leader is to blame for everything, thanking them for the timely help that saved their lives. Seeing the gang leader, Bai loses his temper, unleashing all his power to charge at the enemy. The gang leader tensed up, realizing the opponent was way stronger than he expected, preparing for the fight. He realizes his plans are ruined but refuses to retreat, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Using all his strength, he attacks, trying to turn the situation in his favor no matter the cost. The opponent confidently blocks the attack, showing off their power and superiority over the main villain. The leader realizes his opponent's skill has grown so much for someone so young that he's now a real threat. Bei Zhang prepares for battle, feeling responsible for his teacher and determined to protect his honor. He decides to go all out, even though it's a risky move that could backfire badly. Bei Zhang launches an attack, using the technique of a thousand-fold wind punch to create a storm of blows. The leader blocks it confidently, showing his skills and experience can handle even the strongest hits. It becomes clear the fight will be long and intense, since neither side is willing to back down. Bei Zhang and his opponent keep fighting fiercely, their blows growing more intense and dangerous with every exchange. The girls watch with worry, fearing for the outcome of this deadly battle on the battlefield. Bei uses all his strength to break through his opponent's defense, showing off his skill and determination. The opponent, using his hidden power, delivers a powerful counterattack, unexpectedly raising the level of threat. Bei Zhang finds himself on the edge, but his perseverance and spirit won't let him give up in this test. He cuts off his own arm to minimize obstacles on his path to defeating the bandit. The girls watch the fight in horror, only to realize how serious the battle between these two warriors has become. Clutching his wound, Bai says he doesn't deserve to be a mentor if he loses now and can't even protect himself. Bei Zhang, despite the pain and injuries, gathers all his strength for one final powerful counterattack against Lun Wang. The crushing blow hits the opponent, but Bai asks for his mentor's blessing, using the very strike his mentor first taught him. The opponent releases a bright stream of blue energy, hurtling straight toward Bei Zhang and creating a powerful wave. The energy crashes into the ground with immense force, leaving behind a deep crack and signs of destruction on the battlefield. The blow was so destructive that the ground shook from Bei Zhang's new attack. But on the explosion site lies Bei Zhang's bloodied body, missing his left leg and hand. The bandit admits Bai's strength, realizing he'd be dead now if not for escaping in time. The thief flees the battlefield, promising to return with new people and masters once he regains his strength. Bai Chuang struggles to stand despite the pain and wounds, refusing to accept defeat or disgrace. The girls around him try to support him, worried about his condition and fearing for his life after such a brutal battle. His body shakes with tension, but he refuses to give up, determined to prove his strength and not let his mentor down, but then he shouts that he's ready to die rather than suffer disgrace in front of his teacher. The mentor reaches out, calming Bai Chuan and promising he won't let him down, being proud to have such a student. Bai Chuan looks at his mentor with hope and surprise, not believing that he'd return at the exact moment they needed him most. The mentor reassures him, filling the air with confidence and showing he's ready to help his student through whatever comes next. Bai Chuan feels immense relief seeing his mentor again, and senses his strength returning as if it had never left. The mentor casts a powerful spell, surrounding everyone in light and starting the full recovery process that will bring them back to full strength. Magic light surrounds everyone, restoring their strength and health, as if erasing all traces of the battle and injuries. Lin Fei notices the girl and approaches her, casting a healing spell to wake her up and cure her. The girl wakes up and charges into an attack, determined to kill the bandits and save her fellow servant girls. But Lin Fei quickly calms her down and stops her with a finger touch, while she's caught off guard. Lin Fei sees fear in her eyes as she apologizes to her master and kneels before him in submission. The great teacher thanks the servant girl for her help, and she, blushing, lowers her head to kneel before him. The girl cries and says she has no reason to thank him because she's just doing her duty to her master. Lin Fei pats her head, making her flustered, and tells her to go change clothes. The girl suddenly blushes, her embarrassment becomes obvious, and she lets out a loud scream, unable to hold back. Lin Fei sits surrounded by his servants, telling them about the Jinlin family who attacked his house and that he'll destroy them all. He says his servants are too weak, and gives each of them knowledge and power so they can stand against the enemies. The first servant is too weak, and he explains that her skills only allow her to heal and pass on part of her power to others. The second girl is good at singing and art, so her teacher gives her mermaid songs that can drive enemies mad. The third servant is good at calligraphy and chess, so her teacher gives her the power of the four virtues. Lin Fei gives the last girl the secrets of deadly swordplay, realizing that her strength could truly change the course of their battle. The girls talk about how kind and generous Lin Fei is to them, and each expresses their admiration for his actions. Lin Fei asks them to leave him alone with his student to start new training sessions. But one of the maids stays behind to ask Lin Fei for a chance to say something to him. The girl blushes and stammers but confidently declares her love for her master. Lin Fei looks at Bai Zhang and warns him not to tell Yao Guan about the servant's confession of love. Bai Zhang asks his teacher to explain the riddle of the dragon abyss, which says he needs to return his merits by breaking the old and creating the new. Lin Fei tells his student he's already returned his merits and broken the old, leaving only the creation of the new. The student is surprised by his teacher's words, since trying to regain his power would damage his channels and leave him crippled. But Lin Fei promises his student he won't become crippled as long as he's around to watch over him. Bai Zhang trusts his teacher's words and takes a meditative pose, ready to put his new knowledge to use. He activates his powers and his body fills with aura and energy, which grows around him and radiates a bright light. But his body can't handle it and starts to crack and bleed, with streams of blood pouring from the wounds. Lin Fei heals his student and tells him to keep going, while calmly watching over him. Finally, Bai Zhang masters the new secret dragon technique, and his channels become even stronger and more resilient. Bai Chuang is inspired by Lin Fei's support, and focusing hard channels his power to its maximum. Lin Fei says that to become a dragon, you have to endure training that an ordinary person can't even survive. Bai finally realizes that the person who created this technique wanted to surpass all living things on this earth. The student's words reminded Lin Fei of his past and of his brother, who once created this dragon technique. After finishing the training, Lin Fei stood up and called his lover, offering to take a train to Jinglin. Yao Guan answers the call saying he's at a conference and asks what exactly he wants to destroy. Yao Guan sits in the hall listening to Lin Fei, while others discuss his recent feats with respect. The girl refuses to go with him, but insists he keep it quiet and avoid making things complicated. Lin Fei is surprised by her words, because how can he not make a scene if he's about to wipe out an entire clan? Lin Fei's companions rudely spoke to the train attendant, who offered them simple water. A young guy approaches Lin Fei and asks if he knows the person sitting across from him. The guy explains that it's his teacher and famous calligraphy master Yi Suyan. The teacher asks not to tell everyone about him, but arrogantly offers Lin Fei an autograph. Lin Fei politely declines the autograph, saying he's never heard of the calligraphy master and walks away embarrassed. The travelers are surprised that such a bold guy has never heard of the master and think he's uneducated. The girl asks her teacher to check their work while they're on the long journey, which will get boring. The guy brags to Lin Fei that his work is masterpieces, and the guy will be blinded by the beauty of his characters. The teacher says the girl's small handwriting belongs to Kai Shu, while large characters differ between Kai Shu and Xin Shu, and it's hard to choose who is better. But in reality, the teacher had to lie since his daughter is way more skilled than this guy, who is the son of the Sword Clan's elder, someone you don't want to anger. The guy called Lin Fei a Dayak Rem, saying he didn't even know calligraphy and didn't know such complex words, but then he was surprised by Lin Fei's calm knowledge of it. Lin Fei quietly showed off his calligraphy knowledge, pointing out the girl's rough style didn't really suit her, only to find the guy upset about it. The guy was really shocked by Lin Fei's words and got angry, thinking he was hurting the girl whose characters he liked, which is when things got tense. The girl asked Lin Fei about his skills and wanted an honest assessment of her calligraphy, but he didn't hold back. Lin Fei coldly criticized the girl's work, saying it was average and could have been better, which made the guy furious. The guy got mad at Lin Fei and told him to stop listening, because the girl's calligraphy was really beautiful and he didn't know a thing about it. The girl asks Lin Fei which style suits her and what direction she should choose. He says she's very neat and systematic and also good at deep thinking, and such a personality fits the Sheiyang style. The calligraphy teacher agrees with Lin Fei, thinking he'd describe his daughter exactly like that, which proves Lin Fei's mastery. The guy brags and asks Lin Fei to evaluate his works and characters. Lin Fei carelessly says his works are poisonous, and he even doesn't want to look at them. The guy clenches his fists out of anger and rage, jumps up from his seat and shouts at Lin Fei. Lin Fei explains with a thoughtful look that the guy is messy and hot-tempered, not good at writing, and should probably give up calligraphy. The guy probably doesn't even want to do this, and what really interests him is the girl he's studying with. The girl's father asks for forgiveness for his student, and explains that he has a straightforward and strong personality. The calligraphy master offers Lin Fei to become his student, since he understands the art so well. But Lin Fei calmly refuses the offer, surprising his companions a lot. The master had planned to use Lin Fei's talent to become famous and be known as his teacher. The teacher assumes Lin Fei doesn't know what modern classic means, so he gives him a ticket to his exhibition and invites him over. At the exhibition, there will be not just a modern classic calligraphy piece, but also a ride on a decorated junk boat. Lin Fei decides he can ride the junk boat with his lover and asks for another ticket. Lin Fei heads to the station, where a woman in a yellow dress greets him with a smile. The girl spots Lin Fei and happily calls him her brother, welcoming the important guest. As Lin Fei approaches the girl, he notices she's grown stronger and is now at the final stage of physical conditioning. The girl smiles happily at his praise and says that the herbs she got from Lin Fei helped her. The great teacher hands the girl an elixir and says that now she's ready to become a mentor. The girl is surprised by such a costly and important gift and says she can't just take it like that. But Lin Fei replies that he's already created a whole group of mentors, and it's even more useful and beneficial for him. Lin Fei asks her to take him to the peach and plum sapling grove where he'd like to take a walk right now. But the girl finds the request strange, since the peach blossom season has already long passed. Lin Fei and the girl stand in the middle of the forest, talking about their future plans tied to their mission, but then they realize they're surrounded by a magical glow. Lin Fei asks the girl if she wants to see peaches and plums bloom right now, only to find out she's already been waiting for this moment. Lin Fei uses his power and directs it toward the trees, hoping they'll absorb it and start blooming, but the trees begin to glow with an unusual light. The forest starts to bloom, and the petals on the trees turn into a soft, pleasant pink, which is when the people nearby start to gasp in surprise. Passersby are shocked by what they see, and one woman quotes a poem by Sen Shen, saying that thousands of pear trees have bloomed at once, not knowing that it was Lin Fei's doing. Lin Fei tells the girl not to fall behind and follow him, and she listens, rushing to catch up with him just as the forest begins to change around them. She saw strange images of two people in elite armor enjoying the blooming flowers, but only to realize they were the ones she had been chasing all this time. She didn't believe what she saw and blinked several times, hoping it wasn't a hallucination, but then she saw it again. She ran after Lin Fei, begging him to wait for the girl who just couldn't catch up with the teacher, only for him to keep walking ahead. Walking through the blooming forest, Lin Fei remembered how Yin Lun once gave him a peach blossom, which is when he realized she was the one who had been watching him all along. He got into the car with the girl, who was clearly worried and told him his actions would blow up the internet, but he didn't care at all. The great sage still didn't care and asked if there was a hotel nearby, only to find out they were already out of range of any signal. The girl suggests he can stay at her place instead of the hotel, and without waiting for his answer, she leads him there. They arrive at her house, a cozy and welcoming home surrounded by a stream and nature. The servants greet their lady, who smiles politely and kindly in return, matching their warmth. The man and woman standing before them begin thanking Master Lin Fei, who saved their daughter and chased away the evil spirit. The woman explains that her daughter always talks about Lin Fei, especially about how amazing a man he is. The girl blushes under her parents' intense stares and their gossip, which they've already spread around. The girl's parents ask Lin Fei why he didn't bring his girlfriend with him to their town, but he's about to reveal something unexpected. Lin Fei says he doesn't have a girlfriend, but there's a woman he loves very much, which is when the parents start getting suspicious. The girl's parents ask where his love interest is, and judging by their looks, they have some pretty big expectations of Lin Fei. The girl next to him tries to get info on his rival, but she's clearly nervous and fidgety, not knowing what to expect. Lin Fei, despite the awkward situation, realizes how important his answer is to the young girl, so he says his love interest is in Chengdu, only to realize it's not what she wanted to hear. The family father invites him inside and tells him not to mind his wife's questions, but he's already in over his head. Lin Fei watches the girl, who's upset over his reply and thinks she shouldn't love him back. The man at the table says there's been a strange event in their town, and will explain it to Lin Fei if he's interested. The family head searches his phone for something, finds the info, and hands it to Lin Fei. Recently, bodies of people were found completely drained of blood, and even the police are asking for help from his cultivator family. Lin Fei looks at the image of the corpses and calmly finishes his dinner, saying it's the art of blood tempering. The man can't believe what Lin Fei said. He repeats the words in horror and opens his mouth in shock. He calms down and, with a ridiculous look on his face, asks the great teacher Lin Fei what exactly blood tempering art is. Lin Fei demonstrates it himself, but the parents are horrified when they face something mystical which shocks and terrifies him. The family finds themselves in a strange and frightening situation, surrounded by dark magic and members of the Dark Knight, who worship the Devil's Sword's master. The girl gets up and looks around, realizing that all of this is an illusion created by Lin Fei. The woman shows power that seems connected to an ancient ritual or summoning, which raises suspicion among those present. The Devil's Sword absorbs all the blood of the Dark Knight cultists, gradually killing and destroying their bodies. They're pulled back into the real world, where Lin Fei continues the conversation and explains everything. Lin Fei stays calm and answers confidently, saying they need to call the Dragon Organization and gather everyone in Jiangnan. First, Lin Fei wants to check if the Wu family can help in this situation and if there's any benefit to them. The man says they aren't that strong, but the Wu family has a lot of wealth and influence. The Great Master, hearing the man's answer, suggests calling another family, since the Wu clan will soon be destroyed by him. At that moment, the man realizes Lin Fei has personal issues with the Wu family. Lin Fei's biggest task right now is uniting all the major clans, including the Sect of Knives, Sound, the Yu family, and the Chen family. Turning to the girl, Lin Fei asks her what her plans are for the next few days. Standing from his seat, Lin Fei tells the girl she'll be walking around the city with him until he leaves. The girl jumps in place happily and cheers with joy, agreeing to spend time with him. At the Zhongshan racetrack, a luxury sports car zips along the track at an incredible speed. The girl is surprised that Lin Fei remains calm when such a big tragedy happens in the city. A group of guys approaches, eyeing the girl and insulting her, making crude comments about her body. They get closer, and the group's leader is surprised to find the girl is actually interested in drag racing too. The girl flinches a little, then snaps at her friend Yun, asking what he's doing here with such hostility. The guy threatens that the girl will eventually be his property, and if he finds a guy, he'll torture her to death. He grabs the girl and squeezes her face, saying she's really funny when she gets angry. Just then he flies back with a whistling sound, surprised when Lin Fei suddenly slaps him hard across the face. He crashes face first into the ground, among his own men, who are shocked as they threaten Lin Fei for his master. As the guy gets up, he immediately orders his subordinates to kill Lin Fei. She steps in front of Lin Fei and takes all the blame, begging not to harm her teacher and letting him go. Lin Fei doesn't really get why the girl is begging for mercy from such a lowlife. The thing is, he comes from a powerful Yu family where there are strong masters, and his family dares not touch them. Putting his glasses back on, the guy challenges Lin Fei to a race, setting the condition that the loser will kneel before the winner. She's against it, but Yu is known as the god of racing and he's never lost to anyone, not even himself. Lin Fei ignores her talk and calmly agrees to the race, taking the challenge without a care. Both drivers are in their cars, ready to start, hoping to get ahead of their opponent before the race even begins. Yu sits in the car thinking about how to avoid the coming troubles and difficulties, all just to beat Lin Fei. The race starts and the host drops the flag, signaling the beginning, which lets the heroes floor the gas. Ahead lies the racing track full of obstacles, where a serious competition is about to begin, and it's only just getting started. Lin Fei's rivals brag about their master's talent, but they're sure he'll never lose a race. Yu's car zooms ahead of Lin Fei, who shouts at him that races aren't about skill but the quality of the driver's car. The arrogant guy thinks Lin Fei's an idiot for racing him on his own track. Lin Fei suddenly appears, passes the guy, and says he's too bored to drive at such a slow pace. The guy, surprised and upset, notices he's floored the gas pedal all the way and can't go any faster. So now he'll have to use another advantage of his car, which can easily crush his rival's vehicles. The guy makes a high-speed maneuver, aiming to crash and attack his opponent to turn the race into a win. Everyone already figured out that Yu Yun is about to use his dirty trick, the one that killed so many lives on this track. Lin Fei asked if the young man knew what con artists fear most in such competitions. When the cars collided, Lin Fei snapped his fingers and revealed that con artists fear other con artists the most. A barrier formed, protecting Lin Fei's car while launching his opponent into the air. Lin Fei sped toward the finish line at high speed, carelessly noting that human lives are too boring for an immortal god. Lin Fei's car zoomed past the host, whose skirt got ruined by exhaust fumes. A great sage approached the girl and sat beside her, promising to help fix her ruined dress. But the girl got angry because Lin Fei won and ruined her plan to seduce rich guys, which is why she came here in the first place. Lin Fei, who won the deadly race, asked to check if Yu Yun was alive and to tell him he didn't need to kneel before him. The embarrassed guy approaches Lin Fei and yells at him, threatening revenge and death for losing. The guy's furious scream gets louder when he realizes he's being ignored and not taken seriously. Lin Fei catches himself staring, only to realize the guy from the accident is screaming into the void and doesn't even see him. All the powerful masters from the Wu family charge at Lin Fei, who stands calmly in front of them, doing nothing at all. All it took was a flick of his hands and both Wu masters got slapped, flying apart from Lin Fei. He jumped at the arrogant guy with massive speed, so the guy paled and screamed in terror and fear. Dozens of punches followed, beating the already red-faced guy, who couldn't even catch his breath from the pain. All the Wu servants and masters rushed to the beaten bully, whose face was badly swollen, while the girl nervously approached Lin Fei. The beaten guy is surrounded by servants, but he asks for a phone to call Yan, who could help him get revenge. At the same time, on the bleak abandoned graveyard, a crow caws as it flies around the wooden crosses. The young guy, along with his older partner, digs graves and talks about the soon resurrection of a zombie. The guy stands before the heavy coffin lid, ready to enter the mysterious, dark, and enigmatic place. He opens the lid and looks inside with joy, feeling a cold wind run down his spine, giving him chills. In the grave, he sees a strange man with a dark aura, who immediately catches his attention with his presence. He slowly lifts his head, his eyes glowing with a fiery light, but only to reveal a sneer full of hostility and hidden threat. He nimbly dodges the zombie's attack, then grabs its hand, laughing at the surprised corpse as if it's a joke. A man in a dark cloak appears out of nowhere, surrounded by a purple haze, but he's shouting at the two men with anger. The guy isn't scared of him, in fact, he's ready to fight if the man wants to take the corpse for himself. The stranger stares at the men with glowing eyes, radiating power and strength, but he says he's here with important information. A sinister smile is visible under his mask, creating a creepy atmosphere of tension and fear, but the man offers to dig up the strongest phoenix demon's corpse. Old man tensed up, bracing for battle, only to realize there was no other choice but to agree to the offer. The dark man began explaining his plan, which involved capturing the phoenix and killing Yao Guan, whose corpse he promised to leave for the men. The guy got excited about the possibility right away, already imagining himself becoming the strongest person around. Everything went exactly as the mysterious illusionist of the 8 shadow temples had planned, which was to awaken all the powerful demons. The purple-haired girl attacked her opponents, her eyes full of hatred and fury. She didn't know why masters kept attacking her lately, not realizing they'd somehow found out about her new sword power. She checks her phone screen, sees her photo and all the info about her and her partner, but only to realize it's a trap. The students hunting them are about to arrive at the scene, and if their leader joins in, they won't be able to handle the enemies. Wanlian, who just woke up, demands control over the girl's body, promising he can beat the master. The girl argues with the demon, who's way weaker than her and probably won't be able to take down the master. She's not about to give her body to the demon, but she's willing to get a new technique from him to save her life. The angry demonic spirit of Wanlian sends his technique through his shadow, which separates from him and heads toward the girl. The power of the new technique lies in blending with shadows to escape or attack opponents unseen. The demoniacal angry spirit of Wanlian advises throwing away Tolos, who can no longer be saved. To save his life, Tolos suddenly says he has a clue about the location of the heavenly blade. This unexpected information shocks not only the girl, but also the demonic angry spirit trapped in her shadow. He demands she teach him the new technique of shadow, blending to save and preserve the information about the blade. She runs to him and hands over the new escape technique, ordering him to flee the battlefield. A sword pierces their spot at the exact same moment, but the criminals manage to escape before it reaches its target. The head of the warrior temple approaches his own sword, Hun Xiao, who regrets missing the demons. Spotting a red crawling shadow, the head of the warrior temple lunges toward it, trying to catch it. The head of the warrior temple's attack hits the girl, but she manages to dodge at the last second. The warrior turns out to be much stronger than people said, and his energy and sword, in a strange way, remind the Princess Jai of something. An incredible fierce strike flies toward the girl and the sealed demon Wanlin. The girl dodges the blow, soaring through the sky with a determined look on her face. A powerful magical strike appears, creating a massive sphere of blue icy energy aimed at the enemy. The opponents manage to avoid such a powerful attack using the sex shadow technique, but eventually, the leader of the warriors will find them. A red shadow appears a kilometer away, slowly expanding and thickening. To save the girl, the demon spirit of Wanlin used the life source, which will soon be lost if the power of tempering isn't used. The demon spirit orders the girl to find the life source quickly, while he himself sleeps and restores his strength. The family's master successfully broke through and became a great mentor level, but only to realize the demon and Sinew were still on the run. The man dropped his ceremonial cup and screamed in anger, not knowing his family's victory was already in danger. The Wu family threw a parade to make the whole city know about their success, which means they didn't care about the consequences. Their arrogance could hurt the city's stability and tip the balance of power in the worst way, before anyone even realized what was coming. The bald man holds a document and invites Chen Jian to the celebration, only to show he's claiming authority over the whole city. This isn't an invitation at all, but a declaration of power meant to silence anyone who might question his rule. He slips the invitation on the ground on purpose, forcing the family head to pick it up. He taunts the family head, saying he should pick it up himself and humiliate himself in front of him. Ling Fei approaches them at that moment, watching the whole thing and getting angry, assessing the situation. The man threatens that if the family head doesn't pick up the invitation, he'll have to report everything to his master, who will destroy his whole family. Ling Fei steps on the invitation and tells them not to pick up any trash off the ground, or as the saying goes, there'll be no money. The bald family servant starts shouting at Ling Fei, threatening him with revenge and death. Ling Fei sends the bald servant flying with one strike, his face showing no emotion. The humiliated man demands Ling Fei introduce himself and name his master, so he can report to the great master. Ling Fei calmly states his name, irritating the man with his strange song in honor of some pitiful master. Hearing that great name, the humiliated man is terrified, only to realize what mighty master he's facing. The man thinks Ling Fei isn't stronger than the great master and that he's unlikely to beat him. The bald man challenges Ling Fei to a festival, threatening to kill him if he doesn't come, showing his confidence and readiness for battle. Lin Fei calmly accepts the challenge and promises to come, because he's planning to wipe out the entire Wu family. The bald man runs away in cowardice, insulting and threatening Lin Fei, who casually watches him go. The girl watches her teacher Lin Fei, worried about his safety as he faces the danger ahead. The head of the family is worried about the situation, but Lin Fei assures him everything is under his control and protection. The luxurious Wu family mansion, which members of several generations worked hard to achieve such opulence. Tao, the head of the Wu family, slammed the table in anger when he heard his humiliated servant's report about the threat from the great immortal Lin Fei. The servant lied to anger up his master against Lin Fei, only to realize the words of the heavens were already twisted beyond repair. Wu Tao finally snapped, smashed the table, and swore to kill Lin Fei, but then realized he'd need his guest to do it since he wasn't strong enough. This guest was far stronger than even his father because he was Chen Lunshan, the Dragon King and mighty warrior. The woman in the dress turned to the man with white hair, asking what he thought of the calligrapher they'd invited. The man said they needed a gathering and ordered the Wu family kids to be called, so they could show respect to the calligrapher. A billboard announced a journey on a junk ship, where a showcase of the calligrapher would take place. The girl hesitates, wanting to go but realizing her family has good relations with the calligrapher. Noticing the girl's expression, Lin Fei guesses she wanted to go there. She wants to go because E is just a master of calligraphy and famous worldwide, but the exhibition requires a personal invitation. Though the girl is from a noble family, she still doesn't get along with the Wu clan, who in turn. Lin Fei carelessly pulls out 2 tickets and says he just happens to have an invitation to the exhibition. He got the invitation when he pretended to be smart and impressed the calligrapher, who gave him the tickets for that. The girl happily grabs her tickets, her eyes gleaming with joy until she spots the coveted invitation. A luxurious riverside in Qinhuai hosts a classical calligraphy exhibition in Jinan. His student runs up to Lin Fei, claiming he's so awesome he can do anything except have a child. But Lin Fei calmly says he can even do that if he really wants to. The red-haired girl poses, thinking about how her looks draw attention and how much it pleases her. Lin Fei watches the girl, wondering how important it is for her to impress and attract attention, then says she's clearly from the Wu family. The girl walks closer to Lin Fei, and they start talking, with her hinting at her attractiveness and confidence. The girl clearly enjoys herself and uses her charisma to pull him in even more and dominate the conversation, hoping to win him over. But Lin Fei cuts her off and says he figured out which family she was from not because she was beautiful, but because she was pretty dumb and high maintenance. The girl looks at the man with frustration and anger, clearly not expecting such an unpleasant comment directed at her. The woman attacks fiercely and decides to take a step forward to hit the girl for her laughter. But she easily dodges his strike and grabs his hand, showing her tickets that prove their right to be at the exhibition. The red-haired girl turns out to be too weak for Lin Fei's student, who has reached the level of a mentor. The embarrassed girl yells at the guests and promises they'll die the moment her father appears at the exhibition. The guy with a thoughtful expression looks around but shows no particular interest, while the girl is clearly happy. 3 men in suits discuss the happening, paying attention to the calligraphy skill, comparing his characters to swimming swans. The girl watches the exhibits in joyful excitement, her eyes glowing, and she's clearly thrilled by what's happening. She asks the clearly bored Lin Fei if he likes the master's calligraphy and if he doesn't think they're beautiful. He asks to see the signature, and everyone present, including the calligraphy master, obeys his request, only to realize it's just a regular font. It was really weird because the calligraphy master was signing his own name in a plain font, not knowing it would cause such a stir. Everyone present feels awkward and realizes how absurd the situation is, but the girl still says she'd be happy to get his autograph, even if it's just a plain signature. In that case, Lin Fei promises to give her a work far better than this modern master's, but then the calligraphy master himself appears, demanding to see his work. At that moment, the calligraphy master himself appears and asks Lin Fei to show him the works, which he claims are far better than the classics, which is when the cameras and reporters swarm around him like celebrities. All the operators and journalists immediately rush to the master and start asking questions and filming him, treating him like a celebrity, before realizing he's just a regular person. The girl says that for someone as insignificant as her, the great master of classical calligraphy has no time. Then Lin Fei looks at the modern calligraphy master and asks the girl if he wants to draw his attention. When asked by her teacher, the girl replies that she would be happy to get an autograph from such a great person. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lin Fei shouts loudly at the entire hall, insulting the modern calligraphy master and his work. Everyone suddenly falls silent and turns to Lin Fei, silently and in surprise staring at the bold young man. The calligraphy master asks Lin Fei if it's not too petty to insult someone else's work, especially on his exhibition. Lin Fei asks for paper and brush to prove his calligraphy skills and show off his talent. Reporters and cameramen are surprised and discuss the audacity of the young guy, who's about to embarrass himself. The modern classic accepts the challenge and asks for paper and brush to see the work of the young guest. Giving Lin Fei paper and brush, the modern classic says there's always someone who surprises everyone. But Ling Fei unexpectedly says he won't be writing characters at all, which everyone assumed he would. Everyone falls silent and looks at him in shock, not understanding why he went through all that if he wasn't going to do anything. Lin Fei really wanted the modern classic to write his autograph and give it to his student. The crowd in the hall got even more confused and flustered when they heard Lin Fei's real intention. The Wu family walks into the exhibition hall, with the head of the family saying no one will so easily get the autograph of such a great master. Lin Fei calmly asks the entire Wu family to wait aside while he takes the autograph, then returns to kill their clan. Everyone got really angry when they heard Lin Fei's arrogant tone, calmly declaring he would kill them. The man goes into a rage and promises he'll personally kill Lin Fei after the exhibition. Modern Classic is curious, wanting to know if Lin Fei wants to compete with him in the art of calligraphy. Great Sage says he wants to, but the Classic should first write an autograph for the girl, because once he sees Lin Fei's work, he'll no longer want to write. Such a bold statement greatly amuses the man, and he agrees to Lin Fei's condition, starting the competition. Modern Classic demonstrates his skill, and the entire hall watches in awe and admiration of his work. After finishing his work, the master hands Lin Fei the brush, smiling as he waits for his turn. Lin Fei starts writing, but before that, he asks the Modern Classic to write an autograph for his student. Lin Fei proves his worth by finishing his work before the Modern Classic even finishes talking to the girl, but then the master is stunned by the sheer brilliance of it all. The Modern Classic is still chatting with the girl when Lin Fei already finishes his piece, only to find the master bowing in awe before it. The master leans in to check out Lin Fei's work, only to be blown away by the biggest and most perfect calligraphy he's ever seen. The text is so elegant, subtle, and powerful it's like comparing the beauty of a character to divinity itself. Everyone in the hall is left speechless by Lin Fei's immortal masterpiece, which he writes with effortless grace. The Modern Classic drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his ignorance and disrespect toward Lin Fei. He was about to show the girl his work, but she only saw blurred pixels. Lin Fei decided to add censorship, so she wouldn't see what others saw at the exhibition. Then, threatening but indifferent, Lin Fei turned to the Wu family and declared he'd kill them. At that moment, a servant from the Wu family ran to his master and whispered something important, which made the man smile happily at the news. The man turned to Lin Fei and said he was about to die, then ordered his servants to bring a bullet for the Dragon Emperor. At the same time, the Dragon Emperor Chen Luncian flew to the meeting place to see the exhibition of classical calligraphy. The Dragon King leaped onto the ship's deck, sending the crew into a panic, but then they realized he wasn't here to fight them. The man reached into his pocket with calm confidence, smiling as he looked at the boy. He pulled out a bullet and asked to pass it to Master Wu, revealing that the Dragon King had just arrived on board. The Dragon King didn't impress Lin Fei much, who dismissed him as just another ordinary assistant, not taking him seriously at all. But Master Wu said he didn't need assistance to beat Lin Fei, and then reached out to ask for his sword. He drew out the ice sword from its sheath and prepared to attack Lin Fei with skill and strength that had earned him respect in the city. The man thinks their powers are equal since they're both great masters, but he's got a mighty sword unlike Lin Fei. Like a king, Lin Fei sits on the throne and calmly asks the master to show off his skills and abilities. But first, he'll kill one from the Wu family to prove his authority among them. He looks at the Wu family members and orders them to pick one he'll immediately kill. They all boldly tell Lin Fei they're not afraid and ready to take his attacks, but the bald man reminds them he broke his student's arm and destroyed his home. Lin Fei snaps his fingers and decides to kill the bald outlaw who dared to insult his home and students. Lin Fei caught his enemy's hand easily and stopped his attack, leaving the man completely surprised. Lin Fei hit the man hard across the cheek, sending him spinning into the air and flying sideways, but then he turned to the girl and asked what she had just said. The man crashed into the ship's wall and the girl, shocked, lost her nerve to repeat her offer. Observers from the street thought the people on the boat had started a fireworks display and wanted to join in. The man's family members rushed to his side, worriedly asking how he was feeling after that hit. He ordered a bronze lamp to be brought and called for the Dragon King, who was much stronger than him. His family members, after hearing their master's command, scatter in different directions to carry it out. With his last strength, the man stands up and reveals that Yan had already taken the artifact from Lin Fei's house, which even Lin Fei didn't know how powerful it was. They brought the sacred torch and the Dragon King himself, waiting for further orders from their master. The man hands the torch to the Dragon King and begs for help in destroying Lin Fei. The Yu family reminds him of his promise, handing him a bullet and demanding he fulfill his duty to the whole family. But the Dragon King approaches the immortal Lin Fei and bows respectfully, greeting his master with honor. The crowd in the hall didn't know who this Lin Fei was, not even the Dragon King bowed before him. Everyone started advising the Yu family to bow to Lin Fei too, or else they'd all die. But the man angrily slapped the Modern Classic in the face, sending him crashing down from the force of the attack. With no choice left, the man activated the bronze lamp and begged not to be called merciless after this. The tiny flame turned into a raging fire, shooting out of the lamp to become a fiery dragon. The man laughed loudly and crazily, declaring his intention to kill everyone on the boat. He told his family members to guard the exit of the boat and kill anyone who tried to escape. One of the guests grabs his phone and starts calling for help, hoping they'll save him. But the man directs his flame at him, starting his killing spree with an ordinary exhibition guest. The guest burned alive and died on the spot, while the others ran in panic from his burning body. The Dragon King rushes to his opponent, who dared to kill innocent people in front of him, only to find out that killing an innocent person was just the beginning, since the man planned to kill everyone on the boat. The dragon finally lost control and broke free, setting everything on fire as it charged forward. People screamed and ran in panic from the fiery demon, which was being controlled by the mad. The dragon seriously injured and brushed against the Dragon King, who didn't have time to dodge and took the hit. After that, the fiery dragon turned its attention directly toward Lin Fei, who calmly watched the chaos unfold. Cold and indifferent, Lin Fei reassured his student, telling her there was nothing to worry about and that the dragon was just flying around. Lin Fei can't put out the fire caused by the artifact, but he can remove it by using an even more powerful artifact. Lin Fei doesn't need to search for the powerful artifact because he can make it himself using a regular cup. The immortal heaven being Lin Fei tossed the glowing artifact into the air, which spun around its axis and began to activate. From the ceremonial cup emerged a massive waterfall, which transformed into a powerful water dragon. The water dragon turned out to be many times bigger than the fire one, and opening its mouth, it grabbed its enemy with its fangs. The girl was surprised to find out that you could create powerful artifacts on your own. Lin Fei calmly told his student that he could teach her to create strong artifacts too. He reached out to touch her forehead, only to explain that it was possible only if he lived for several thousand years. The water dragon Lin Fei grabbed the fire dragon and bit off its head, which hung motionless from the dragon's mouth. People thanked the water dragon, calling it a divine miracle that had come to save their lives. Everyone fell to their knees before the mighty water dragon, but then it began to slowly disappear. Lin Fei appeared and ordered everyone to stop bowing before the dragon, which wasn't a god at all, but just his artifact. The Dragon King Chen approached his master and greeted him, but his entire left hand was injured and smelled like burned meat. Lin Fei carefully placed his hand on the Dragon King's shoulder and healed him with his own power, asking him to be careful next time. After Lin Fei healed the Dragon King's wounds, he approached the crazy Wu and ordered him not to pretend to be dead in front of him. The power of the fire dragon artifact drained all of Wu's strength, leaving him half dead and lying before Lin Fei. Without wasting much time, Lin Fei snapped his fingers and called Wu a useless and repulsive person. Wu's body began to slowly vanish and split into tiny particles, while he screamed and begged for mercy. Lin Fei's student watched in horror, realizing that even a cruel killer feared death when he was dying. The last representative of the Wu family ran up, screaming that all her family members had died. She watched as her master slowly died in pain, while calm and satisfied Lin Fei stood above him. From the entire Wu family, Lin Fei left only the life of the red-haired girl, the only one who can exist right now. The girl fell to her knees before him, begging for mercy, saying she had never done anything bad. Lin Fei calmly replied that he didn't kill her only because she might still be useful for carrying out his orders. Lin Fei's student wondered why her teacher had spared such an awful woman's life, except for romantic reasons. Red-haired girl grabbed Lin Fei's shorts and begged him to spare her, promising to do anything he asked for. Lin Fei spared her life, only to make her return everything she stole from him and his Chen family. After hearing Lin Fei's explanation, his student was happy, realizing he wanted to help her and her family. After throwing the clingy girl against the wall, Lin Fei turned to the other guests and ordered them to cooperate with the Chen family. The present guests immediately agreed to cooperate with the Chen family and promised to do anything for them. They started clapping at the girl who wasn't used to such attention and got really flustered by the situation. The Dragon King approached Lin Fei and thanked him for saving the innocent people, but then he revealed that there was still a task for him to complete. Lin Fei asked if Tao Wu had an older brother, only to learn that the Dragon King was the leader of the knife sect and the 10th strongest in the land. Though everyone agreed to cooperate with the Chen family, they still feared the power of the Wu family, knowing that when he returned he would once again declare war. But Lin Fei ordered them to keep working only with the Chen family, even if Wu's son sought revenge, because the Dragon King would help them in that fight. The Dragon King promised to do everything possible to carry out Lin Fei's order and crush his rival Wu's son. The girl was impressed by Lin Fei's protection and the Dragon King's bravery, which was ready to defend the Chen family no matter the cost. A crowd of men approached the girl, each one offering her marriage or a union, but only to realize she wasn't interested in any of them. The immortal sage walked up to the Dragon King and ordered him never to hide his power again, otherwise he'd take it back the next time. The Dragon King thanked him for his understanding and promised he'd never let that happen again, but he still felt uneasy about the warning. The Dragon King stayed in that position, watching as the other guests began to leave the boat, not knowing that his silence would soon become a problem. After some time, a cleaner approached him and asked the motionless Dragon King to move so he could clean up, which meant the king had no choice but to stand there longer. When he finally stopped bowing, the Dragon King noticed that Lin Fei had already left and the boat was empty, which meant he was alone with his thoughts. Lin Fei was thinking about how the Dragon King's student wasn't the smartest, and was a bit clueless as he returned home on clouds. Meanwhile, Hun Xiaoi from the Temple of Warriors arrived at Lin Fei's villa and invited Yao Guan to go mountain climbing with him. But Yao Guan, tired of constant invitations from different temples, refused the warrior and asked him to leave her alone. Hun Xiaoi was insulted because he wasn't used to people not knowing about his fame and power. The man insisted again that Yao Guan come with him and asked if they knew his nickname. Hun was even more upset when he heard no one knew his nickname and begged her to come with him, saying it was dangerous to stay alone. Yao Guan thought about how, compared to Lin Fei, even 3 temple warriors' mentors couldn't possibly protect her at all. Even if they kept only one finger of Lin Fei, they still greatly lagged behind him in power and strength. The girl had to refuse the offer again, explaining that she already had a strong mentor and protector. The temple warrior's master lost his temper and got angry at the disrespect, deciding to steal the girl since he had long since broken all the surveillance cameras. The man attacked the girl using his freezing attack to stop her and take her to the Temple of Warriors. One of the servants failed to dodge and froze, while the others pushed Yao Guan aside to save her life. The girls had to flee as the temple warrior attacked them with freezing, powerful blows. If the temple warrior's master gains control of Yao Guan's body, he'll become a great teacher, and then his teacher will be able to use his body. Malin activated her bracelet to summon a 1,000-year-old spider, but Yao Guan stopped her since she didn't want to destroy the house. The temple warrior's master used his power to create a massive flood, its waves surrounding the girls. He froze the water and stood on the ice, celebrating his victory and preparing to take Yao Guan to his temple. Just then, Lin Fei placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him to take a warrior with him to the temple. The warrior spun around and launched a freezing attack at Lin Fei's home, hoping to kill him with one strike. But the attack proved useless against the immortal god, who didn't even flinch at the warrior's weak gust of wind. The man screamed in terror when his attack turned out to be useless, and he genuinely didn't understand why his cold air hadn't touched Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked around his villa and said that now he would have to purify his home, which an unknown warrior had tainted. He carefully destroyed the ice so as not to harm the servants trapped inside, who could have died if not for Lin Fei. Finally, the warrior began to realize that standing before him was Lin Fei, the one he had been trying to avoid. The immortal god realized the pitiful master had come to his home specifically when he wasn't there, but then the master fell to his knees before him and begged for mercy. After letting go of the warrior, Lin Fei promised that if he ever returned to his home again, he would destroy him just as easily as he destroyed his ice. The master of the warrior temple ran away from Lin Fei's mansion, promised he would never return again, and kept his word. The master of the warrior temple acknowledged Lin Fei's power and decided to return again with his comrades and the strongest masters of the temple. After restoring all the furniture, Lin Fei sat down and asked everyone to join him to find out what happened to the log while he was away. One of the maids said she wouldn't sit with them and instead preferred to check on her colleague, who had been attacked. She knew she had no right to sit at the same table with such a great person, but then realized it was only for show. The girls thought the maid was very strange and unusual, but Yao Guan called her a child of the oppressive feudalism. At that moment, Lin Fei jumped up and asked if she really called him a feudal lord, only to find out she meant something else. The great sage joked with the girl and said he wasn't a feudal lord, but just a rude and arrogant fool. The girls started telling about the problems they faced without Lin Fei, and how strange people and monks from different temples kept attacking her. Lin Fei listened silently to the girl's story about the criminals hunting her body like a hermit's. Yao Guan said that if it weren't for Lin Fei and his training, she wouldn't have been able to handle the enemies so easily. The conversation was interrupted by Wu Malin, who insisted she didn't care about the criminals and had dealt with them harshly herself. After hearing the story, Lin Fei realized the group's Dark Knight followers had spread rumors about Yao Guan's rebirth. Just then, Lin Fei's servant approached, cutting off the conversation to share something important. Crossing his arms, Lin Fei calmly asked the servant if she wanted to confess her feelings to him too. The girl in the blue dress with pink hair nervously asked Lin Fei for a break, explaining she needed some time for herself. Lin Fei asks her seriously if she has any important household matters or personal reasons for taking a break. The girl stammers that nothing special is going on, but she'd really like to go to the music temple performance that's coming to the city. Lin Fei suspects she's not just planning to attend, but deliberately searching for the notes of Guanlin-san. The girl is shocked by her master Lin Fei's insight, who so easily found out her intentions. Could the girl be wanting to quit serving the great Liney Fei just to become an apprentice at the music temple? Yao Guan got angry at his bold words, while Wu Malin explained she didn't understand why serving the great Liney Fei was such an honor. Actually, the servant didn't have to go to the temple, because Jai Kan wrote the Guanlin San for someone else, not just one person, but dedicated it to one person when he was traveling. Smiling, Lin Fei asked to take paper and a pen, and bring it so he could write the notes for the girl. Of course he knew these notes, because it was he who was the person for whom the great musician wrote this song. The girls couldn't believe that such a funny pen could write the notes for the Guanlin San. At that moment Lin Fei's phone rang, interrupting him from writing the notes. It was Yin Xuantun, the blind girl from the music temple, who, thanks to Lin Fei, was able to reach the level of instructor. She called to invite Lin Fei to join the student recruitment at the Sishu Music Institute. Lin Fei looked at his servant and wondered why not pass on the legacy of Yin Ushan to his descendants, considering he had already given the celestial sounds to Qin Kui Shui. After thinking it over, Lin Fei promised to accept the invitation and come, which made the blind girl very happy. While the servant happily looked at the precious notes, Lin Fei suggested Yao Guan come to the music institute with him. The girl agreed because if she stayed home, someone would try to abduct her again. The servants intervened, saying they also wanted to go to the music institute with them. A crowd had gathered near the music institute, and everyone in the crowd wanted to hear the music hall's performance. The crowd immediately noticed Lin Fei, accompanied by 6 beautiful girls, some of whom were dressed as servants. The blue-haired girl played her beautiful melody, which caught the attention of the entire crowd. Only then did the girl realize she didn't want to play her music for commoners, and disagreed with the founder's decision. Malin was amazed by the girl's amazing performance and said she would never reach such mastery, because she only knew how to kill people. The men standing next to her looked at Malin and asked how she could kill someone with such a weak body. The men decided to take Yu Malin with them, but Lin Fei still looked too weak to deserve such a girl. One of the men grabbed the girl's hand and started dragging her, but Yu Malin was already ready to kill the guy. Lin Fei stopped her and asked to find a quiet place so everyone could listen to Qin without being disturbed. The girl obeyed her master and went with the men, who thought he had let her go on purpose because he was afraid. Yao Guan asked not to kill people in the huge crowd, but Lin Fei replied that she could find an ant and talk to it instead. The girl imagined talking to an ant and thought she would really like to find a talking ant for herself. She played a beautiful melody, but got frustrated for having to waste her time on a bunch of rejects. One listener asked her to play the legendary Guanlin Sanson, knowing full well they weren't worthy of such an honor. Yao Guan and Lin Fei's servants eagerly waited for the musician to start playing the legendary song. But then, to everyone's surprise, the girl called the crowd rejects and said that letting them listen to her music was already an honor, but they weren't worthy of the legendary song. Everyone got upset and realized she was pretty irritable and looked down on regular people. She got even more angry, kicked the guy out, and said he'd never be able to perform like her, not even close. Ling Fei jumped in the conversation, bluntly saying that the legendary song could be played not only by him but also by his servants. Such arrogance offended the girl, and she demanded that he prove the truth of his words. But instead of playing himself, Ling Fei suggested they first listen to the girl's version. Yao Guan realized what Ling Fei wanted and decisively joined him to defend the people. She told Ling Fei that the girl was just an ordinary musician and probably didn't know such a legendary song. After those words, the girl got even angrier and demanded that everyone shut up and listen carefully to her song. She started playing legendary music, hoping to prove that she really could perform a great masterpiece. The melody began to affect the listeners, who started seeing amazing images before their eyes. The music seemed to transport everyone to an endless battlefield of wars and battles, where great wars were unfolding. The crowd was shocked by what they heard, the music as if bringing them back to the past where they could witness brutal battles. After finishing her performance, the girl asked what they thought of her performance of the great and legendary song. At that moment, the servant raised her hand and confidently said that the girl's performance was slightly wrong. She got angry after hearing the criticism, only to realize that as a regular servant she couldn't possibly understand such complex works. Lin Fei defended his servant and explained that she knew how to play the piece, but then pointed out that her performance was actually wrong. She was outraged that her performance didn't match the original, not knowing that she had been trained by the head of the music temple himself. Lin Fei asked his servant to play a song because he didn't want to waste time talking to such a person. The servant explained that in Guanlinsan there were indeed sharp sounds like war, but there was something more important, the strong hatred. The girl admitted that the music was truly about how Guy tricked Han Van for his father's death, and that the story was really not just about Han's murder. The girl refused to accept her loss so easily and demanded that the servant play instead. She sat in the musician's place, who eyed her suspiciously and prepared to begin her performance. The music conjured an image of a great battle unfolding on a mountain covered in the bodies of soldiers and warriors. Guy drove his sword into his enemy Han Vanya and avenged his father's death, restoring justice. Hearing the original composition, the girl fell to her knees and wept, finally admitting her defeat. The servant played the last notes, finished her piece, and wiped her hands on the musical instrument. The audience was stunned by her amazing performance and execution, unable to say a word. The servant blushed and felt embarrassed, realizing her performance wasn't as good and that she had failed. But at that moment, Lin Fei started clapping for his servant and praised her incredible acting. Applause followed, and all the audience began clapping for the girl and thanking her for the original performance. A girl approached the servant, admitting that the maid was playing way better than her. She grabbed her shoulders and offered to join the music temple where she could become a sister teacher. The girl, tears streaming down her face, begs to be trained in the original work and to become her teacher. But she refused because she serves only Lin Fei and will always do so as long as she's alive. The girl was furious and upset, not understanding how someone could turn down such an offer for a strange guy. She concluded that Lin Fei was forcing the servant to work for him, and she would immediately free the maid from slavery. The conversation was interrupted by the master of the Zhenzai game, Qi Zhaizu, who asked the girl to be polite to Lin Fei. The woman's appearance shocked everyone, and each person in the crowd showed respect and admiration for her. The woman invited the servant girl to her music temple and offered her to become an apprentice, but only to find out that Master Lin wasn't quite as skilled in music as she thought. Everyone was shocked by the offer because the teacher hadn't taken any students in a long time. The whole crowd shouted at the servant girl to accept the teacher's offer, but she couldn't give a clear answer. Still, the girl made her choice and politely declined the generous and important offer. The teacher kept pushing for her offer, arguing that Lin Fei wasn't a professional musician. In reality, the woman wanted nothing more than to get hold of the original composition the servant girl possessed. Yao Guan jumped in the conversation, upset by the woman's persistence in not letting up on the servant. The woman crossed her arms and explained she didn't want to waste such talent and wasn't pressuring the servant at all. She turned back to the servant and said she had a bright future and one day could become a great master. Yao Guan asked the servant what she wanted herself, and she replied she only wanted to serve her master. The woman decided to use a sneaky trick and alter the servant's mind to get her to agree to her offer. She reached out her hand to enchant the servant and change her mind, making her submit to her will. Lin Fei steps between them, explaining that the woman has no special skills in playing the zine. The woman gets angry at Lin Fei's words, which claims she doesn't know how to play her musical instrument. Lin Fei calmly states he's far stronger than the music temple, and so plays better than them. The woman fully understands and knows Lin Fei is stronger than the temple, since he single-handedly destroyed the Yu and Bai family. In that case, the woman challenges the immortal celestial being, proposing they compete in music. Lin Fei calmly agrees to the competition and adds that after his victory, he'll train her descendants. The woman's confident words angered the women, who had no doubts about their abilities. The woman decided to double the stakes and offered to give up the moonlit cinnabar, which was the treasure of the music temple. However, Lin Fei wasn't really impressed by such a prize and remained completely indifferent. When asked what Lin would bet, he inquired of the servant if she had brought the very same item. Lin Fei handed over a funny notebook and said that in case of losing, he would give up the heavenly sounds to the cinnabar.